Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Orange County Board of County Commission meeting of February 21st, 2023. As we begin this morning, we're going to call upon Commissioner Wilson to introduce her guest who will bring the invocation. After the invocation, Commissioner Wilson, if you will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. And Pastor, I'm going to come down and we will take a quick photograph before you depart. So that's the way it will happen this morning. And with that, we'll begin our meeting. Commissioner Wilson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm not used to having the two mics up here. I'm not sure if you need me in stereo, but good morning, everybody. I am absolutely honored this morning to introduce our invocation invitee, the Reverend Melissa Stump. She's the first female pastor of the 125-year-old First United Methodist Church of Winter Garden. Melissa's appointment to the position followed the retirement of a former pastor, and she's been welcomed with open arms by the congregation, who have shown her and her family immense hospitality and warmth. Melissa has been actively involved in ministry for many years and has had a passion for the feeding ministries, special education, and supporting vulnerable individuals. She brings a unique perspective to the church as a woman, and her sermons and leadership style reflect her different background and life experiences. Melissa's favorite scriptures address the treatment of others, and she's committed to encouraging church members to get out from within the church's walls and serve in their community. Before Melissa transitioned into becoming a pastor, she was a special education teacher. And while teaching, she also worked part-time in youth ministry at the United Methodist Church. Her love for serving in the outdoors has been passed on to her family, and they enjoy participating in outdoor activities and serving the community together. Melissa's first sermon at the church was on July 4th, and she has started a 7-week sermon series. These are a few of my favorite things. Melissa's dedication and passion for serving others make her a valuable addition to the church and to the whole West Orange community. Please join me in welcoming Reverend Melissa Stump to the First United Methodist from the First United Church of Winter Garden.
Good morning, Mayor, Commissioners, staff, and all that are here this morning that care so deeply about our community. It is together, as we join together in making our community, our cities, and our county a better place that make us strong and makes us who we are. Now, I will say I'm sorry that I did not bring my stole today in celebration of African American Month and just celebrating that part of our history and also recognizing the sins of our history there. I was grateful to be at the Martin Luther King concert on Saturday night, and what a joyous celebration and time of worship and music it was. Thank you for your support of the music and the arts here in this county. We've been to Dr. Phillips a couple times in our time here and so grateful. But just so grateful to live in a community with such diversity and such a diversity of loves and passions and how we bring that together to be who we are. And so I pray that we will continue to live with courage, with passion, with perseverance to make not only our individual lives better, but the life of our community and therefore the life of the world better as we join together. And so I'm grateful to be together with all of you this morning. Can we pray together? Gracious and loving God, I thank you so much for this day, for the beauty of the sunshine and the warmth that it brings into our lives. I thank you for this place in which we live. And I thank you for all of the people in this room that care so deeply about this place and about the people that live here, Lord. For we are all your children, and as we've gathered together this morning, I pray for discerning hearts. I pray for wisdom. I pray for courage. I pray for your direction to be given to each and every person, that you might unite us together in the work that you have before us today, and not only today, Lord, but each and every day. Lord, bless the mayor, the commissioners, the staff in this place, Lord, as they lead our community to be community. In the name of Jesus, we pray. Amen.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Pastor Stump, for those wonderful words of invocation, and congratulations on your historic appointment there at the First United Methodist Church. And thank you, Commissioner Wilson, for inviting her to be a part of our program and board meeting today. With that, we're going to move forward on our agenda this morning. We do not have any proclamations, so the next item on our agenda is a public comment. We're going to invite members of the public regarding topics of interest or concern that are within this board's authority. However, there are certain matters which this board, it would not be appropriate to bring those before this board today. Those matters or concerns include pending procurement or land use issues or concerns that should be properly brought to another board. Also, we will, of course, solicit public input during each public hearing scheduled for this afternoon. With that, Mr. Boyce, do we have any members of the public who wish to be heard at this time?
Yes, we do, sir. Our first one is Mr. Wayne Conover. If you approach the podium, state your name and address for the record, and you'll have 2 minutes, sir. Thank you.
My name is Wayne Conover. My address is 3719 East Cayley Avenue, Orlando, Florida, 32812. This is where my wife and I have resided for the past 32 years. I stand before you today as a voice representing a larger, more diverse community. This peaceful District 3 community comprises Black, brown, Latino, white, lesbian, gay couples. It consists of 102 households on Edlin Drive on the north, East Cayley Avenue, and Surrey Drive on the south, within Orange County, all dead-ending at Watauga Avenue to the east, which is in the city of Orlando. The issue at hand concerns an anarchist act of vandalism to Orange County taxpayer-funded safety fencing at the east end of Surrey Drive and East Cayley Avenue that occurred on Thursday, February 16th, 2023, from approximately 5 p.m. to 9 p.m. I say county-owned since the Orange County Commissioner, Ed Mason, and the 1984 Orange County Board of County Commissioners approved this safety fence's installation. Yes, the safety fence has been in place for nearly 40 years. Yet a single miscreant acting outside the law and against the desires of the remaining 101 households in the area enlisted the assistance of local malefactors while under cover of darkness destroying this taxpayer paid-for safety fence with the endorsement of an Orange County detective. Not only did this officer endorse this safety fence's removal, another sheriff's deputy to whom I spoke refused even to address the perpetrators while the event was in progress for fear of escalating the issue. With this, he got into his law enforcement vehicle and drove away. Meanwhile, those living adjacent to the area where the crime occurred were threatened, bullied, harassed, and suffered personal property damage by those committing this act. Yet the deputy sheriffs who are to protect and serve did neither. And since the safety fence's removal, not even a week ago, there has already been an uptick in criminal activity. We, the residents of these previously named streets, seek to have the said safety fence restored to its original condition, including signage showing ownership of the safety fence by Orange County.
Mr. Conover, yesterday staff did bring this item to my attention. We'll be doing some follow-up between our Public Works and the Sheriff's Office to hopefully come to some resolution. So we have your contact information, and we'll be following up with you.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right, thank you for your presence today. Commissioner Uribe?
Mr. Conover, also, you might have gotten an email. We're going to have a community meeting on this also, so thank you. Thank you for all your due diligence. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Boyce, the next speaker, please.
Yes, sir. Our next speaker is Michelle Griglione. Ms. Griglione, if you'll state your name and address for the record.
Yes, I'm Michelle Griglione. I live at 8600 Old Bridge Lane, and in the Dr. Phillips area, longtime county resident, and I'm here regarding the state statute 33, chapter 559, regarding local government restrictions for home-based businesses. I understand that this is a state statute, not a county statute, but I'm here to voice my concern about how it's affecting county residents already, especially zoned residential 1 Quad A. For example, there is a house in our subdivision with a commercial nursery that has plants blanketing the yard, sprinkler risers 5 feet tall, 2 to 3 workers making deliveries with trucks, and pallets being laid out at the curb for trash pickup. Code enforcement was very kind and very diligent, but in the end, they said all they can do under the new law is demand the porta potty removal. The county environmental division, we were worried about agricultural chemicals being on site on a residential 1 AAA or Quad A, and they said that there was nothing that they could do, and to just call 911 if there's smoke or an explosion. And then my husband thought, well, we'll call OSHA, but they said that it's not applicable because it's not a commercial property, so there's a loophole and a catch-22 as far as chemicals and such. So I'm here today to see if there's anything the county can do creatively to regulate any of this. I understand, that your hands are a little tied. We're worried about the proliferation of these types of businesses as well as other business types that we can't even think of at this point under this law. And I've communicated with my state reps, Jennifer Harris and Dennis Baxley. I've heard nothing back. I will keep doing and keep going. And I would be more than happy to help the county as a representative of this particular issue in any way possible. And in the meantime, our HOA will try to deal with it alone. So, that's all.
All right, thank you, Ms. Griglione. This is another issue that recently was brought to our attention, and sometimes when, there are state laws that are passed that preempt local governments from taking action, there can be some unintended consequences, and this is one of those circumstances. But the county administrator is working with his staff to try to explore and research what can be done. So we understand the issues that you have brought before us today.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you for your presence.
For your
And
time.
Mayor, I'm sorry, really quickly, because we got a chance to
Commissioner
talk
Wilson.
about this
Yes,
when we were
thank
out
you.
in the community, and I so appreciate the homework and the diligence you've done on the issue to understand sort of the limitations we have in our efforts, but we had a very comprehensive legislative priority presentation and list for things that the county's going to hopefully keep an eye on up there, and can we make sure it's part of our, portfolio, if you will, of things that we can try to make sure that we're keeping an eye on and advocating.
Okay.
Again, thank you for your presence.
Okay.
Mr. Boyce, any other speakers?
Yes, sir. We have 3 more. Our next speaker is Miss Angela Emerson. And she'll be followed by Mr. Joe Dunn and Miss Linda Sibley. Miss Angela, if you'll state your name and address for the record.
Sure, thank you. Angela Emerson, 14729 Baltusrol Drive, Orlando, Florida. Thank you for hearing me today. I brought this issue last week, or 2 weeks ago. My concern is with stormwater in District 4, especially near the Eastern Water Reclamation Facility. I recently was in touch with Mr. Timothy Armstrong regarding this, and I was reassured that this facility is meeting standards, and I have a few issues with that. Number one, 24-hour storm event for their stormwater it's in a chart of like 8 inches. So when we talk about Ian being this monster storm, which it was maybe 17 inches in my area, where Irma, which was only 2019, was 13 and some inches in my area. So that well exceeds, I think we can agree that well exceeds 8 inches. Also, we are in the basin, which means the ground does not absorb as much water. We have a high groundwater table, about 4 inches. So if you're already in the rainy season and that ground is saturated, and then you have a hurricane on top of that, that facility is not able to keep all of their water. I wanted to point out this before I run out of time. Where they're filtering all of their storm water and their reclaimed water, which they're generating, is in another community, in a tributary that is vital to our functioning and Stony Brook's functioning to get our water out of our communities. I propose that this is causing a bottleneck of sorts, because when we came about, this facility was a lot smaller, substantially smaller. And now they're spitting out reclaimed water in there also. The problem with reclaimed water is that its use goes down in the rainy season, as well as the facility loses capacity. So you have two things going at one time, which puts us at great risk. I would strongly consider that you should factor in that as you increase this capacity, that there's just not enough room for all the reclaimed water that's being generated.
All right, thank you, Ms. Emerson. I know Mr. Ed Torres, our utilities director, is somewhere there. And Ed, if you will follow up with her on some of the technical issues there, I'd appreciate it. Okay, next speaker, please.
Yes, sir. Our next speaker is Mr. Joe Dunn, followed by Ms. Linda Sibley.
Good morning, Joe Dunn, 525 Lake Cove Point Circle, Winter Garden, 34787. And I'm here to speak in support of the consent item J1, connecting the West Orange Trail to Lake Apopka Loop Trail. First, I want to thank the Commission and Public Works in Orange County, especially Orange County Parks and Rec, for completing the design and engineering phase of this project. It's an amazing investment, and I use that word intentionally. It is an investment. It's not an expense. We're going to reap tremendous citizen health and wellness benefits, as well as economic revenue from ecotourism. The connector is the last gap in a 42-mile loop all the way around Lake Apopka. And that 42-mile recreational loop will sit on the coast-to-coast connector. So people will start in Titusville, riding to Pinellas, and stop here to do that 42-mile loop and spend time in Orange County. So this is an investment in our citizens and their health and welfare. It's an investment that will return 1,000-fold in economic revenue from ecotourism, because cyclists like to travel and spend money. So I just want to thank you for your time and for your consideration on item J1.
All right, thank you, Mr. Dunn, for your presence. We'll move to the next speaker, please.
Yes, sir. Our next speaker is Ms. Linda Sibley. Ms. Linda, if you want to state your name and address for the record, please.
Certainly. Linda Sibley, 5501 Thomas Square Drive in Winter Garden, which is District 1. Approximately 8 years ago, my husband and I built a home in the Cove, which is located in the Horizon West Hamlin area and is part of the town center. Unfortunately, due to our location, we have a front row seat to the numerous safety issues the residents are forced to experience each and every day, particularly within the town center area. Over the years, both my husband and I have been quite vocal about all of these safety issues and have sent numerous emails to Orange County staff, Commissioners Boyd, Vanderlei, and Wilson, regarding not only what we witness every day, but our deep concerns regarding the complacency and the lack of urgency placed on these issues by Orange County staff. Vision Zero for us is 5 years too late. We have serious safety issues within our area that need to be top priority and addressed immediately, not by 2040. As a baby boomer and a grandmother, I have been an avid runner and a cyclist for decades. And on 2 separate occasions, I have personally witnessed a runner and a cyclist in my group struck and killed by a motorist. The memories of these tragic events haunt me to this day and are very reasons why I'm so vocal and passionate about advocating for pedestrian and cycling safety within Horizon West, Hamlin, and the surrounding areas. Over the next few months, I plan to attend every BCC meeting in order to bring to you one specific issue. I'm encouraging all the concerned residents, the runners, the cyclists, the parents, and the grandparents to join me. You need to hear our voices. You need to hear what we have personally experienced out there, because we are so deeply concerned by the exploding growth in our district, which is District 1. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Sibley, for your comments. We will caucus with our staff to kind of delve into some of the issues that you have brought up here today. Okay. Thank you for your presence. Are there other speakers?
No, sir. That concludes our public comment period for this morning.
Okay. Yeah, if there are no other speakers for this morning, we'll move forward on our agenda. We'll move to the consent agenda at this time. We'll ask the county administrator to present the consent agenda.
Thank you, Mayor Demings. We have just one item to pull from the consent agenda. That's item I-6. I-6 under Planning, Environmental Development Services Department. It's a resolution regarding a hold harmless and indemnification agreement related to model home permits. That item will be heard this afternoon related to public hearing F14. And with that, Mayor, staff presents the remainder of the consent agenda for board consideration.
All right, with that, we have one item that will be pulled for this afternoon's meeting. Is there a motion for approval of the consent agenda as presented otherwise?
So move, Bonilla.
Second, Moore.
We have a motion by Commissioner Bonilla, second by Commissioner Moore. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The motion passes and it is unanimous. With the action that was just taken, I do want to note that the consent agenda for our meeting today included the approval of a contract to purchase a parcel of environmentally sensitive lands in northwest Orange County. The forced revocable trust parcel totals approximately 34 acres, which is directly adjacent to Orange County's Lake Lucy Conservation Area in District 2. This purchase will allow for the expansion of the hiking and equestrian trail system in the Lake Lucy Conservation Area. This acquisition represents the 11th purchase since the Board of County Commissioners dedicated $100 million for the preservation of environmentally sensitive lands. This is a long-term goal of ours, is to assist us in preserving God's green earth that we have the responsibility for taking care of. And with that, we're going to move forward on our agenda to the discussion agenda. We will ask Ms. Lisa Sneed to come forward, the Assistant County Administrator, to present amendments to Chapter 22 of the Orange County Code under the Human Rights. This action is purely informational this morning. No action is being requested, but Ms. Sneed, you are recognized at this time.
Good morning, Mayor. Good morning, Commissioners. I'm also joined by Dylan. He's the brains of our operation here. And we are going to take you through an update on the human rights ordinance for the county. So I'm going to turn it over to Dylan to speak legal information to you, and then I'll follow back up with you on procedural stuff.
Thank you, Lisa. Good morning, Mayor and Commissioners. I'm going to present some of the legal background and some of the processes that have been implemented in other jurisdictions as it relates to the county's human rights ordinance and the federal laws and state laws as well. At that time, I'll turn it over to Lisa Sneed, and she will update you on some comparative data from local jurisdictions and some options that we've identified for the board's consideration, as well as a recommendation. So I'll start with some of the federal laws and then go into the state laws and then also the county's human rights ordinance. They're all very similar, and there's a lot of overlap between the two. In fact, they reference each other back and forth, so I think it's important just to give the board some background there. So at the federal level, there are statutes in place that prohibit discrimination in three categories. Predominantly, it's employment, which is defined as mostly private businesses with 15 or more employees. There's public accommodations, which are generally defined as businesses that affect commerce and are open to the public. The examples may be hotels, restaurants, gas stations, movie theaters, things of that nature. And then there's housing. And these statutes were largely adopted through the Civil Rights Acts of the 1960s. Employment is administered by the EEOC, public accommodations, the DOJ, and then housing is administered by HUD. At the state law, you see a very similar structure. You see the statute prohibits discrimination in 1, employment, 2, public accommodations, and 3, housing. This was the Florida Civil Rights Act of 1992, and then also Florida has its own Fair Housing Act. And these prohibitions and discrimination in these areas are administered by a state entity known as the Florida Commission on Human Relations, or FCHR. And then here at the county level, we have the County Human Rights Ordinance. Again, you see the same organization where it's prohibiting discrimination in employment, public accommodations, and housing. Unlike the federal and state laws, our ordinance does not have an organization responsible for administering the employment and public accommodations component of it. We have identified the county's housing department as the department responsible for administering the housing discrimination complaints. And then, just as a reminder, the board recently amended the housing provision of this ordinance through the Tenants' Bill of Rights, where we added the lawful source of income and victim of domestic violence, dating violence, and stalking prohibitions there. The county recently got an unfavorable opinion from the 5th DCA as it relates to our human rights ordinance. In 2018, 2 women filed a lawsuit against a local public accommodation, Rachel's, under the county's human rights ordinance, alleging that they were discriminated against based on their sex because they were denied entrance to the local public accommodation for lack of a male companion. The public accommodation, Rachel's, moved to declare the county's human rights ordinance unconstitutional, and the trial court entered a final judgment denying Rachel's motion. However, Rachel's appealed, and the 5th DCA reversed and ultimately held that the county's human rights ordinance is unconstitutional because it conflicts with the Florida Civil Rights Act. The court reasoned that the county's human rights ordinance authorized the plaintiffs in this case to go straight to court, whereas the Florida Civil Rights Act would have required them to go through an administrative process and exhaust their administrative remedies prior to filing that civil action. The court found that the legislature intended for people discriminated against in public accommodations to go through the administrative process first. So what do we mean by administrative process? The court identified two things that I think at a minimum we would need to require in the county's human rights ordinance before authorizing civil actions. One would be an investigation, and then two would be a conciliation, or in other words, an attempt to gain voluntary compliance before a lawsuit is filed. So we've looked at administrative processes from various jurisdictions. Like the previous background section, I'll just briefly talk about what the federal government does and then also what the state administrative process looks like, with a focus on the states, because that was the subject of the underlying lawsuit. So at the federal level, there's the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission. It has 5 members. It receives and investigates complaints of discrimination. It attempts to conciliate those disputes and makes a determination as to whether there's reasonable cause to believe that a discriminatory act has occurred. And then the EEOC or the complainant can bring a civil action after that administrative process. Similarly, for housing discrimination, the Department of Housing and Urban Development does a very similar thing. It receives and investigates complaints, it can enter into conciliation agreements, determines reasonable cause, and then can bring enforcement either through a civil action or an administrative hearing. At the state level, the Florida Civil Rights Act creates the Florida Commission on Human Relations, FCHR. It's 12 members appointed by the governor. There's limited compensation for these members, but very similar to the federal process in that FCHR has an executive director. It can employ staff like attorneys and investigators, and it receives and investigates these complaints. It attempts to conciliate disputes, and it can actually act as a sort of quasi-judicial body and hear complaints of discrimination. And I've attempted to just lay out what their administrative process looks like. So complaints are filed within 365 days of a violation. The respondent is then given an opportunity to file an answer within 25 days. FCHR has 180 days to investigate the complaint and make its determination as to whether there's reasonable cause. During that investigation, FCHR is also attempting to eliminate this discrimination by conciliation or voluntary compliance. At a certain point after it concludes its investigation, it'll notify the complainant and the respondent of its determination and their options moving forward. Generally, at that point is when the civil action can be brought at the complainant's discretion, or alternatively, they can opt for an administrative hearing. If FCHR does not find discrimination, they dismiss the complaint. There is an appeal process there to an administrative law judge, and ultimately, any of these final orders that FCHR imposes are subject to judicial review. And then in this slide, I've just attempted to outline how these processes interact with one another. But I think the gist of this is that whether it's federal or state, you could see that these entities are largely referring down to each other. So the federal, whether it's EEOC or HUD, will largely refer down to the state. And then if there's a local process in effect, the state will defer to the local jurisdictions to handle that. With that, I will turn it back over to Lisa Sneed.
Thank you, Dylan. Whoops, I might need Dylan back up here. Okay. So I wanted to share with you some of the other counties and what type of structure they have. There are 12 counties out of our 67 in the state of Florida that do have human rights ordinances. We have 6 of the 67 counties that have the human rights ordinances have human rights boards. This slide shows you some of the comparative data with our neighboring jurisdictions. As you can see, Orange has an ordinance. However, we're not staffed. We don't have a board. And you can see for yourself what the other neighboring communities have. So we wanted to present you some options. I think the takeaway of what Dylan was sharing with us is that the federal and state level do have procedures and processes for people to take complaints to. And so I'm going to present 3 options, and then staff's going to give you a recommendation of what we think we should potentially think about doing. So the first one is that we could amend our current ordinance so that all aggrieved parties go directly to the state. And the pro of that, of course, would be that it would be more efficient and it would not require county resources. However, the con would be that we might lose protections for some of the classes that are protected currently in our ordinance, for example, the familial class for employment. So the second option is to amend the ordinance to create a process where we can have claims of discrimination that are not covered by the state or federal heard here or taken to a representative. We could also amend the ordinance to include more classes. The pros are that it minimizes the legal risk. The cons are that we could actually require the county to extend, or expend additional resources to create that process. And then the third option would be that we could actually eliminate the human rights ordinance altogether. Of course, that would be no cost to the county. However, some complaints that are not protected at the state level that we currently have protections for may not be heard. So with that, staff would recommend that the board consider the second option, 2A, and that we amend the ordinance to provide administrative process to investigate and conciliate complaints of discrimination related to employment and public accommodation that aren't already covered by the state process. And if the county finds reasonable cause, then we would issue a right to sue and refer the complaints to community legal partners. We may also consider finding additional funding opportunities for legal partners in the case where people may not have the resources to sue. And with that, I would like to answer any questions that you have and turn it over to the board for discussion. Thank you.
All right, thank you to both of you for the presentation. A few things that I think the board has to consider. First is really the tone of the times that we're living in, from the national, the federal level, with a lot of activity centered around civil rights, human rights, and perhaps fair housing, is hotly being debated around the country. And then within the state of Florida itself, there's a lot of conversation in Tallahassee. We are presently approaching the 2023 legislative session, and I believe that because of that, it would be wise for our board, before we take any final action, to understand any particular legislation that may come out of the session that is fastly approaching. And with all of that, I believe that certainly I believe, and I believe that the board would agree, that at the end of the day, whatever action that we take, we want to make certain that we are in a position to take care of our residents who may encounter difficulties or complaints, especially as we move forward dealing with some of the housing affordability challenges, and as we open our housing tenants' rights office here very soon. As it relates to fair housing, we certainly want to make certain that our ordinances take into consideration all of the various technical issues, legal issues that will be before us. And so I think that here in the very near future, we'll be in a much better position to understand the positions that we may be in. I believe that given some of the discussions, especially at the state level, it may conflate or I dare say maybe even provide confusion for our residents to move forward with any final action until the legislative session has concluded. And with that, the goal today was to make certain that we update the board. We're not necessarily looking for any specific final action, but to get some input from our board so that staff, as we kind of move forward in the spirit of cooperation with our residents, with our businesses, and perhaps even with landlords as we get more into this fair housing space to do the right things within our community. With that, I'm going to open it up for any questions or comments by members of the board. We have a few who have indicated a desire to speak, and we'll begin with Commissioner Nicole Wilson.
Thank you so much, Mayor. I want to thank Dylan and Lisa for jumping in on this. I want to thank Jeff for spending a lot of time with my office. We were following this case and weren't sure if the court was going to ultimately say that the entire ordinance itself was unconstitutional. It's not. There's a procedural part of it that was identified. It's narrow. I think it can be adjusted in a way that doesn't throw out the baby with the bathwater, and that we have this layer that we've already had that stays in place. Because of that decision, and correct me if I'm wrong, if we don't do something, then we may put ourselves in, we may run afoul of something again, because it is sitting in the books as having been identified as potentially unconstitutional for not having this administrative precondition. So to me, it seems as though option 2 with a mayoral designee and adding that procedural language for investigation and conciliation gets us where we need to be to avoid constitutional challenges. And then down the road, to your point, down the road, we can address maybe looking at this in a broader sense and seeing if there's an appetite for something in addition to. But as far as correcting the things that were identified by the court, I would prefer that we do that sooner rather than later, because I think that's confusing, to have an ordinance that has something that's been decided on at the court level that is sitting on the books and hasn't been addressed because we're waiting to see what the state says, indicates a level of inactiveness of that entire ordinance. And I believe because that decision was so narrow that we can really move forward, at least today, with the administrative precondition portion of it, and at the bare minimum, send a message to our residents that we're not giving up on this ordinance, that we're not giving up on the human rights ordinance here in Orange County. If you think about the work to this part of it, it may not be a big lift, but with a very consequential message.
I'll go to the county attorney's office to kind of opine, obviously, on pending litigation. We have some strategies to deal with the pending litigation. I'll ask him to opine at this point.
I was going to say that is the basis for the recommendation, and we think it's a fairly quick and simple fix that could be done to the ordinance in terms of correcting that procedural flaw that exists. And that way we would avoid, at least I believe, any claim of continued unconstitutionality of our ordinance with respect to that particular provision.
Okay. With that, we'll go to Commissioner Uribe.
Thank you, Lisa and Dylan. I actually had a few questions of clarity, if you don't mind. Dylan, this is going to be in particular to you. Outside of that case that clearly we had the courts locally agree and that it was appealed at the state level, do we have any additional pending litigation that is of concern at this time, or was it more driven based on that decision and how that played out when you looked at the state level?
Not that I'm aware of, but I'll defer to the county attorney.
And I don't think there's any additional litigation that involves this particular aspect of the ordinance. I will tell you that from my recollection, this is the first time in 25, if not 30 years, that this section was even utilized by a plaintiff in bringing an action in court. So that just gives you some sense of the breadth of the effectiveness of the ordinance, and in essence, since it hasn't been utilized, and most, I think, complaints are taken directly to the state, or I believe the city of Orlando processes complaints as well.
I want to thank you both for your due diligence and the time you've spent with us. And I have to kind of move forward in the sense of we have to do something now. You know, we definitely don't want to compromise ourselves in the future. And I think that at the least, as Attorney Newton says, this would give us that first layer of protection. What I would like to consider, and I know we discussed this, is consider somebody in our Division of Human Resources having kind of the hat of responsibility if we see this coming up, where we would track if additional inquiries or concerns raised, because I think that the federal and state government actually do a significant, decent job, and we wouldn't want to conflict those rules set in order, which would give us a layer of protection. So the only addition I would ask, and I know we discussed this yesterday, is having maybe an appointed person in HR to see this, because I think it's premature to look at the budget. I think we do need to correct this now, and it seems that we could do it swiftly, but it would be something to kind of keep track of to see if we're seeing an inquiry, we're seeing those concerns rise, you know, within our Human Resources Division, which I assume would be that first layer of where we'd get that entry and that kind of information. But great job, and I agree with staff recommendation and the county attorney's recommendation that we try to move forward on that now so that we can protect ourselves and offer that for our constituents here in Orange County. So thank you for all your work.
Hey, Commissioner, let me just note that the board goes that route. As opposed to human resources, we have another arm, perhaps at professional standards, where we do investigations, so it can be an additional designee, but that would be the area, appropriate area.
All right. Good presentation at this time. We are monitoring it, and certainly once you are in litigation, you have been sued over a certain item, you know, there's been some piercing, if you will, of the ordinance, and I mean, we're on notice, and so because of that, you know, there are others who may probe and try to follow suit if it's not a remedy or an amendment that is made, then it just creates some vulnerability for us. And I do see you, Commissioner Wilson. And so with that, I think that given under the options, I think option 2 is kind of where we are kind of focused. It gives the staff in the county attorney's office some general direction as we move forward. Okay, Commissioner Wilson.
No, I totally agree. I was worried that we were moving on without doing that, and I wanted to make sure that we gave them direction to get that language tweaked and back to us so that we, you know, we had been watching that case for so long, and it's like, okay, now we know what to focus on. So I appreciate it, and seeing that option 2 move forward, I think is, I support.
Yes, and we will be monitoring the various actions in Tallahassee going forward. Okay. All right. Thank you very much for your presentation today. We'll move to the next item on our agenda, and we are joined today by District 5 Secretary from the Florida Department of Transportation, Mr. John Tyler. I've asked him to join us today as a presentation will be made. Commissioners, I've asked our staff to provide you with an update on the Sunshine Corridor project this morning and to include a brief refresher on both Sunrail and Brightline. There's a lot of conversations going on in our community, and I want to make certain that we have the level of transparency as we move forward and continuing our discussions and negotiations centered around all of these issues. County staff as well as Brightline representatives have provided previous updates on these topics, and however, we have included a brief history of how we arrived at this point today, because many of these projects were initiated prior to some members of our board joining the commission, and they now relate to current discussions related to the Sunshine Corridor. Orange County is one of 5 members of the Central Florida Commuter Rail Commission, along with the City of Orlando, Osceola County, Seminole County, and Volusia County, as well as the Florida Department of Transportation. I'm pleased that Mr. Tyler is with us this morning, along with several of our community partners involved in the Sunshine Corridor discussions. FDOT has been the lead agency on the Sunshine Corridor project. You will hear from Secretary Tyler in just a few moments about the position of the state of Florida. I remind you that transportation is truly essential to our growth, and my priority is to ensure our workers have reliable and affordable options to get to and from their jobs. I repeat that. My priority is to ensure that our workers have reliable and affordable options to get to and from their jobs. I also understand that intercity travel is an important part of the economic development for both our businesses and our tourism sectors. So it is important to me that any discussions about rail service from the Orlando International Airport shows a direct benefit to residents of Orange County, particularly ensuring the needs of workers are met. It is important that the board has a full understanding of the current conversations surrounding the Sunshine Corridor and how that relates to Brightline's desire for intercity rail and our desire to expand SunRail service. Further, as you will hear, there are potential funding opportunities at the federal level, and we want to ensure our community is in the best position to compete for transit dollars. That will be one of my priorities as we work with our various community partners, including the City of Orlando, other jurisdictions, the private sector, et cetera. We are not at a point where the Board of County Commissioners will need to make any commitments today. These discussions should continue. There are several studies that must be completed, including a ridership study and the financial impact of expanding SunRail on our existing system. In fact, some of the smaller grants being sought now by FDOT and Brightline are intended to gather necessary information to more clearly identify all the costs associated with the Sunshine Corridor project. That means not just the capital costs, but the operations and maintenance costs with said expansions. I want to commend Secretary Tyler and FDOT for managing this process. To date, they have been good partners in this process. They have worked diligently to coordinate with 6 local governments, and that's no small task to coordinate with 6 local governments, 2 theme parks, and Brightline. My hope is that at the end of the presentation, we can come together as a board to discuss efforts to seek federal infrastructure dollars to benefit the citizens of Orange County and Central Florida. It is my pleasure at this time to welcome Secretary Tyler to the podium, sir, and then we will begin the presentation by the board. Secretary Tyler.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning, members of the board. It's great to be here. Again, my name is John Tyler. I'm the District 5 Secretary for FDOT. I also happen to be the Chief Executive Officer of SunRail, and so I wanted to thank you for your time today to allow me to get up and make a few remarks. You're about to receive a very detailed, comprehensive presentation about SunRail, Sunshine Corridor, Brightline, all things rail related. So really excited to be here today. And Mayor Demings, I would certainly like to echo your remarks. Transportation is vital to the success of this state and to the success of our communities. And I appreciate your leadership and your partnership as we try to fill that need for transportation in our local community. So again, very excited to be here today. I would like to share with you 3 priorities that FDOT has for SunRail. And I shared these at my first Commuter Rail Commission meeting this past summer, and I think it helps set the stage for the discussion that we're going to have today. The first is completing the extension to DeLand. That's completing that original vision for the initial operating segment. We have a contract We've been delayed a little bit due to supply chain issues. So our heavy construction efforts have not yet commenced, but they will be this spring, and we're on track, pun intended, to be able to open revenue service to DeLand by next spring or summer. Our second priority is to complete the successful transition from FDOT to the 5 partners of CFRC. And we have had conversations that have been ongoing for many years, and they're really kicking into high gear now in 2022 and in 2023. And I really want to extend my appreciation and thanks to the Orange County staff, both technical and legal staff, because this is a complicated undertaking of transitioning, this railroad, this rail service over to the local partners. It takes a lot of their time. We're working very well together, and I thank them for their contributions. And then the third priority that we have, as long as I am the CEO for SunRail, is to help facilitate communication and collaboration with those 5 partners of SunRail. When the transition occurs, the department is not going away. We also transition into a new role. But in the current role, I see it as part of my job to try to make sure that all 5 of those partners are working together collaboratively and communicating about where they want to go with the current system and where they want to expand it in the future. So under that third priority, Chairman Dyer, last year's chairman of CFRC, asked the department to take on the role of facilitating a working group for the Sunshine Corridor. And we accepted that role. And we eagerly got underway. But I want to explain a little bit why we did that. And because, the opportunity of expanding intercity rail from Miami to Tampa and the opportunity to expand commuter rail, which was always intended by these communities to expand commuter rail, to be able to do those simultaneously and with the federal funding opportunities that have come about through the new infrastructure bill, why wouldn't we say yes? That is absolutely in line with FDOT's mission and vision for our state and our local communities. So what exactly is our role of facilitating that Sunshine Corridor? Because as the mayor mentioned, it's got a lot of moving parts. It's got a lot of players, local governments, private partners, theme parks, airports. There's a lot of folks there. So being a facilitator first involves providing technical expertise, helping to lay the groundwork and framework for discussions, helping each other identify and communicate their local priorities, because all 5 of those communities are all unique. They each have their own unique concerns. They're very much aligned on where they want to go at the end of the day, but how they get there and the priorities along the way, those need to be understood and respected. And then finally, our role as a facilitator is to build consensus among the 5 partners of SunRail, as well as the private partners that are also going to help make this Sunshine Corridor come about. And that's where the hard work is, okay? It takes time to build consensus, but when you can build it and when you have it, it's extremely powerful. And that's what it's going to take to be able to take advantage of the federal funding opportunities, whether they come from FRA or FTA. It's having a strong local consensus about what we're going to do and how we're going to do it. And so that's been our role at the Department of Transportation, to facilitate that. We have been meeting weekly, trying to build and develop this consensus about how we're going to approach this corridor. So again, thank you for your opportunity to be a part of this and for your contributions to this group, this working group. We're very pleased with the direction that it's headed, and I'm ready to turn it over to Mr. Nastasi for the rest of the presentation. Thank you.
Good morning, Mayor and Commissioners. As noted, this presentation is going to touch on very broadly the SunRail system and also on the Brightline and the Sunshine Corridor, as the Secretary just indicated. So you just heard Secretary's initial remarks, In terms of the outline of the presentation, I'll give you a brief update on Sunrail, some background on Brightline, and then finally talk about the Sunshine Corridor in a little bit more detail. So starting with Sunrail. As you may recall, back in June of 22, the Central Florida Commuter Rail Commission consulted, and your staff provided a brief background on the status of Sunrail, including issues associated with the transition of the system from the Florida Department of Transportation's responsibilities to that of the local funding partners. Of course, the funding partners that you just heard include Orange County, Osceola, Seminole, Volusia, and also the city of Orlando. This slide, again, is something that most of you saw, again, back in July of last year. And again, this is just a brief history. Back in 2007, this board, the Orange County Board, approved the commuter rail a series of interlocal agreements. And then also in 2011, Florida governor approved the Sunrail commuter rail project and charged the Florida Department of Transportation with the responsibility to design the project, permit it, and construct the system. And then also the department was also responsible to pay for the cost of the rail system for 7 years. And that occurred in May of 2014. In the interim, the Central Florida Commuter Rail Commission was to function as an advisory board through this transition process. And the transition of capital and operating costs to local government funding partners is tentatively scheduled to take place in 2024. That date is currently under discussion. There might be a little bit of slippage, but again, that's an issue that will be further explored as we go forward. Just to provide you again with a little bit more background, I'm sure most of you are very familiar with the system. Sunrail consists of a 61-mile commuter rail system that goes across 4 different counties. It has 17 stations, including the DeLand station, as you just heard, that will soon be under construction. It also operates 40 daily trains, Monday through Friday. And in terms of project phasing, of course, there are 3 different phases. First phase from DeBerry to Sand Lake was completed in 2014. Phase 2 from Sand Lake to Ponciana in 2018. And as you just heard the Secretary mention, the Phase 3 will soon be under construction. Again, this is just additional background, and this board had heard some of these issues previously. So just in terms of recent activities, just to bring you up to date a little bit, a draft transition plan, as discussed back in July again, has been drafted, and it's in final review and awaiting the CFCRC's approval on that transition plan. Also discussed back in June of last year, as you may recall, the recommendation of the transition plan entailed the transfer of the administrative functions to LINX, our regional transit agency. Those negotiations and those agreements are underway. Nothing has been finalized. There's actually no agreement that's been actually drafted thus far, but of course that will be upcoming fairly soon. And then in addition to the LINX negotiations, we're also in the process of negotiations with the department, as you just heard, in regards to the transition process, the costs associated with the local funding partners taking over the functions of Sunrail. Again, what's important to note that there's a myriad of agreements that will have to be drafted, and all of those agreements will have to come back to each of the respective boards for their consideration and approval. So now, moving on to Brightline. Again, this is just informational and just to provide you with some background on Brightline. So, as you may know, Brightline is the only privately owned and operated intercity passenger rail in the United States. In May of 2018, it started service from Miami to West Palm Beach. And also, just recently, stations located in Aventura, Fort Lauderdale, and Boca were also opened. In June of 2019, construction started for the connection between South Florida and the Orlando International Airport. That's an investment of $2.7 billion. Service from Miami to the Orlando International Airport is expected to take place sometime in 2023. There is no firm date. And in all probability, there'll be some speed tests that will take place in the next couple of months or so. Again, these are tentative dates. Nothing is completely finalized. And then, of course, that entire section is a length of 170 miles. And then, as you will hear, and I'm sure you've already heard, that Brightline also intends to extend the system all the way from the Orlando International Airport to Tampa. Just to give you, again, some background on the performance of Brightline as it exists. Back in 2018, when it first opened, ridership was close to 600,000 passengers per year. Then in 2019, it increased to 855,000. And then, as you might discern, in 2020 and also bleeding into 2021, the system was completely shut down because of the pandemic. So obviously had a very serious impact on ridership. And then picked back up in 2021 to 159,000, and then you can see a very dramatic increase in 2022, where ridership increased to over 1.2 million riders per year. This is related to a presentation that the Brightline staff did back in June of 22 at this board. And again, it was just a general briefing. As you may recall, the initial preferred alignment that was identified at that time was along State Road 417. Also, they had indicated that based on that alignment, there was no public funding necessary, but there were a series of challenges, one of which was the issue associated with the Hunters Creek community, a lot of opposition from that community on that specific alignment. Also, there was no station that was located in close proximity to the Orange County Convention Center. They had, however, identified a potential station close to Disney Springs. And at the same time, like everything else, they were negotiating with the Florida Department of Transportation, Central Florida Expressway Authority, the airport, OUC, and other agencies, including the CFCRC, regarding the utilization of each respective facilities. In other words, the system was to co-locate, for example, along 417 and so forth. You should note that given some of the challenges that were identified with the original 417 alignment, that sort of engendered the whole discussion associated with the concept of the Sunshine Corridor. So just moving forward then to the Sunshine Corridor. In mid to late 2021, the Right Rail Group, part of the iDrive Chamber of Commerce, had proposed a different alignment that included both intercity and the concept of a commuter rail accommodation along the same corridor. This new alignment included the system operating along Taft Island Road, which of course is a county road, and also onto the beach line. So there's a big shift from the original concept of operating on 417 to the system further to the north along Taft Island and the beach line. As part of this new proposal, Universal Studios, in later discussions, pledged that they would provide 13 acres of land for a station in proximity to the Orange County Convention Center. And as I mentioned, the new alignment included a rail along Taft Island and the Beach Line. In addition to the 13 acres that was pledged by Universal Studios, they also pledged that $13 million in ticket sales would then be utilized for the maintenance of the station and associated track that was identified close to the convention center. Very important, in November of 2021, Mayor Demings wrote a letter to all the parties that were on these various discussions to come together, work together, and come up with a potentially viable solution to accommodate both commuter rail and intercity along a preferred corridor. As a result of this letter, collaboration between Wright Rail, Brightline, Orange County, FDOT, City of Orlando, all of the CFCRC partners reached a general consensus on what the alignment should look like, or at least where it should be located. This new alignment, again, started on the eastern end at the Orlando International Airport, and then proceeded west along the Orlando Utilities rail line, and then onto Taft Island, the Beach Line, and eventually linking onto I-4. The purpose of this map is just to give you a broad look at the entirety of the proposed Sunshine Corridor. Again, starting at the Orlando International Airport, and what is depicted here in yellow essentially would be the co-location of both the commuter rail system and intercity. So essentially, the commuter rail system and Brightline would operate all the way from Orlando International Airport to South International Drive in parallel tracks. And then, of course, then Brightline would then continue on to Tampa. I just want to walk through very quickly each of the legs of the system, starting from the Orlando International Airport. As you know, the airport has made a very substantial investment at the airport, which also includes a 1.3 million square foot terminal space. And that space is built to accommodate a variety of systems. So it's not just Brightline, which already has a space there, but also the automated people mover, and then any potential commuter rail or light rail or other systems. So there's a lot of flexibility in the terminal that is actually constructed and it still has that ability to accommodate all sorts of different systems. And then continuing moving to the west, this is just a picture of the OUC rail, which is owned by the City of Orlando. And then it would continue, again, further to the west, going under Orange Avenue. And what's important here, basically, this would be the intersection at the Y where existing Sunrail currently operates with a potential Sunshine Corridor proceeding to the west. From there, go on to Taft Island Road. One issue here, of course, Taft Island is a county road. One of the challenges going to be the necessity to elevate the entire system above Taft Island Road, because it won't be feasible, at least from our preliminary, or everybody's preliminary assessment of how that rail may operate along Taft Island. And then, of course, system goes to the Beach Line, owned by the Florida Department of Transportation. And from there, as I mentioned earlier, there is a station that has been identified in proximity to Destination Parkway. This is the parcel of land, the 13 acres, that Universal Studios has designated as a potential rail station close to the convention center. And then from there, ultimately, there's another potential station in the vicinity of Disney Springs off of I-4. And again, this would be, everything that I've described would basically be the co-location of both commuter rail and intercity rail. So from this point onwards, I'd like to turn the presentation over to Mr. Brian Stanger with the Florida Department of Transportation to provide you some information in regards to some recent activities regarding the FTA and FRA processes.
Thank you, Renzo. Good morning, Mayor and Commissioners. As Renzo mentioned, my name is Brian Stanger. I currently serve as the Modal Development Administrator here in District 5, FDOT. And so I'm very excited to update you all on some recent activity with the Sunshine Corridor. So first, let's start with, can everyone hear me okay? So first, let's start with the intercity rail side of things with the Federal Railroad Administration. They received a CRISI grant, which is a Consolidated Rail Infrastructure and Safety Improvement grant from USDOT of the sum of $15.8 million last June. And this is to undertake, up to 30% design from I-4 to Tampa, and I think they actually got the limits extended out to the international airport as well. So recently, FRA put out a notice of funding opportunity released of December of last year. It's a grant focused primarily on intercity rail projects. Applications are due April 21st of this year with a potential of $4.5 billion that are available. And we also have a resolution of support, from the CFCRC. So with this FRA grant, FDOT could be the applicant on behalf of Brightline. There's a 20% non-federal share required. And so at this point, we're focused on really the track 1 or 2 of this grant, which really entails some planning, some PD&E, and some early design. And also there will be future funding opportunities with this type of grant as well for final design and construction. Okay, shifting gears to FTA, Federal Transit Administration. So this is the commuter rail part of it. We continue to meet with our local partners in Brightline, discussing grant applications and coordination. This would fall under the New Starts category of FTA because of the cost. And so right now we're discussing things like, corridor ownership, dispatch, headways, impacts to existing Sunrail, just to name a few. A very high-level cost estimate at this time from OIA to South I Drive, we're thinking about $1 billion. We still have our weekly meetings as well as monthly steering committee meetings with all these different stakeholders and partners to discuss the FTA grant opportunities. And the FTA grant is doesn't have a deadline. It's sort of a reoccurring process you apply to. So what are our next steps? We are continuing to work with our local partners to complete the alternatives analysis for the ridership study. We continue discussions on expansion of the Sunshine Corridor here in Central Florida with FTA. And also the sequencing of the project. Does intercity rail come first with a bolt-on of commuter rail later? Does commuter rail come first with intercity later? Or maybe they're both at the same time. So those are discussions that we're continuing to have. So with that estimate, that high-level estimate, kind of a hypothetical scenario of $1 billion, it'd be a 50% federal, a 25% state, and a 25% local match. So also, you could potentially have a private contribution that would reduce the local share, to maybe even half, which would be $125 million. There are no federal funds available for the operation and maintenance of commuter rail. So the New Starts application, we're thinking, would cover the planning level and the PD&E into early design would cost right around $15 million. And again, that's a very high-level cost at this point. So this is a map of what ultimately Sunrail could look like. It has connections from every direction, east, south, west, north. It has let's see, it has multiple connections, to the theme parks. It has to the airport. And we use this as our base model in our ridership study. So next steps in terms of commuter rail with FTA, we would need to proceed into a thing called a TCAR, a Transit Concept and Alternatives Review. This is a state process that sort of allows us to enter the FTA grant process. So what it does, though, it really examines things of cost, benefits, mobility, funding options, environmental considerations. And then so its objective really is to select a recommended alternative, or a mode that provides equitable and cost-effective mobility that benefits the community. And I think Renzo is going to take it from here. Thank you very much.
Mayor, Commissioners, I just wanted to touch on one of recent issues that came up. And of course, that has to do with the Shingle Creek Transit Utility Community Development District, CDD. The application for the CDD was submitted by Universal Studios, and as you may know, this CDD is intended to consist of just over 700 acres of land. Within 300 acres of the CDD, the plan would be to implement a mixed-use development, including rides, attractions, retail, commercial office space, and parking. And germane to the Sunshine Quarter, the CDD also includes land and funding for a transit station and associated platforms. And as you heard earlier in the presentation, this has to do with the pledge that Universal Studios made for the 13 acres of land for the station, and then pledging the $13 million in revenue generated for the maintenance and operations of the station itself. Need to emphasize that the application was recently received. It'll take several months for the staff to go through all of the issues associated with the application. We estimate that it'd be at least 6 months before we come back to this board and present you with our findings. Certainly, there might be some updates prior to the final review of the application. So this item obviously will come back to this board for updates and any additional considerations. So just in closing, I just want to provide you with a summary of everything that you've heard thus far this morning. So in regards to SunRail, as you heard, the transition process is underway. They include negotiations with the Florida Department of Transportation. There will be a series of agreements that will have to be developed and finalized and presented back to each of the respective boards. The CFCRC is also negotiating with Lynx. Again, the recommendation is to have Lynx be the operating agency for SunRail, and again, that will require a series of agreements regarding that aspect of SunRail. You heard a brief update on Brightline. Construction of the segment between South Florida and the Orlando International Airport is over 90% complete in terms of construction, and the plan is for service to start sometime later this year. In regards to the Sunshine Quarter, again, more negotiations regarding the ownership, the maintenance, dispatch issues, co-location. So those are all issues that will have to be worked out between all of the parties, including Brightline, CFCRC, Florida Department of Transportation, the airport, and all other interested parties. We've heard about the FRA application. The due date has been pushed back to April 21st of this year. So the department is considering potentially submitting the application on behalf of, or sponsoring of the Brightline project. In terms of the FTA application, as you just heard, ridership study is currently underway. There are a variety of grants, including New Starts, that we could avail ourselves to in terms of applying for an eventual FTA grant associated with expansion of Sunrail to the west. You've heard Mr. Stanger talk about the TCAR process, which again is an option prior to submitting an actual application to FTA in terms of putting all of the relevant information together so that a complete package could then be submitted to FTA for their consideration. And our intent, of course, at the mayor's direction, is to provide this board with a follow-up update on all of these issues, certainly by this summer. Mayor, Commissioners, that concludes our presentation, and would be happy to answer any questions you may have.
All right. Very comprehensive, kind of high-level overview, but a couple of questions. It was noted that the potential FDOT application to the Federal Railroad Administration for a grant is due April 21st, and $4.5 billion of available funding is available. Of the $4.5 billion that's available, what do we reasonably think? How much do you think we're going to get?
I'm trying to think if I should, thank you for that question, Mayor. I'm trying to think if I should also buy a lottery ticket on my way home today. So it is, this FRA grant opportunity is the first major grant opportunity that came out of the new federal infrastructure bill. We don't believe that it will be the last. There will be others. As we focused on this opportunity over the last year and all of the conversations that we've taken place and delved into all of these technical details that you've heard little snippets about, dispatch, ownership, access, costs, what we've realized is that we are, as a community, all of these partners are very much aligned on where we want to go, but how we get there is still what we're trying to sort out. What's not likely at this point is to be able to go after a significant grant for construction. We're simply not there yet. We haven't been able to, to delve all of those issues and reach consensus amongst all those issues to be able to do that. You've heard that Brightline has already been the recipient of a federal grant for preliminary engineering. That's the CRISI grant. They're still working through that process. And so a next step conceivably could be going after additional funds to further those engineering and NEPA, that's the National Environmental Protection Act, NEPA approval processes to ultimately get us to where we want to go. So that's more in line with the range, if a consensus can be achieved, to submit an application by April 21st. It's likely going to be what's called Track 1 or Track 2, which is preliminary engineering and environmental studies. Probably going to be in the ballpark of $3 to $20 million. That's really what we're potentially considering at this stage. But I don't want that to sound, that we're not making progress. We're making a lot of progress. And ultimately to get to where we want to go, we've got to have that consensus. That's going to be, fundamental to securing the next grant opportunity, and we do believe that there will be others for construction. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, perfect, because I wanted to make certain that as we have these conversations, that we're as transparent as possible. When we float a number out like $4.5 billion, I wanted our public to understand we're not likely going to get $4.5 billion from this application process, and so I needed you to kind of clarify that. Next question I have is, it is estimated that the commuter rail project from the airport west to the I-Drive or the tourist corridor could be a cost of approximately $1 billion. I know when the initial $1 billion estimate came in, some time has passed. A lot of things have happened. Construction costs have gone up. Real estate costs have gone up. Supply chain issues have impacted a number of things. So how confident are we of the $1 billion estimate today? If you had to, kind of on a scale of you from 0 to 100% positive that we're somewhere in the ballpark, how close are we, do you think, on the estimate of that cost? And you know, you're a professional engineer and you're working in this space, so I know it's an estimate. It's a guesstimate that you're going to offer here, but help us out.
Yes. It needs to be updated for sure. Okay. A lot has transpired since that initial number was developed. We've seen at the department, I'm sure you've seen it here in the county, just within the last year and a half, how much construction costs have gone up. So it needs to be updated for that. It needs to be updated based on the development of our conversations amongst the partners. When you get to things like headways, trying to discern and figure out, how many trains you want actually directly impacts how many tracks you need to be able to service that number of trains. That also has a bearing on the cost. So I would say that $1 billion initial estimate was a conceptual estimate, and it needs to be updated. And part of the process of moving forward is getting to that point where we can have a more confident cost of what it's going to take to build the Sunshine Corridor.
All right. Thank you, sir. And, okay. I'm going to go to the ridership. I think that it is very, very critical to our conversations that we know who's going to ride this commuter rail. And so from the T-car study to ridership studies and other things that will need to be done, I believe that it is in the best interest when we talk about if we ultimately are going to utilize some county funding, if this comes to fruition for O&M, our board wants to understand what we're in for, just like the other local partners, just like the state. We want to know what it is that we're in for. And as such, that means that there has to be some transparency for the entire community. My position is that it somehow needs to benefit all of Orange County, not just one area. And if there's a way that because of this connectivity, we take cars off the road to lessen traffic congestion, we're able to more efficiently move our workers around, and a byproduct of that might be even moving the tourists around as well to lessen the traffic congestion. I believe that our community needs to significantly expand mass transit within our community because of the tremendous growth that we have. And so in terms of understanding, who's going to be riding, what's the, Renzo, this may be a question for you, what's the timeline for when we will reasonably have some ridership numbers? You put up that this kind of timeline. I want you to kind of go back over that one more time so everyone understands that in terms of the timing of when we may be asked as a board to make some decisions or financial decisions, that timeline is off a bit But we cannot, in my humble opinion, make that decision until we understand this ridership. So go over that piece one more time.
Thank you for that question, Mayor. So what you're seeing on the screen is actually what is being studied as part of the ridership study. This graphic represents the ultimate rail system that could be in place over time. So if you see that, the Sunshine Corridor has been identified, as well as Brightline. But then in addition to that, Mayor, there are connections to the west, to the east, south, and north. And that is the study that actually Brian is managing. So in terms of the timing, Brian, I'm not sure when that study might be completed, but I can tell you that all of the staff, all the CFCRC staff and partners have been working with the department as these ridership initial assessments come through. So in terms of the final study, Brian, could you address that?
So as we move forward, with our partners, and we go through different scenarios, whether it's direct connection, whether there's transfer stations, all those things kind of are taken into account in the modeling. So at this point in time, I would say we're at least probably 2 months away at best from some sort of initial scenario. We do have the base case, which you see there, but then we start, that's when we start plugging our options. What if there's a transfer station? What if there's not a connection, to the west, or so all those different things we kind of run through to get different scenarios.
So, Mayor, at the end of the day, once we have the results of this study, ridership study, that data will then ultimately be used for a potential application to the Federal Transit Administration. So that's one of the components that we'll have to provide as part of that application, or indeed, it could be embedded into the TCAR study as part of a comprehensive assessment of all the needs that we would identify to implement an eventual expansion of Sunrail to the west. So TCAR, I beg your pardon, this ridership study is really a critical component of that assessment and what needs to be ultimately into the application itself.
All right, thank you very much for, kind of jumping in there. I'm going to open it up for questions or comments by members of the board. At this time, we'll start with Commissioner Bonilla.
Thank you. I have to comment on what you said about the consensus. It was a great quote. Did you just make that up, or was that a quote you read somewhere?
I'm trying to remember what I said, so I
You said
probably did just make it up.
consensus is hard to build, but when you get it, it's
powerful.
It's powerful. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So true. So I have some questions, and we may not have the answers, but I'm hoping that through this work that you perhaps can get the answers. So my first question is, what is the estimated operations cost, and how will that be divided by the parties?
We currently do not have an estimate for the operations cost. That is a significant concern, I would say, of all 5 of the CFRC partners. There's a current agreement for how that is divvied up today, and whether or not that agreement, is a guide for the future remains to be decided upon, and it would be decided upon by those 5 partners of the CFRC.
Okay. And the next question is, what is the travel time expanded system?
Yeah, that's a great question. That's ultimately what is going to be what, helps people make that decision to use a different mode. Unfortunately, I don't think we have those exact numbers, but that is certainly something that we can include as part of our ridership analysis and try to bring some information back on that.
Yeah, I definitely would like to see analysis of different areas of the county and what this would do to the commute for those workers. Okay, my next question is, how many riders will be workers and how many riders will be tourists?
That's another great question, one that we hope to be able to shine some light on with the ridership study. As Mr. Stanger mentioned, we're going to be running some different analyses, different options that'll be able to help us, delineate, how many are workers and how many are tourists.
Right. And also, does anyone know how many cars of tourists do we actually have in Orange County compared to how many cars of Orange County residents on a daily basis?
I don't have that number off the top of my head, but I would think that it's significant. When you think about, 22 million residents of this state, and in 2022, we surpassed 130 million visitors. They didn't all come by train or plane, and even if they came by plane, they used a car once they got here. We'd have to look further into some of those details, but I would think that the number of vehicles that are being used by visitors is significant.
Yeah, I know it's a question I've asked before, but I don't know if I really ever got an answer to that, but it would help us understand how many cars would get off of our roads and probably use the system if we knew these numbers. And also, will the Sunshine Corridor ever expand east? Because, it looks like it's, we've got some spokes coming to the west, south, north, east, northwest, southwest. But I see maybe there's an opportunity on that 528 where the Bright Line is going east, that there could be a Sunshine expansion that way if they would share that rail, I guess, with the commuter rail.
Well, that is, an option that we will be modeling as part of the ridership study. As far as the development of that corridor and that extension, currently we've been focusing on expansion to the west and to Tampa, but that doesn't preclude us from looking at expansion to the east at a point in time that those partners are ready to start exploring that.
Okay, and when you say partners, we don't have any theme parks in the east to be partners. We just have workers who work at the theme parks on the east side, but,
Yes.
The tourists aren't, coming from the east side.
Understood. Well, the part.
UCF, we have, I'm just thinking about UCF, it's more, because the 528 is so south that it wouldn't be easily accessible even to people going to UCF. And that would be my last question too, is I'm seeing a lot of this here, and I see Lynx as a partner, but how are we going to use the Lynx bus system in order to help get people to these stations and to the trains?
So even when Sunrail first became operational, it forced an evolution of our transit partners, not only Lynx, but also VoTran up in Volusia County, to be able to take advantage of that new mode and new choice for our residents. I would expect that Lynx, and it's very much their mission, to provide transit services and make those connections between both, where people live, where they're wanting to go, where they work, and how they can continue their journey. So, as the system expands, I would expect that our transit service providers would also expand.
Okay, and I know that one of the biggest complaints with the Sunrail is the timing with Lynx and trying to get that connection between the buses and the Sunrail. Has that been figured out yet?
Well, the current Sunrail service is based on the budgets that have been approved, and the transit providers, the bus providers, Lynx and VoTran, they try to align to when the train is going to be there, so that they can make those connections, whether you're getting on or getting off. So as far as expanding that service of Sunrail, that would be a decision that would ultimately be made by the parties that contributed to the funding of that operations and maintenance.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Well, and along those same lines, a part of our comprehensive transportation plan that was associated with the 1% of the penny sales tax was bus rapid transit, to have dedicated lanes running east and west and north and south, even in some of our major corridors. Those that connectivity remains, I think, ultimate goal. The question at this point has been, how do we fund it? And there will be opportunities for us, I think, for the federal infrastructure grants to apply for some funds through links and through other means. We'll have to break the $21 billion plus need that we had identified with our professional staff and other partners that we'll have to break it up into smaller pieces, over time, and that may not be the most efficient way to do it. So this is why this conversation that we're having today is part of a much larger, broader conversation about how we move people around in our community for decades to come. So it is a complex issue. With that, we're going to move to Commissioner Moore.
Good morning, Secretary Tyler. This is an exciting project, and there's a lot of details that we don't have yet. So it's a little concerning, but I don't want us to get away from the fact that we could have some significant federal dollars. So I'm going to piggyback on Mayor Deming's question about what we could potentially receive from the federal government. Can anybody speak to the additional deadlines or applications that we could keep adding to? Because obviously, we would like to get towards that $1 billion from the federal government, but because we're not ready, we have to have these difficult conversations. Or anybody who can help us understand if there will be multiple opportunities to apply from the federal government for grants.
Thank you, Commissioner. Obviously there's a grant opportunity before us, and that deadline is in April. As I've mentioned, I don't think that enough consensus has been built, enough details have been resolved to be able to go after a significant construction investment at this time. But we do think that there will be other opportunities. But as to when and how much those other opportunities are going to be, that still remains to be seen. That's something that will eventually start emerging from the FRA as how they're going to continue, distributing the funds that were allocated as part of the federal infrastructure bill, which did have as a key priority of it expanding intercity rail, which is the source of the FRA funding. The FTA funds is more of a revolving process. It's kind of always open. And really, it depends on when the communities get ready. And so the completion of the ridership study and being able to move from the ridership study to the TCAR process, creates a time frame that I can't tell you today specifically what that is, but it creates the time frame for when we could potentially go after an application for FTA funds. So unfortunately, Commissioner, I don't have a lot of specifics on what is the next opportunity and how much it's going to be. But we do believe that they will be there, and that those opportunities will continue to be significant opportunities.
Well, that's good to hear. So it really sounds like it comes down to all of the partners getting together, and these are incredibly difficult conversations for us because the citizens want to know if we end up with participation, whether it's capital. It sounds like would have to be in on capital and operating, that we are taking care of our workers, our citizens, and taxpayers. And so everything has to be transparent. So I applaud you for being visionary. You're stepping out when we really don't know everything. This is a very difficult process, but what I know from grants is if we can come together, work out these details, and get ourselves in a position, many times those grant dollars will come. It's taking the leap and keeping the process moving forward. And my final comment will be, I think we absolutely have to, for the sake of our voters, our citizens, we have to always assure them that this is not just about the tourists, but this is about them as well. And if we can do that and have specifics on that, then I think we can have more public support. And so thank you all for being here today.
Yeah, I think Commissioner Moore, because I serve on most of all of these transportation boards and leadership roles, and several of them, What I can tell you is that from my perspective, with the local partners, the general consensus is at this point, let us move forward with applying to grants to help us fill the void of where we don't have clear data or information on the financial impacts, the ridership, et cetera. Let us move forward to get to the point where we all are more comfortable about what ultimately the financial obligation is to each partner. So that's the general consensus. Let's keep moving forward and do what we can without making that final commitment to say, yes, we're all in, because at this point we don't know the financial impact on our respective local bodies. One of the questions may be, and Secretary Tyler, since he represents the state, is how much money will the state put in? We've talked about the federal government, but I think solving this issue, or at least getting further down the road with solving the transportation challenges here within Central Florida, is very pivotal to moving people throughout the state of Florida as well, because of the I-4 corridor and the central population that it serves, and with the 100+ million tourists who came to the state of Florida, we know a significant number of them come to Central Florida, and they're on the roadways here within our respective areas. And so we don't know, Secretary Tyler, will the state conceptually also be a partner, a financial partner in this process? So it begs that question, right? And let's see how he answers this one.
Well, I will say that we're already a financial partner in the Sunshine Corridor. The work that we have been undertaking with the ridership study and facilitating the working group, I mean, that's an investment. That's an investment of time, as well as funds for the consultant resources that we're employing to help support that. And why would we do that? Because the idea behind the Sunshine Corridor, expanding intercity rail and expanding commuter rail, in one fell swoop, I mean, that's a game changer for Central Florida. It's a game changer for the state of Florida. It's a game changer for FDOT. It's very much in line with our mission. How much more are we going to invest over time? I really need to buy a lottery ticket if I knew the answer to that question. But we're still here, and Mayor Demings, as you mentioned, those other transportation boards. One of those includes Metroplan Orlando, which is the body that identifies the transportation priorities for Central Florida. And so it's going to be an important process, for that body to also identify where does Sunshine Corridor fall in relation to the other unfunded transportation priorities in the greater Orlando area and these counties that we're talking about. But I mean, the Department of Transportation is always going to be here to help the local communities advance their transportation priorities.
Yeah, last whole year we had 59+ million tourists that came right here to our jurisdiction here in another couple of months. Perhaps we'll have the numbers for 2022, and I'm certain, I see Maria Triscari and others out there in the audience, I know we're going to probably be above 60 million tourists who would have come right here to Orange County during that period of time, and how many of them on our roadways, et cetera, need to move around. That's all part of I think the dynamic that we're talking about. So, Commissioner Uribe.
Secretary Tyler, it's a pleasure to have you here in our chambers today, and I also want to echo that to Secretary Perdue for all of your help, access, and information in supporting this. So, thank you for that. I'm excited that the mayor brought this forward so we could all, as a legislative body, really understand where we at the levels, and And I believe finding out what options we have from the federal government is great. I'm sure you see this, but consistently, we're seeing at a USDOT support for public transit across the country. There is definitely an interest in helping connect inner city folks to get to work, to get home, to be resourceful. And it's nice to see that trend at the federal level happening. And when we're discussing the airport and the first, we'll call it the first leg of the Sunshine Corridor, because apparently, a lot of people here see that. But in addition to the 100,000 workers between the Orlando International Airport and our iDrive corridor, one of the things we consistently hear from Kevin Tebow is, and anybody who works at the airport, is that we don't have enough parking at the airport. We're hearing now that you need to come an hour and a half early to find parking because there is limitations. And as we look to even expand the airport and increase airlines, that's going to become more and more of an issue. So when you look at the ability for employees to have a way to get to work and that not be a deterrence, and also local individuals who are traveling out, to know that there's an option to catch the train and go in because there's going to have that connectivity to come out. I think it's phenomenal, and it really, sets an amazing opportunity for us in Central Florida. But when I go back to the USDOT and what we're seeing, I personally think inner cities should take the lead because this is our home. These connections that we're seeing are phenomenal, and the potential of what could come in the future really should be focused, in my opinion, on our local running, not necessarily a private commuter, because I think it allows us more opportunities to get federal funding throughout the years and as it grows. But as a legislative body, it's amazing for us to be able to talk about this. It's great to have the support of the staff to present us with all the updates, and I think it's great for us to continue to pursue to eventually make that decision as a body. This is wonderful. This is wonderful information, and really the fact that we're not just saying, okay, we didn't get the penny tax, we're stopping. We're actually looking at opportunities to increase and combine with our links and that connection and the ability for links to help oversee could eventually put us in a strong financial capacity for FDOT. So this is fantastic, and I look forward to hearing more. One of the things, I know we're looking at ridership and so forth. Is there a deadline? I know that I heard a comment of 2 months before we may get that data. Is there a deadline on that specific grant before, are we going to be able to make that deadline to even see if we'd qualify or if we'd consider co-applying as a county?
It's not likely that we'll have the ridership study completed before the April 21st deadline for the FRA grant opportunity. So and we don't think it's necessary either. Because that FRA grant opportunity is primarily focused on inner city. And we already have some ridership data through our private partners on what that ridership data might look like for an inner city system. This ridership study is focusing on the expansion of commuter rail with inner city rail, without inner city rail, also as a potential option. So it would be nice to have, but it's not necessary for that application in April. But again, I don't think that we'll have a completed ridership study by that point in time anyway, or we're working towards that goal. But going back to consensus, what are we going to study? There's a lot of discussions that we're having about the transfer station, headways, stops, direct connect shuttles, and those things have to consensus is powerful. It takes time to get there, but once you have it, you know what you got. So it's I don't want to be able to put a deadline on forcing that process to a conclusion, but it will be this spring.
Okay. Well, I think those are great additives to this, and as we continue to look at this as an idea, it's great that you're striving for that consensus, and hopefully we'll be a partner, and everyone else will be a partner to this, including our surrounding counties that are part of this region. So I think it's great. Thank you for all your help to our region as a whole and all the exciting things that are happening in Central Florida. So I think we're on a great road forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Wilson.
Thank you so much. My colleagues did such a great job that a lot of my questions, I'm like, okay. And actually, I really just want to thank you for being here today and to our staff that helped gather the information for us. It is very complex and it was extremely helpful. This type of engagement is how partnerships and consensus happen. And, you know, to kind of piggyback on some of the questions Commissioner Bonilla had and Commissioner Moore had, what we really want to do is to be able to take back to our districts and our citizens how these efforts will benefit them. How when we talk about public-private partnerships, that it's not necessarily to benefit the private, it's also to benefit the public. And so getting that information, even incrementally, is extraordinarily helpful. And so when those studies come, we really look forward to being able to, you know, parse that out and say, look, we know that this many, from the modeling, this many people live here and will be working here, and that's how we can show our residents that as we move forward with the partnerships that it really makes sense. So even though it seems, you know, detail-y and nitpicky, it's very, very helpful in our communications with residents about where their representatives are working for them. I think my question, kind of rewinding to the I think, perception that DOT is, you know, light switch transitioning Sunrail over. If you could explain a little bit, or if someone could explain a little bit about the transition of Sunrail and the operations and how that interplays with the construction, because it's not done in the portion that I believe was supposed to be done by that transition.
Absolutely. A hard date for transition, you know, still remains to be negotiated amongst the 5 partners and FDOT. And a couple of you know, fundamental philosophies are kind of guiding that. One is, let's build everything that we said we were going to build originally, including the extension to DeLand. And then once that's built, you know, when would be an appropriate time to transition? You know, is it, you know, day one when we fire up the train and run it to DeLand, or is it after we've, you know, worked the kinks out? So we're negotiating those elements. The fundamental thing that I see about transition, quite frankly, is the funding of the operations and maintenance. You know, the state of Florida FDOT has paid for the operation and maintenance since we opened in 2014. And so the fundamental change is really the transitioning of that funding to the 5 partners of the CFRC. DOT is still going to be involved. We're still going to be, you know, here helping to guide the expansion of the system and where it's going to go. We'll still have other roles involved with the day-to-day operations and oversight of the corridor, the easements and the encroachments and things of that nature. So, you know, we're not going away by any stretch of the imagination. Hopefully the public won't see, you know, a flip of the switch or anything like that, or even a flicker of the lights. It should just be a seamless process from their perspective. But the you know, the operation and maintenance funding will transition from the state of Florida to the 5 partners of CFRC.
Great, and I think hearing that is exactly the answer people want to hear, that this is, you know, continued collaboration. And then my final question was actually about, and this is probably for Renzo, the CDD and what necessitates the CDD in this conversation, because it sounds like Brightline partnering or being sponsored by the state, that's an avenue, and it sounds like this is an avenue. But I just illuminate a little bit about what necessitates the CDD.
So again, prefacing that there will be further discussions specifically on the CDD. But the idea goes back to the pledge that Universal Studios made over a year ago to provide land for a station and also at least some funding for the maintenance of the station and potentially for the maintenance of Associated Rail. So that concept now has been somewhat embedded into the CDD application. So essentially, I don't want to get too far or guess, But again, the intent of the CDD is to, again, through that process, generate revenue, sufficient revenue, to not only maintain the station, the cost of the land, and then in addition to that, you heard that the CDD involves much more than just the station. It's a whole development that's being contemplated. So again, not to get too far ahead of the game, that's my understanding, and as we go through the review of the application, obviously our legal staff will be intimately involved in that process along with our staff. Once we get a better handle and understanding of all the complexities and issues associated with the CDD, we'll come back to the board with an update.
Great, thank you so much. I look forward to it.
Commissioner Gomez-Cordero.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation today. I mean, it was very informative, even though we don't have all the details, but it was good. And I was just doing the same thing, like crossing, okay, question, answer, question, answer. But I have simple questions, very simple. One is, when will be the timeline, or when will we know or have some idea of this operation, going through? Like, how many years we gonna see this all working? If that's the case, I mean, if it's approved and the money and everything. 10 years, 15? Thank you.
Thank you for that question, Commissioner. It does remain to be seen exactly how long this will take. We do believe that there will be other funding opportunities for construction funds next year. It remains to be seen if this project, our project, is going to be competitive with the other projects that are also going to be part of that process. So it's very hard to predict that we would be the beneficiary of all of the construction funds that would be needed to be able to move into construction. And then once we get to that point, the time frame for construction for a multi-billion-dollar project, and so we have talked about a ballpark number of $1 billion for the commuter rail expansion to the convention center, but it's the entire project is many billions, and that takes several years to construct. So unfortunately, we are not in a position to be able to predict with any degree of accuracy how far away it is before the workers in this community can be enjoying the Sunshine Corridor as a new mode, a new choice for transportation.
Okay, so saying that, we right now have the Sunrail, right? That runs different ways. So in the meantime, this would be a good, asset for our residents that have to run from one place to another. Is there a study, or I think this would be Renzo, I don't know, a study, or it will be a study of our hours of operation with the Sunrail? Just because I have received a lot of phone calls of people requesting those, hours of operation to be increased. Is there anything that we will think about the Sunrail?
In regards to extending the current hours of operation for the current Sunrail service?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I've heard those same comments and requests to expand to nights and weekends. At this point in time, the state of Florida does not have a plan to expand those hours of service. Certainly, that's a prerogative of the CFRC. When it feels that the time is right for doing that, the costs would certainly increase, and those costs would be shared by the 5 partners of CFRC.
Okay, so thank you. So my other question, because of that same thing, because we don't know of hours of operation and if it's going to be anytime soon, we need links, right? Because I'm in the east, and my constituents go to the west to work or whatever. So, is there a plan for links to, be able to, and I think this is Renzo again, or I don't know, whoever, to increase, I don't know, more routes or so between east and west? Because this is exactly what Commissioner Bonilla also brought up with our side in Bithlo and so, but 528 is so far to the south. Do we have any idea if that's going to,
So, Commissioner, in part, that was part of the transportation sales tax, not to bring that up.
Exactly,
And
but-
it's a funding, it is purely a factor of funding. As you know, Links relies on its local partners. It's what we contribute. As the saying goes, they will provide as much service as local partners will fund. And so that becomes the key axis. They have plans. They are, yes, they are plans that certainly show as part of the transportation sales tax. You saw that system the mayors make reference to the BRTs, as well as that plan included substantially increasing the number of buses, which got to the issue of headway, additional routes, expanding service. And so there is a plan, there was a price tag associated with that.
But that's why I wanted to bring this up, because since we didn't went through with the sales tax, I wanted to know, because that was part of it. That's one of the things that we wanted to do. So thank you for saying that, but still, we have a plan, right?
Yes,
for
that plan is still valid.
Still
It can always
have to
be
look for
updated,
the-
but certainly
for the money.
there's
Got
a
it.
plan.
Okay, got it. And then going back to what you said also, and what the mayor brought, do we have enough local partners that are going to, chip into this big, humongous project?
For Links or for?
For everything, because everything is like connected. It's all the transportation system that we need to,
That's what the discussion is about in terms of the partnerships.
So we want true public-private partnerships, and the fact that we have some private partners who are willing to invest, Universal being one of them. But I want you to think about Brightline. Brightline is a private partner who is focused on intercity connectivity. They want to connect from Miami to Orlando and to Tampa and then beyond. And so what we're simply trying to do is piggyback on the investment that this private investor group is making with Intercity Rail to see if there's an opportunity for us to piggyback on what they're doing to meet some of the unmet needs of our community with commuter rail. Okay, so that's kind of what is happening here. We're going to, in terms of Links, Links is certainly very interested in expanding its service, and as the county administrator indicated, there's a cost to that. But I will tell all of you that in looking at the different transportation systems around the world, around the country, even here within the state of Florida, none of them get the majority of their revenue from ridership. Ridership is always a very minimal portion of what it takes to operate any of these. Probably 10% or less of the revenues needed come from ridership. So whenever you talk about expanding, increasing ridership, what you're also talking about is increasing some other revenue generating source to provide that connectivity that the riders will need. And typically that comes from some public sector investment. It could be federal, state, local funds, but we then infuse the private funding into the model as well. And that's what complicates any of these conversations. So in order to expand the hours of operation for Sunrail, for the convenience of the riders, just understand that in terms of what the fare box will bring in, that's what the individual will put in to actually access that ridership is going to be a minimum part of the overall cost. When we talk about taxpayers, the taxpayers are paying money in various ways through ad valorem taxes, through income taxes, and other taxes and fees that are paid. And so we're pulling from all of those funding methodologies money in to make this work. I dare say that the residents of Central Florida pay significant income tax dollars and what have you. And what we're trying to do is, when we apply for federal funding, what we're trying to do is get back a substantial portion of the dollars that are generated, derived from the residents who live here, back into our community. So in some ways, our residents are paying, but you have to look at all of those different dynamics of the funding models to understand how that is all going to work together. And so this is where we rely on staff, we rely on consultants to help us better understand it, and pleading our case to the federal government to invest in this. We have to be able to articulate what that is going to do to improve our roadways and traffic congestion, who's going to be riding it, how will that increase the ridership for our residents who are living here and or the other visitors who come here, and they want to understand all of those dynamics, and that's what we're attempting to do. And we're relying on these bright minds and the consensus and the collaborative that we have as a community. And as you've heard, this conversation isn't just about Orange County. It's a regional dynamic here, because all of those other counties get pulled into the vortex of what we're trying to do, and they want to understand what the cost is going to be to their counties, and if they're trying to understand the cost-benefit relationship in terms of making their public policy decisions. And that's what we're trying to do. That's why we're having these meetings in the sunshine and having those conversations, cost versus benefit to our residents. That's what we get entrusted to make decisions on our residents' behalf. So we can't accomplish what we want to without making certain that we can articulate that to our residents. Commissioner.
Thank you.
Commissioner Scott.
Good morning, gentlemen. Thank you for your time and your presentations. So my first question is, with this map here, has there, and I believe there have been conversations, has there been maybe more significant conversations about the east to west expansion with regard to rail at all? Or is there a map that exists that kind of articulates potential routes or stops from east to west?
That was part, Commissioner Scott, it was part of our sales tax initiative. We had a detailed plan, nearly 1,200 pages worth of documents. And in that plan, we had contemplated additional connectivity for commuter rail and for the bus rapid transit and a number of things within our community. We still have those documents. I think the conversation right now with Secretary Title and FDOT and the state is more centered on what's immediately before us. The Sunshine Corridor is part of what they're kind of focusing on. The other is more of a global function and desire for us to increase connectivity throughout the entire county.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I was going to get to that. I get the gist of the conversation. Can you articulate some of the advantages or disadvantages to the April deadline? Like, what are the benefits to us as a board in making sure that we do submit an application on that April 21st deadline, or what could be the disadvantages?
The disadvantage that I see is if we're not ready as a community of partners, to be fully aligned about not only what we want to achieve with this Sunshine Corridor, but how. Intercity first, commuter rail bolt-on, commuter rail first, intercity bolt-on, headways of service, ownership, access, connection points. If we're not aligned, if we don't have that consensus, it will be evident, and we won't be competitive with the other projects that are also going after these same funds.
But if I understand you correctly, you did stipulate that we don't need the ridership study to be complete to submit an application. Is that correct?
That's the ridership study that's going to primarily look at all of these different commuter rail expansion opportunities in conjunction with Sunshine Corridor, in conjunction with an intercity rail connection. But the FRA, the application for April 21st is an FRA application for intercity rail funds. So it would be, if that application was made, if that grant was awarded, it would be for the intercity portions of the Sunshine Corridor. Does that make sense?
For which we don't have all the bells and whistles, or for lack of a better word, together, that we're still working in terms of consensus and other studies and things like that, which, am I understanding you correctly?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm the new guy here, and I try not to look at things in terms of right or wrong, just different, right? And when I think about, where we are as a community and where we are as a society, a global society, somebody has to be first. We just had the presentation on human relations, and we articulated what different cities and counties do. But it's okay to be first. I just want to say that it's okay to be first. It is okay to take risk. When I look at, county government from a perspective of someone who's lived here, as a county commissioner and as a former employee, I know that the county is sometimes more risk averse, and that's okay. I know that sometimes we want to think tank things and check and see what everybody else is doing, but it is okay to be first. It's okay to be visionaries, because as we know, sometimes people were first, and it's like, oh, you're crazy, until years later they weren't so crazy. And so as we grow in this process and we continue these conversations, I want us to know that it's okay to be first. It's okay to step out on a limb and take a little bit of a risk, also knowing that we have to make sure we're good stewards of the public dollar and, not open ourselves up to liability and lawsuits. As it relates to our community partners who are present today, specifically those in private industry, one, thank you for your willingness to be able to invest dollars, times, and resource in helping us get to the collective goal. But also, I would ask and I would challenge you to look for other private partners to say, hey, listen, this is what we're doing, and this is why you should get on board. Because while we may be the driving factor, we may be, one of the collective bodies of local government to push this conversation for us and get us to the finish line. We need, more partners, more private partners to invest in this. When I think of, me being 40 years old, but, 15 years old, catching Link 37 from my home to Winn-Dixie, and then, when you're 16, you can work a little bit more in Florida. So riding that same link to Universal, all because of, investments that people made long before I was born. And some of those investments were people being first. And so as you have these conversations, to anyone that's listening, just know it's okay to be first. Look at how we can find the yes as opposed to the no. Look at how we can, for lack of a better word, speed up the process, because I think we can all agree that we need this. It's just kind of making that case. But, there are going to be some opportunities here in the future. I think we're faced with one now where we can be first and we can, take a risk. Because even in those risks, we learn a lesson. Even in being uncomfortable, we learn a lesson and experiences that help us, be better leaders and a better community. So I just want to share that it's okay to be first. It's okay to take a little bit more risk as we continue to have these conversations, as we continue to move forward and giving more options for us to get around to and from work and, to and from a good time or a movie night. So. Gentlemen, thank you very, very much for your time and your presentation. I appreciate the work that you've done before I've gotten here and the work that you've done today and what will come. But just, I just want to say that it's okay to be first. It's okay to be different. It's okay to not check to see what this other organization is doing. Someone has to take that first step, and I think we're well positioned and should be, one of the local governments that take that first step. So thank you, and thank you, Mayor.
All right. Well, gentlemen, thank you, Mr. Secretary, for your presence today. Look forward to continuing to work with the state, with FDOT on these various initiatives, and working with our very, very capable staff. More to follow with our board. You'll have additional updates as we go forward. With that, that concludes the morning portion of our meeting. We are scheduled to reconvene this afternoon at 2 p.m. And until that point, we will go into recess until 2 p.m. Thank you to those of you in the audience who also joined us. All right, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to the February 21st, 2023 Orange County Board of County Commission meeting. We're now in the afternoon session, and so we'll begin with various agenda items. And so we'll start with Mr. Ted Kozak, our Chief Planner from the Zoning Division, to present the Board of Zoning Adjustment recommendations. And Mr. Kozak, you're recognized.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners. On February 2nd, the Board of Zoning Adjustment heard 14 cases. 7 cases were recommended for approval. 1 case was recommended for denial, and 6 cases were continued. The BZA appeal deadline was Friday, February 17th. No appeals were received. We request the BCC accept the BZA recommended action and findings.
Okay, given that, do we have a motion for approval?
So moved, Uribe.
Second, Gomez.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. All right, the motion passes and it is unanimous. All right, we'll move to the next item on our agenda for this afternoon. And this is an item regarding a municipal service benefit unit. We're going to open the public hearing on this item and ask Ms. Ann Dawkins, the MSTU supervisor from Special Assessments within the Controller's Office, to come forward. Ms. Dawkins, you are recognized at this time.
A1. Good afternoon, Mayor Demings, County Commissioners. Today's public hearing is to request the approval of the Notice of Intent Resolution. This resolution is to declare the board's intent to use the uniform ad valorem method of collection of non-ad valorem assessments for properties listed in Exhibit A and in Exhibit B of the resolution. This public hearing is only a formality to reserve the board's prerogative to place MSBU assessments, if any, on the November 2023 real estate tax bills. These assessments would be imposed at a second hearing held prior to June 1st, 2023, to establish and/or amend the proposed MSBU assessments. If this notice of intent resolution is approved today, it will be effective immediately.
All right, with that, are there any questions for Ms. Dawkins? If not, since there's no applicant on this, we'll ask, are there members of the public present who wish to be heard on this item?
There are no speakers for this item, Mayor.
All right, then we'll close the public hearing at this time. Is there a motion for approval?
So moved, Moore.
Second, Uribe?
All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passes, and it is unanimous. All right, we'll move to the next item on our agenda this afternoon, and this, as item B2, we'll open the public hearing on this item. And Mr. Conkle, you're going to frame this item from Public Works.
Thank you, Mayor. Public hearing B2 is the 10 Acres International Orlando PD. The subject property is located east of Interstate 4 and northwest of South International Drive. The site is currently entitled for a hotel project. The request is to amend a previously approved condition of approval to change the timing for obtaining concurrency from prior to plat approval to prior to issuance of initial certificate of occupancy. The property is designated Activity Center Mixed Use on the future land use map and is zoned planned development as the 10 Acres International Orlando PD, as shown on the screen. The aerial shows the surrounding area developed with tourist commercial uses. And then here we have the PD land use plan. The recommended action is to make a finding of consistency with the comprehensive plan and approve the 10-acre International Orlando Plan Development Land Use Plan, subject to the conditions listed under the DRC recommendation in the staff report. Mayor and Commissioners have been briefed on this request. This case is in District 1, and staff is available for questions. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, thank you, Mr. Conkle. Is the applicant on this item present? If so, he's coming forward.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. This is Robert Pemesh with PE Group, 1308 Briarcliff Drive. We concur with staff. If there's any questions, myself or Mr. Beckett with the law firm of Lowndes will be here to answer questions. Thank you.
All right, stand by then, Mr. Pamish. Are there members of the public present who wish to be heard on this item?
There are no speakers for this item, Mayor.
Okay. Then we'll close the public hearing at this time. We'll go to the District Commissioner. Commissioner Wilson, would you like to offer a motion?
Yes, I'll move for the requested action, subject to the conditions.
Second, Gomez?
Motion and a second by Commissioner Gomez Cordero. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passes, and it is unanimous. All right, we'll move to the next item on our agenda, which is item B3. We'll open the public hearing on this item, and Mr. Conkle will ask you to frame this item as well.
Thank you, Mayor. Public hearing B3 is the 10 Acres International Orlando Preliminary Subdivision Plan. The subject property is located east of I-4 and northwest of South International Drive. The request, again, is to amend the previously approved condition of approval to change the timing for obtaining concurrency from prior to plat to prior to issuance of the initial certificate of occupancy. The property is designated Activity Center Mixed Use on the future land use map, as shown, and is zoned planned development as the 10-acre International Orlando PD. And the aerial shows the surrounding area developed with some commercial uses, tourist commercial uses. And here we have the subdivision plan. A recommended action is to make a finding of consistency with the comprehensive plan and approve the 10 Acres International Orlando Preliminary Subdivision Plan, subject to the conditions listed under the DRC recommendation in the staff report. Mayor and Commissioners have been briefed on this request. This case is in District 1, and staff is available for questions. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, thank you. We'll go to the applicant, Mr. Pamish. You're the applicant on this one as well. If you have any comments, please come forward.
Good afternoon, Robert Pemesh. Thank you. Again, this is the same condition as the prior case that was added to the land use plan and the PSP, and they both get changed at the same time. We concur with the findings. Thank you for your consideration.
All right, thank you, sir. Stand by. Are there any members of the public present who wish to be heard on this item?
We have no speakers for this item, Mayor.
All right, then we'll close the public hearing on this item. We'll go to the District Commissioner. Commissioner Wilson, would you like to offer a motion?
Yes, move the requested action.
Second, Uribe.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The motion passes, and it is unanimous. All right, we'll move forward then to the next item on our agenda, item B4. We'll open the public hearing on this item, and Mr. Conkle, you're recognized.
All right, thank you, Mayor. Public hearing B4 is the Lake Sheen Sound PSP, Preliminary Subdivision Plan, located on the east side of Winter Garden Vineland Road, the west side of Lake Sheen. The request is to amend the previously approved PSP to remove one lot, add an open space track, and add a note related to the expected finished grades and add retaining walls. The property is designated low-density residential on the future land use map and is zoned R1A, single-family dwelling district. The aerial shows the surrounding area developed with single-family residential uses north and south and across the street. Here we have the PSP preliminary subdivision plan. The recommended action is to make a finding of consistency with the comprehensive plan and approve the Lake Sheen Sound preliminary subdivision plan, subject to the conditions listed under the DRC recommendation in the staff report. Mayor and Commissioners have been briefed on this request. This case is in District 1, and staff is available for questions. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, thank you. If the applicant or representative is present on this item, please come forward.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Jonathan Hewells with the Lowndes Law Firm, 215 North Eola Drive, Orlando, 32801. And we're here to concur with staff's recommendation. Happy to answer any questions. Also have William Zay with Madden, Moorhead, and Stokes, our project engineer, in attendance in case there's any questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Jules. If you'll stand by, are there any members of the public present who wish to be heard on this item?
I have no speaker cards for this item, Mayor.
All right, then we'll close the public hearing, and Commissioner Wilson, we'll go to you once again for a potential motion.
Okay, and this is to remove a lot. I'm sorry, hang on a second.
B4.
Yeah, add an open space. Okay, I would like to make a motion for approval.
Second, Moore.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passes, and it is unanimous. All right, we'll move to the next item, item B5. We'll open the public hearing on this item. Mr. Conkle, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mayor. Public hearing B5 is the Lake Bryan Condos PD, located east of State Road 535, north of World Center Drive, and south of I-4. The request is to convert previously approved hotel rooms to 558 multifamily units and 23,530 square feet of retail commercial uses for a mixed-use development. There is also one waiver to increase the maximum height to 136 feet. The property is designated Activity Center Mixed Use on the future land use map and is zoned PD. The aerial shows the surrounding area developed with tourist commercial uses. And this is the PD land use plan. The recommended action is to make a finding of consistency with the comprehensive plan and approve the Lake Bryan Condos Plan Development Land Use Plan, subject to the conditions listed under the DRC recommendation in the staff report. Mayor and Commissioners have been briefed on this request. This case is in District 1, and staff is available for questions. Thank you.
All right, if the applicant or representative of the applicant can come forward.
Good afternoon, Erica Hughes with VHB, 225 East Robinson, Orlando, Florida, 32801. We want to thank staff for working with us to get here. We agree with their recommendation, and we are available to answer any questions. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Hughes, if you'll stand by, are there any members of the public present who wish to be heard on this item?
I have no speaker cards for this item, Mayor.
Okay, then we'll close the public hearing on this item. We'll go to the District Commissioner, Commissioner Wilson.
Make a motion for approval.
Second, Uribe.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passes, and it is unanimous. We'll move to the next item on our agenda. This is item B6. We'll open the public hearing on this item, and Mr. Conkle, you will frame this item.
Right. Thank you, Mayor. Public hearing B6 is the Buena Vista K PD, located east of South Apopka Vineland Road and north of Lake Street. The request is to increase the development program from 14 to 24 short-term rental units. The property is designated Activity Center Mixed Use on the future land use map, as shown, and is zoned PD. The aerial shows the surrounding area developed with single-family, multifamily, and commercial uses, single-family to the east and commercial to the south. Here we have the PD land use plan. The recommended action is to make a finding of consistency with the comprehensive plan and approve the Buena Vista K plan development land use plan, subject to the conditions listed under the DRC recommendation in the staff report. Mayor and Commissioners have been briefed on this request. This case is in District 1 and staff is available for questions. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, thank you, sir. If the applicant or representative is present and would like to speak, please come forward.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor.
Afternoon.
Board. My name's Russell Maynard, Central Florida Engineering Consultants, located at 1111 North Ronald Reagan Boulevard, Longwood, Florida, 32750. We are in agreement with DRC's recommendations, and I'm here and answer any questions.
All right, thank you, Mr. Maynard. If you'll stand by. Are there members of the public present who wish to be heard on this item?
Yes, Mayor, I have 4 speaker cards. I will call out the names, and if you can go over to the side and get ready to speak. First is Kevin Fisher. Second is Ubal Gagan. Third is Abdul Tabal Bamgi. And fourth is Ismail Wattesh. Sir, please state your name and address for the record, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Name's Kevin Fisher, 11731 Maple Street, Orlando, Florida. I was at the last meeting, and our commissioner was not there. And this Orange Center development, I was always told it was supposed to be 6 acres. The representatives of the commissioner at the last meeting, they assured me that they were going to get back with me and tell me why this is a spot zoning instead of the 6 acres planned development that it was supposed to be. That was District 1, Teresa Jacobs back then. Before that, Vera Carter. Anyway, can anybody tell me?
We'll let you finish your other comments, and then we'll go to staff at some point.
Well, I've been trying to get that answered for years. Nobody can do it.
Okay, we'll come back to it. Any other comments? Any other comments?
No, we'll be brushed off again to another.
We'll come back to staff in a few moments. This is the time for you during public comment.
Yeah.
Okay, we want to give you adequate time to speak. Okay. All right. We'll come back and have staff respond to his question. Are there other members of the public present who wish to be heard on this item?
Yes, Mayor. Iqbal Gagan. And it'll be followed by Abdul Tabar.
You will go after him if you're signed up to speak. Pardon me? He's going to speak on behalf of you. Okay, Joe, you have that?
Okay, I did not have that, but I will give you an extra minute, so you'll have a total of 4 minutes to speak.
Thank you. Thank you. My name is Iqbal Gagan. I live at 11456 Commercial Street, about a quarter mile away from this location. And this is a single-family residence neighborhood, quiet neighborhood. And initially, when they asked for 14 units, we're concerned, because it's going to increase the traffic. And also, it's going to be a timeshare units. So it's going to be, different people coming, through the neighborhoods and everything else. So they had assured us that, it's going to remain that way. But now they're coming and asking for further, increasing it to 24 units, So they're going to increase the traffic further. We already have 2 schools, right within 500 feet of this location, the Montessori School, as well as the Muslim Academy of Greater Orlando, and also the mosque which is less, 500 or 1,000 feet away. So we got a lot of traffic to begin with, on the Ruby Lake Road right now. This is just a two-lane, small street, 25-mile speed limit there. So we are really concerned, that it's just going to change the neighborhood, because we are in a single-family residence area, and now all of a sudden, we are dealing with, before it was 14 units, and they're asking for 24. So we really appreciate that, you don't approve the change. I request that don't approve the change, please. Okay, thank you. Appreciate
All
it.
right, thank you.
All right, one more speaker, Ismail Watshay. Please state your name and address for the record, please, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Yes, good evening. I live right across from this development, and it's right. If they build this, it's, I'm not going to have any privacy. It's going to be a real problem for me. And when we bought the house in this area, we knew it was a single-family home, and that's why we paid all our money, and we thought we were making a good investment. Now this is going to really affect our investment, and it's going to make our home, the price probably going to go down, and it's going to really hurt us very bad if they go along with this change. Thank you.
All right, thank you for your comments. Are there any other speakers on this item?
That's all the speakers for this item, Mayor.
Okay, I'll go back to the applicant for any potential rebuttal comments at this time.
The site itself is self-contained. Yes, there will be some additional traffic between what was previously approved and what we are trying to approve now. We fall within what the county has set for that area and feel that it's going to be a negligible change. The units themselves will look residential in nature, and I don't see that there will really be a privacy issue.
Okay. If no other comments, we're going to close the public hearing at this time. And before we go to the commissioner, I'm going to ask Mr. Conkle if you would, you or a staff member can respond to, I guess, the question that was asked initially by Mr. Fisher.
Okay. Nick Thamuler, I think, has some of the answers for that item, Mayor.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. Nick Thamuler with the Orange County Planning Division. Had to decide which one of these worked, sorry. The answer to the question is this property is located in the Buena Vista North Overlay District. The code for that district requires a certain minimum project area size based on the future land use designation. If the property were designated activity center residential, or I believe low medium density residential, there would be a minimum 6-acre project acreage. This site's activity center mixed use, which does have a minimum project acreage of 4.5 acres. However, when this property came through originally in 2015, there was a waiver request that was requested and granted to allow the 2-acre size in lieu of the 4.5 minimum acre size. As far as the spot zoning, the property is zoned PD, consistent with the comprehensive plan with a property that is designated activity center mixed use or activity center residential. They are required to zone to PD in order to develop consistent with the land use and the BVN overlay district's standards.
Okay, I think you responded to the questions that was raised earlier. We'll go to Commissioner Wilson for questions or comments.
Yeah, I mean, I would like to see, I mean, I know where this is. I've talked to the residents there. They've had, their issues are legitimate issues of drainage and congestion and intensity in an area that wasn't probably given the proper infrastructure to start out with. And I know the approval for the original units was 2015, so we can't take responsibility for that. I think I would have even questioned that since it was a waiver that even got you to the 2015 approval. So I guess My question is if, looking at the intensity increasing and their concerns, and they laid them out at the community meeting, what is your response to those concerns?
As with all development in Orange County, we will meet the county's requirements as far as stormwater. We are providing sidewalks. I know that was one of the concerns. There will be sidewalks around pretty much the entire outside of the property, as well as one around the pond on the inside of the property. Excuse me. During the community meeting, I didn't quite get it through to everybody that the whole center area of that is a pond. And we had a preliminary plan based on basically the old plan. The additional buildings were there, or the additional units. But the stormwater should not be a problem. As far as intensity, the impervious area for the site still meets the county's requirements. And in reality, it's not that much different just because of the configuration of it.
Okay, and I just want to make sure, this is actually a question to staff. I want to make sure I understand. So in 2015, it appears that there was 2 waivers from the BBN district standards, which I think is Buena Vista North, right? So they got 2 waivers that allowed them to do things that were not in the Buena Vista North overlay. One of those was the minimum lot size of, let's see, it looks like 4.5, and then they wanted it down to 2.06, and that was approved. Does this continue to shrink that waiver? Because if this intensity, or now that they're out of the overlay, are they just out of the overlay and they can come back as many times as they want to see what will fly?
So an answer to the waiver question, the justification for the waiver wasn't necessarily based in proportion to the development program. Changing the development program doesn't necessarily mean the previously approved waiver is adjusted or affected in any way. They are still in the Buena Vista North Overlay District. They are still subject to any other standards that a waiver was not previously requested.
Well, the other waiver was to eliminate streetscape landscaping required. So I'm sorry, I don't know if I would have, and I talked to residents who were upset about it back then, and this feels like it's an insult to what was an injury. In a standard, the Lake Buena Vista overlay was supposed to have been something that they could rely on. So I'm going to make a motion for denial.
Second, Uribe.
All right. Commissioner Moore?
Do you mind if I ask one more question?
I'm sorry. Yeah, I thought we were.
It's okay. The compatibility, that was what the residents said about compatibility. Can you tell me what is right around this property?
So if you look at a strictly land use map, if we can go back a couple, the property is, it's all within the iDrive Activity Center. It does have that future land use of Activity Center mixed use. However, to develop under that, property would need to rezone PD, be reviewed through the process. And if you look, a majority of the properties immediately adjacent to this property still have the old rural country estate district zoning. There are several single-family homes. If you go back to the aerial real fast, you do see an abundance of previously existing single-family homes in that area. There is multifamily development to the south, which you can see at the bottom of the image, as well as some tourist commercial development consistent with the activity center overlay, both north and south of the property. But if you were to just look at this aerial, immediately what's around it, you do see several single-family homes there.
Thank you.
All right, we do have a motion and a second for denial of the request to expand it from the 14 to the 24 short-term rental units. If no further questions, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. All right, the motion passes and it is unanimous. All right, we're going to move forward on our agenda to the next item, which is B7. We'll open the public hearing on this item. Mr. Conkle, I'm going to ask you to frame this item as well.
All right, thank you, Mayor. Public hearing B7 is the Faith Assembly of God PD, located at the northeast corner of Curry Ford Road and Econo-Lockahatchee Trail. The property is currently developed with a church, and the existing PD allows certain limited special events. The request is to add carnivals to the list of those permitted special events. The property is designated low-density residential on the future land use map, as shown in yellow with the hatched boundary, and is zoned PD. The aerial shows the surrounding area developed with single-family and some other commercial uses across Econ Trail. And here we have the PD land use map. The recommended action is to make a finding of consistency with the comprehensive plan and approve the Faith Assembly of God Plan Development Land Use Plan, subject to the conditions listed under the DRC recommendation in the staff report. Mayor and commissioners have been briefed on this request. This case is in District 3, and staff is available for questions. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, thank you. I'm going to ask the applicant or a representative of the applicant to come forward and offer any comments at this time.
Hello, Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Matt Engel. I'm the Executive Pastor at Faith Assembly, 9307 Curry Ford Road, Orlando, Florida, 32825. And we thank you for your consideration. I also have Hector Vargas here, who's our facility manager, and we can answer any questions that you may have.
All right, thank you, Pastor Engel. If you'll just stand by for a moment. Are there members of the public present who wish to be heard on this item?
There are no speakers for this item, Mayor.
All right, then we're going to close the public hearing at this time, and we'll go to the District Commissioner, Commissioner Uribe, for a potential motion.
Yes, Mayor, I'd like to file a motion for approval with the conditions set forth.
Second, Gomez.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passes, and it is unanimous. All right, thank you, Pastor, for your presence today. All right, we're going to move forward on our agenda to the next item, item B8. We'll open the public hearing on this item, and we're going to ask Mr. Joe Conkle once again to frame this item.
All right, thank you, Mayor. Public hearing B8 is the Vistana PD, located southeast of I-4, west of State Road 535. The request is to amend the existing PD to add a driveway access point, update the trip conversion matrix to add multifamily uses, and convert 70,716 square feet of general office and 74 timeshare units to 290 multifamily residential units. In addition, waivers are requested from Orange County Code for parcels 14A and 14B to increase the maximum building height, reduce the northern property line setback, and to reduce the internal parking setback on the east rear of the site. The property is designated Activity Center Mixed Use on the future land use map. And is outlined with the hatching and is zoned PD. The aerial shows the surrounding area developed with tourist commercial uses. And this is the PD land use plan. The recommended action is to make a finding of consistency with the comprehensive plan and approve the Vistana Plan Development Land Use Plan, subject to the conditions listed under the DRC recommendation in the staff report. The Mayor and Commissioners have been briefed on this request. This case is in District 1, and staff is available for questions. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, I'm going to ask the applicant or a representative to come forward and offer any comments at this time.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners.
Afternoon.
My name is Chris Leppert with Kimley Horn. Address is 189 South Orange Avenue, Suite 1000, Orlando, Florida, 32801. I'm here to answer any questions or comments. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Leppert. If you'll stand by for a moment. We'll open it up for any public comment. Are there members of the public present who wish to be heard on this item?
I have no speaker cards for this item, Mayor.
Okay, if there are no speakers, then we'll close the public hearing on this item, and we'll go to the District Commissioner, Commissioner Wilson. Would you like to offer a motion?
Make me, oh my gosh, let me try that again. Caffeine's wearing off, sorry. I'd like to make a motion for approval.
Second more.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes, and it is unanimous. Thank you, Mr. Leopard, for your presence this afternoon. We're going to move forward. The next item, C9, has been withdrawn, so there's not a hearing required for this afternoon, so we're going to move to D10 at this time, and we'll open the public hearing on D10, and Mr. Kozak, we're going to ask you to come forward. Our chief planner from the zoning division will frame this item.
Thank you. Good afternoon again, Mayor and Commissioners. It's my understanding that the applicant has requested a continuance for this. The appellant is also aware of this, and we've had the discussion of the potential of March 21st, if available.
All right, and it was advertised. We'll move forward to see if there are any members of the public present who wish to be heard on this item at this time.
Yes, Mayor, I have one speaker card. Leslie Diller.
All right, ma'am, if you will come forward.
Please state your name and address for the record, please. You'll have 3 minutes.
Yes. Leslie Diller, good afternoon, 6256 Plymouth Sorrento Road, Apopka, Florida, 32712. Speaking on behalf of our neighbors in that area concerning the Blue Sky Towers being erected basically in our backyards. I just want to cite some, this is from the Physicians for Safe Technology site, and it's titled Cell Tower Radiation Health Effects. And I just want to address that there are many, many studies that have been done concerning cell tower radiation and its effect on people who live nearby. In August 2022, biologist and researcher Alfonso Belmori published a thorough review of the existing scientific literature on the effects of base tower antennas on humans in environmental research titled Evidence for Health Risk by RF on Humans Living Around Mobile Phone Base Stations, from radio frequency sickness to cancer. He states in the abstract, overall results of this review show 3 types of effects by base station antennas on the health of people: radio frequency sickness, cancer, and changes in biochemical parameters. And it says of special importance are the studies performed on also animals and trees near base station antennas that cannot be aware of their proximity and to which psychosomatic effects can never be attributed. And it says there are also studies, I want to cite 28 cell tower health surveys on humans, animals, and plants presented as testimony to the FCC as well. Under the site ecfsapi.fcc.gov/ and then it gives the file name. But I just want to say that largely the big telecommunications companies are ignoring these studies that are coming back and giving a warning on what these effects of these towers do. And so this is my plea to the Orange County Commissioners. We're local people, we live here, we reside here. The cell tower builder does not. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Diller, for your comments. Do we have any other speakers?
There are no other speakers, Mayor.
Okay, we'll go back to the appellant on this case. All right, we'll go.
Mayor.
Yes.
I believe the applicant and the appellant have deferred making any statements.
Okay.
On this matter.
All right, I'll just double check, is the applicant present?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, if they are not going to make statements, then we'll close the public hearing. We'll go to the district commissioner at this time.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to continue to March 21st.
Second, Uribe.
All right, we have a motion to continue to the afternoon of March 21st. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. All right, this item will be continued,
Mayor, can we just clarify that that was continued to 2 p.m.
2 p.m.
on that date?
All right, we'll move forward then to the next item, which is E11. We'll open the public hearing on this item, and Ms. Blanche Hardy, our Assistant Project Manager from Transportation Planning, will come forward to frame this item.
Good afternoon, Commissioners and Mayor. We're here today to present the new Independence Parkway Extension preliminary design study to the Commission in a public hearing. So we'll do a study overview, existing conditions, preferred alternative, public engagement, summary and schedule, and then the action requested will be presented to you this afternoon. In the study overview, the new Independence Parkway Extension preliminary design study begins at the Orange Lake County line and ends at Avalon Road, CR 545. The project is roughly 1 mile long. The improvements will create a new 4-lane divided roadway connecting Orange County to Lake County at Lake County's Wellness Way. New Independence Parkway connects to CR 545, an urban collector roadway, as part of the Horizon West Master Plan. It's part of Town Center West, which is under development and includes commercial, single, and multifamily residential developments. The Lake County Avalon Rural Settlement is located to the north, just beyond McKinney Road, and the roadway will facilitate connection to US 27 to the west and to State Road 429 tollway to the east. It's one of 3 planned arterial collector roadways between State Road 50 and US 192. The 3.7-mile Wellness Way segment in Lake County has reached 90% design on the initial 2 lanes, is at 60% design on the ultimate 4 lanes, and we have just checked with Lake County, and there are no dates or schedules for construction at this time. The proposed improvements are pursuant to the Town Center West Silverleaf Road Network Agreement approved by the board on July 13th, 2021. This is a public-private partnership project. Orange and Lake County have also negotiated a purchase agreement for the roadway within Conserve 2. A significant portion of the roadway lies between the rapid infiltration basins that recharge the Florida Aquifer, and it is included in the county's long-range transportation plan. The purpose of our studies are to identify improvements and document project need, balance the needs of all users and all modes of transportation as displayed on the right. We begin studies with data collection, analyze existing conditions, and develop a preferred alternative. We held a workshop with the board to discuss the recommended alternative. We have engaged the public, and we're here today for the hearing for the recommended improvements. Go through existing conditions. We'll do road geometry, land use, drainage, environmental analysis, and traffic analysis. The existing road is short, 2-paved roadway segment, currently extends along the southern boundary of Wincy Groves. The rest of the proposed corridor is undeveloped. An existing unpaved access road is also located within the study area and is used by Water Conserve 2 for maintenance of their facilities. Adjacent land uses can be described as urban mixed use, and they include open space, retail centers, and residential areas such as Wincy Groves, Hamlin West, and the Silverleaf development. And as I mentioned previously, the roadway will pass through Conserve 2. The Florida Department of Transportation context classification assigned to this project is C3R, suburban residential. Context classification is used to help control design speeds, access management, and define traffic characteristics that are desired. This will allow for a 40 to 45 mile an hour design speed and is representative of medium density population and will facilitate shared use paths for pedestrian and bicycle traffic. And here are the criteria that are assigned to this classification. We do understand this morning that a statement was made in public comments about drag racing, and this is a challenge for Public Works and for the Sheriff's Office. It's frequently an activity that could be well organized and moves from place to place, one day here and one day the next, with several attendees. Or it can be two people who just decide that they want to drag race on that day. These criteria, the parts that are included in the study, include horizontal deflection and chicanes. We have proposed some curves in this road which will help control speed on this road. We will propose street trees that will be located during design, reduced lane widths, and curb and gutter, and raised grass medians. All of these slow typical traffic down and are unattractive to the type of activity just discussed. Median island crossings will be determined during design, and once the road is open and the sidewalks or the multi-use paths are installed and pedestrians and cyclists use the road, we will be able to define if additional measures for their safety and comfort are necessary, and they include things like speed feedback signs, rapid flashing beacons, textured surfaces. And as I said, once we're in construction, we can look at those solutions if problems arise. Drainage, the project is within the South Florida Water Management District. Right now, drainage flows freely across the corridor. Drainage from the existing two-lane road serving Wincy Groves will be incorporated into the project, and existing roadway stormwater from Wincy Groves is collected in a shallow dry retention pond at the point and discharges into swells into CR 545. There are two basins proposed for the project: the eastern basin, which goes from the dividing line between the two basins to CR 545, and the western basin, which goes from the dividing line to the Lake Orange County border. Roadway stormwater surface runoff will be directed to curb inlets in each basin and conveyed to ponds where the water will be attenuated and discharged in condition sufficient to reach the Water Management District's permit criteria and to be safe for application. An environmental analysis was conducted. This is all upland, so there are no wetlands present. However, habitat supporting flora and fauna species of concern was observed, and we have a list of species here. This area is in the United States Fish and Wildlife Service consultation area for sand skinks, which are a protected species. It does have well-drained soils and is above 80 feet in elevation, both of which are criteria requiring the county to do a formal sand skink survey during design. Additional surveys will be conducted for other species that may be present due to the noted habitat. No historic buildings or archaeological sites were identified, and no contaminated sites of concern were identified. We performed a traffic analysis. There is only a slight segment there, so New Independence Parkway is currently at 7,000 AADT. We'll talk about the preferred alternative. This figure shows the traffic volumes for New Independence Parkway extension once it's built in opening year LM, and these include, the figures are both our segment and Lake County segments, so we have a range. So in opening year 2027, with a range of 16,300 to 20,200, Mid-year 2037, 25,900 to 32,000, and design year 2047, we're looking at about 35.5 to 44,000 roughly average trips. And this will result in a level of service D, which is within the county's acceptable standard. Here is the typical section. We're proposing a 120-foot right-of-way, including two 11-foot travel lanes with curb and gutter, and a 26-foot raised grass median, two 10-foot multi-purpose paths, one on each side of the road, 5-foot grass strips between the roadway and the multi-purpose paths, and street trees and street lighting throughout. A temporary signal is currently located at CR 545 and New Independence Parkway. The signal will be made permanent upon the completion of proposed development in that area. And there is also a signal south of that intersection at Silver Grove Boulevard to serve the new schools. Two future signals are proposed on New Independence Parkway West. One, it will be a dedicated signal for Conserve 2. It will be gated and strategically controlled by Conserve 2 users, and it will be there to allow them to get their maintenance vehicles from one side of the road to the other to service the rapid infiltration basins. The other signal is proposed at the Valencia Parkway. We do not have a construction date for this partnership road at this time. However, in the future, when that road is constructed, a signal is proposed. 3 ponds, including alternative pond sites, are located toward the western end of the project due to its lower elevation near the county line, and each pond and alternative was presented to Water Conserve 2 for review and coordination. Here's the matrix. And the preferred alternative is outlined in orange. The cost of the project is roughly $12.5 million. We engaged the public on this project. We had community meetings, several calls and emails, attended hearings, met with local residents, and have incorporated comments into this presentation to you today. So this project is consistent with the comprehensive plan. The goals, policies, and objectives within the plan are listed here. In summary, the study analyzed the suitability of New Independence Parkway extension to Lake County. The project is being undertaken through a roadway agreement with Silverleaf Development approved by the BCC on July 13th, 2021. Orange and Lake County have negotiated a purchase agreement for the roadway within Conserve 2. The project is consistent with the comprehensive plan. The project is approximately 1 mile long and includes a 4-lane divided roadway with multipurpose paths on both sides. The LPA approved the PDS for presentation to the Board of County Commissioners on December 15, 2022, and our work session was held with the board on November 29th, 2022. So as we can see, the project schedule is wrapping up with this meeting. And we are asking the board to make a finding of consistency with the comprehensive plan and to approve the New Independence Parkway Extension Preliminary Design Study. And we are asking for authorization for staff to initiate design and right-of-way acquisition and construction phases of the project pursuant to the Town Center West Road Network Agreement. CR 545 and Avalon Road and New Independence Parkway were previously approved by the board on July 13th, 2021. So we're not asking for approval of the road. And I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
All right, this item is an administrative item that primarily has been brought forward by staff. I will, at this time, go to the public to see if we have any members of the public present who wish to be heard.
I have no speakers for this item, Mayor.
Okay. All right, then we'll close the public hearing and we'll move to Commissioner questions or comments. I would like to ask, you mentioned that there will be 2 different basins, and I'm just curious, will there be some type of physical barrier between the 2 basins noted?
A natural barrier. So the basins are defined by hills and valleys. Mm-hmm. So if you have a hill, your basin goes into the valley and stops at the next hill, and then it goes back down. So topography defines the basins.
Okay. All right, with that, Commissioner Bonilla.
So this is in District 1, who's very familiar with the area, and I'm not. So I have a couple of questions on where all this traffic is coming from in these projections for the future.
There's traffic that will come from the Horizon West Town Center, which is an area that will develop significantly. It will include apartment buildings and retail outlets and multi-story, multi-family buildings. And Lake County to the west also has plans for development, very similar types of developments, very large residential developments, as well as some commercial developments. So the traffic will be blended between the two. And as mentioned, this is one of 3 roadways proposed between Lake and Orange County that have been on the books for quite some time.
Okay, so there's a lot of development yet to come that's going to be utilizing this road, which is why there's a significant increase over the years.
Yes.
Okay. And so my other question is, so since it's going to be a level of service D by the end of it, which is still, high capacity road, what is being done for safety, traffic safety of pedestrians, cars, bikes?
Well, as I mentioned, we have introduced curves into the road, which reduces speed. We have proposed 2 10-foot multipurpose paths, so we don't need to cross from one side to the other. So usually we'll have a 6-foot sidewalk on one side and a 10-foot multipurpose path. This way we have 10-foot multipurpose paths on both sides of the road, so if you're biking to the north or biking to the south, you don't need to cross the road. We have 5-foot separation, which is a little bit more than we normally propose for those paths. We will have curb and gutter and a raised median. Those are nobody wants to drive over a raised median or up over curb and gutter. So they do channel the traffic better than roads that have just are level and just have a berm on the side of the road, as well as street trees. Street trees also slow traffic and create a mindset that you are in a residential or a developed urban area.
And I see in the image, there's only trees in the median. And I've talked to you about, other road projects to have trees along the sidewalks. And I know the response in that has been, well, it's privately owned. Did you prefer the privately owned properties there to install those trees? What is the opportunity for that here? I see that we've talked already that there's going to be lots of development coming. So is that, because I guess my question is, this conserve here, is that going to go away? Is that going to turn into residential or?
Well, nobody has that crystal ball, but I can assure you the Conserve 2 will be there for a very long time because that's the source of our water supply. The conservation districts were created to install rapid infiltration basins. Rapid infiltration basins treat and attenuate water, reclaimed water that is discharged into them. It's a highly secured area. It is literally the path to the Florida Aquifer and our water supply. That will be a secured area, and I don't know if it will ever develop, but I don't think it will be anytime soon because we have to have water from somewhere.
Okay, so, and they're not willing probably to plant trees along the sidewalks, I'm thinking.
I don't, they really do not like any sort of access or any sort of structure that would retard visibility for their facility. We didn't ask them. We have to get a significant amount of permission to even go on their property. So.
Okay. All right, and then what about this subdivision that's here? Is this already built? I see, it looks like something that's over the image here.
It's on the northwest corner of the intersection.
Yeah.
That's Wincy Groves. That's already built.
It's already built. So the satellite image is out of date, so you had to just add it over.
It's
Okay.
a brand-new subdivision,
Yeah.
essentially.
All right, and so what about having trees along the sidewalk in front of there?
I believe they have a wall.
Mm-hmm. What about trees?
Trees that are on the sidewalk side of the road are typically addressed in development and not in roadway. I mean, we are happy to take any suggestion and take that back and make that suggestion to design, but I will say it is atypical. It's a maintenance issue. It causes damage they cause damage to the sidewalks. They need to be trimmed regularly. I mean, if you're a bicyclist, and we usually look to design because that's a little bit further away, and they still can plant trees in the buffers and provide the shade that pedestrians and cyclists are looking for. And most subdivisions have landscaping contracts. It's a maintenance cost, and they do tend to be not very great for the sidewalks. They heave the pavement.
Okay. It's just, I mean, I don't know, shade is really good to encourage people to use sidewalks and bike, because we're in Florida. Is there anything being done to encourage the planting of trees along sidewalks? I just heard a lot of negative and cons about it, so I'm just wondering where we are with that then.
Oh, there's a significant effort on the part of planning and in development review to assure that subdivisions have buffers and that they have street trees that are related to their subdivision. So it's actually very common to require those kind of facilities within the development buffer for a subdivision or large development.
Okay, so in this case, it's what happened to that process then?
I'm sorry, I don't know. I'll be happy to look into that for you.
Okay. All right, thank you. Yeah, because I'm seeing, if this is a new development, then I would have thought that if that was something that you were doing, then that would have been implemented here, but from this, I just can't see if that was done.
Perhaps it's easier if I explain that the development is a planning function and we do the roads. So a great deal of what we do, particularly when it's a county project by statute, can only include that property which is required for the roadway. So we can't acquire property or compel use of property beyond the limits of what's specifically needed to construct the roadway.
Can I back in real quickly? I think what she's saying, though, is, and this is true, right? So we know that this is going to be a D road by the time it's done. And we know that, because you described it at the town center, and I live out there, and it really is, the idea was great, because this idea was that these residential areas would have schools plugged into the middle of them, and areas, the town center, where they could go eat dinner and shop, and they would be able to get there in not just their car, and so to your point, and she's exactly right, those multi-purpose paths are underutilized all over Horizon West because they're not comfortable, and they're not blocked, and there's not good ways to stop where people are cutting across 4 lanes to turn. And that's what the woman was talking about this morning, was that cars look out for other cars. They don't look out for people. So even families I know out there that moved there for that purpose, that they were like, oh, this is so cool, I can walk to school, I can walk to get my dinner tonight or whatever, they've stopped because they can't figure out how to get across there. And so I think on top of the shade issue continues to be safety issue. So I was so thrilled, and this team has endured so much Wilson grief, because we go out there, and the Wincy Groves folks came to the community meeting, and Brian, we walked it down, and they talked about where they're going to come out and where those kids are going to go to school. And, thank you so much for the efforts, and Ian, talking to them through this, because it's true, these are the people that design our roads, but if our goal is to make sure that there's, that the design includes all forms of transportation, then we do have to ask, is the multi-purpose trail useful without shade? Is it useful if you can't get to it unless you have to cross 4 lanes of traffic somewhere that there isn't a cross? Is it useful if the masonry wall that was required by code cuts the neighborhood off? And so those are all fair questions. I just don't know how to bring that all together until it's all there and broken, and then we have to go back and fix it. So it's, you know, it's a very fair question. I think in this particular stretch, I will say we had a lot of safety challenges, and there was an emergency light put in at New Independence, and it's been life-saving. It's been such a, you know, a huge, residents have reached out from all over saying, thank you so much, we were really worried. And there are no, right now, ways to get over to 27 in Lake County other than 50 Marsh Road, which is basically inaccessible, or all the way down to 192. So there's a lot of pressure to try to make those connections. So looking at the other ways, right, to design it in, where we've got if there's some topography that can help slow people down. And if we're being really thoughtful, like we are for the people in Winter Groves, about where these places are coming out through planning, while we're doing the planning part of it, is this come out somewhere that Roads has in their design that this is going to be a median cut? Because they are really hard to go back and figure out later. So, you know, and we're tasked with pulling it all together, you know, that it's not just, it's a planning thing and a road thing and a school concurrency thing, and trying to make sure people have a good quality of life.
Yeah, so that's my question. How do we're now designing the road, so I would think that that shade along the sidewalk would come at this point, but it sounds like it should have came at the point with the development, but it wasn't. And so I'm just like, it seems like we have silos, which
I don't know, because I
how do we
think
get
to
the
some
two
extent,
together?
if they, you know, if there's, look, I know this has been a long process, and they're like, please just let this, we have like 15 more of these in this stretch of area. But I do think if there's opportunities, you know, understanding that our right-of-way is limited, right, the space we have to work with. But if you can shrink a lane to add, if you can shrink a median to add, we have those gigantic medians out there, which once again, visually, when people are turning, they're having to look clear across that big median. Then you're looking across the 2 lanes. You don't see the kid crossing the street on the other side that's just going from one side of their neighborhood to another. And so, you know, I don't know if there's an opportunity there down the road, if it isn't this one, for how we can start really looking at ways to entice and you know, make those multi-purpose paths. If that's the way we're going, and we're never going to do protected bike lanes. Eric Grimmer, you're in the room. I saw him. There he is. Because that's always my ask. And Eric, just know, when we go to these community meetings, I'm like, I'm speaking for Eric, and are there going to be protected bike paths? But if that's not the way we're going, because these things a lot of times were laid out very early with the community in a planned development like this, that the multipurpose path is the tool they're using to try to incentivize walkers and bikers and kids getting to school, you know, in ways that are going to pull them off traffic, then we've got to think about the shade. We've got to think about those ingress and egress points. We've got to think about getting, you know, how far away we're separating them from wherever they're trying to get across the street. So I think, you know.
All right, Commissioner, I think we got the point. We do have several other commissioners that have pushed that button. So, Commissioner Bonilla, any further questions from your end?
Yeah, I just had one question about the entrance into the community there. Like, when you have these intersections like this and they're trying to come out, those have been dangerous and cause a lot of car accidents. So I'm just wondering why we're not looking at other alternatives, like was it called the New Jersey or the Jersey U-turn, or I forget the term that you guys all use for that. But it's like you only allow a certain turn so that people are not crossing over.
Full median openings. We do limit full median openings. There are state standards that require us to be a certain distance for entrances to subdivisions or side roads from an intersection on public roads. And we do have some requirements for distances for full median openings. So I believe in this one, we have one full median opening, and then we have one directional opening, and that's for public safety and the traveling public and the people using those entrances and exits to make sure we are reducing conflict points by introducing controlled access.
Okay, that's all I have.
Commissioner Uribe.
I do want to appreciate all the work that's been done in this effort. You guys have certainly put a lot in. I do want to ask a point of clarity. Clearly, a woman came this morning and spoke about the drag racing. And as someone who has this, because I have Conway Road, which is an enormous road, and then it leads into the airport area. We're seeing this already, and I understand when I had my briefing, we talked about some hillies and some curves, but really, have we looked at this practically? Because this is an issue that law enforcement can't get their hands around because the law really stops them. We've seen extreme measures by FDOT, as in what's going on in Orange Blossom Trail between Holden and I-4, which Commissioner Scott and I share, where we've literally reduced the speed to 30 miles an hour, and we've added 5 enormous speed bumps on a major highway. And knowing that the pre-development that's coming in this area, this is the next big area, have we looked comprehensively at other safety measures that we've seen across the state? Because it just seems like this is already bad and only seems like it's going to get worse. And then when you include pedestrian crossing, potential schools, the idea to live and work and play in an area that you live, it's just almost like we're building to a disaster when we look at wanting to have pedestrian usage of this area. So just curious if there's been any additional effort, because it seems like now we're in a reactive mode across the county to these issues that are happening. Have we looked at anything proactively in that sense?
We do look, and through the context classification, we do look at design speed, and posted speed can always be less. So we can reduce a speed limit. Unfortunately, it's just a fact that if you design a road for a certain speed, they're going to have a component that goes at that speed. But we're not designing these roads at speeds that are safe for drag racing. So I personally, in my projects, have not specifically looked at drag racing, but since it's come up, we will.
Yeah, that
in the
would be
future,
great.
we will. And we do design the roads to be safe. We do. We look at a myriad of solutions to make a safe roadway.
Yeah, it would be great, because what we see in the industrial airport area, it's a curvy road. It's not straight. And what we have is drag racing going on, and it's out of control, And so clearly these folks are not making decisions on, well, this is a straight road, this is a curvy road, so we won't take it. It would just be nice, because I feel like it's a dangerous future for us, and there are limitations on what law enforcement can do. They can't chase these individuals. They can't block them. It's unbelievable, the protection for these folks who are violating our law. I do want to ask a follow-up question on the bike lane. I see you have multi-purpose, very extensive, and we do know legally you are allowed to ride a bike on a sidewalk in the state of Florida. But why did you guys choose to go against a dedicated bike lane and went for the oversized multi-purpose sidewalks?
There's no connecting bike lanes. So when we have connecting bike lanes, we do propose bike lanes. And there are bike lanes in general, some places out there, but there are no connecting bike lanes. So this would be one segment of road that would have them. There are 7-foot buffered bike lanes are the standard now. So that adds 14 feet of right-of-way to the project, and we are frequently, particularly in Horizon West, right-of-way constrained. The right-of-way is determined during the RAC agreement, and 10-foot multipurpose paths, and we've done numerous surveys on our projects, and we, in the future, just so you know, every project will include a survey, whether it's partner or not. And we've done numerous surveys, and every single survey we have done, the public comes back to us and says, we prefer the 10-foot multipurpose paths over the on-street buffered bike lanes if you're just going to give us a standard sidewalk in order to build the 7-foot buffered bike lane. And I understand that that's not good news to the athletic or commuter bike person, but there are a lot of children and a lot of moms with a baby in a pod and a lot of families that take their children out, and people like me who are a little bit older that really would not be very comfortable getting down even in a 7-foot buffered bike lane on a 40-mile-an-hour road. So we do try to put them in absolutely where they're going to connect to other bike lanes and absolutely where we're able to do it. And that would be the intention, to put the buffered bike lane in, and in a perfect world, 10-foot multipurpose paths on both sides of the road. You talk about a lot of right-of-way, but I'm all for that.
In a perfect world. All right, thank you for the update. Appreciate that.
Yeah, and I appreciate the engagement. I will tell you, every meeting I have out there, people, because there are different types of people that utilize the sidewalk because it's a sidewalk, and there are people who want to utilize a bike for transportation or for sports or for whatever. And so there are different groups of people, all of whom, if we can get them out of their cars, would be good for all of us. So, any place that there's an opportunity to provide, maybe a regular sidewalk on one side, the big multipurpose on the other, and then a protected bike lane, I think if you put it out there, you would see. Now, paint stripe, not protected, right? You're not going to see it. We're continuing to do that, and then people are like, well, we gave up our sidewalk to get a protected bike lane. I didn't realize it was just going to be paint. And you're never going to see the type of participation. But I think if we know that there's no plans for mass transit out there, which there are none, and that it's got its own development plan that assures a certain amount of density, that we've got to figure out how to incentivize people to get out of their cars.
Commissioner Gomez-Cordero.
Thank you. Thank you, Blanche, and all the staff for this presentation and putting all this thing together. My question is very easy. What is the distance between these two signal lights? Are they too close?
I'm going to ask.
Okay.
Good question, Commissioner. Brian Sanders, Transportation Planning. The signal spacing was carefully looked at. The minimum spacing between the lights is 1,320 feet, and it meets that separation.
Thank you.
All right, we'll go back to the district commissioner. Commissioner Wilson, would you like to offer a potential motion?
Yes, I would like to make a finding of consistency with the comprehensive plan.
Second, Gomez.
All right, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passes, and it is unanimous. All right, thank you very much. We'll move to the next item on our agenda. This is item F12, and we'll open the public hearing on this item. Mr. John Petrelli, the Director of our Risk Management and Professional Standards, will come forward to frame this item. Mr. Petrelli, you're recognized.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners. Wait for the presentation to come. There we go. This is a presentation for the proposed criminal history screening ordinance. First, I'll provide you a background, the proposed ordinance, and the requested action. So with the background, we use fingerprinting when we conduct Level 2 background examinations. Level 2 backgrounds encompass about 30% of our prospective employees, includes our public safety staff, which includes firefighters, correctional officers, individuals that would be working with at-risk individuals, children and the elderly. Additionally, individuals who will work with cash and credit card transactions. Additionally, we also fingerprint some vendors and appointees based upon access to individual facilities. These fingerprints are run as part of their criminal history. They are run through the FDLE, the DCF, and the FBI databases. In late 2022, the FBI actually changed their procedures internally and indicated that municipalities who fingerprint their own employees need to have an ordinance as part of their code in order to continue running these fingerprints through their database. The proposed ordinance, this ordinance creates a new section 2-5 in the county code establishing the parameters of our fingerprint policy. The Office of Professional Standards worked with the county attorney's office in developing the ordinance. And the requested action is to go ahead and approve a new section of our code, section 2-5, entitled An Ordinance Relating to the Criminal History Screening for Certain County Employees, Appointees, and Contractors, which will allow us to continue to run our fingerprints through the FBI database. And with that, I will answer any questions.
All right, thank you, sir. Again, this is an administrative item being brought forward primarily by staff. We do have to open it up for any public comment. Do we have any members of the public present who wish to be heard on this item?
I have no speakers for this item, Mayor.
Okay. Then we'll close the public comment period at this time. And if there are no further questions, then I'll move the requested action.
Second, Uribe.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passes, and it is unanimous.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Petrelli. We're going to move to the next item. This is item F13 at this time. We'll open the public hearing on this item. We're going to ask Ms. Jennifer Monroe to come forward from our zoning division to frame this item. And Ms. Monroe, you're recognized at this time.
Hi, thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners.
Afternoon.
This is the public hearing for Chapter 38, 1426 ordinance updates, specifically to the accessory structure and accessory dwelling unit sections of our code. I'll give you a brief background, cover some of the ordinance amendments, the LPA review, and then the action requested. So most of you will probably remember in 2019 we did some code updates to the accessory structure and accessory dwelling unit sections of our code. Those were consolidated into one section, which is now 38-1426. Those code updates also clarified the cumulative square footage applied to all detached accessory structures, and it tied the cumulative square footage to the size of the lot, not the zoning designation, or a percentage of the living area of the principal structure. So since 2019, we have identified several additional clarifications, modifications that we believe need to be made. So the proposed changes are intended to modify language prohibiting a request for variance, modify the maximum cumulative square footage for detached accessory structures, and then provide additional changes that would either remove duplicate or unnecessary language, and then make modifications for clarity. So, as I just mentioned, we are proposing to modify prohibitive language. This would be throughout Chapter 38, 1426, essentially just changing language that says shall not or in no case shall to may not, or changing shall be to may or may be. These are two examples in the code sections that we're proposing to change. And then our cumulative square footage section of the code currently limits cumulative square footage to 10% of the net land area, or 500 square feet, whichever is greater, and then we cap it at 3,000 square feet. We also allow for agriculturally zoned parcels with greater than 2 acres to exceed the 3,000 cumulative square feet through the special exception process and complying with additional standards. So in implementing the revised code, we realized that the 3,000 square foot max for all parcels doesn't really recognize the larger properties in Orange County that may need or have multiple accessory structures on their property. So what we're proposing, we believe, will further simplify the allowable lot square footage and then increase it accordingly for larger lots. For lots 1 acre or less, it will remain the same. For lots between 1 and 10 acres, it will be increased to 5,000 square feet. And then for lots greater than 10 acres, it would be increased to 15,000 square feet. Also with the 2019 code amendments, we initially carried over the language in regards to the agricultural parcels greater than 2 acres being able to obtain more cumulative square footage through the special exception process. However, we inadvertently removed the ability for residentially zoned parcels to apply for that as well. So we're proposing to add that back in, just remove any reference to zoning. Any zoning district can now ask for that. We're also proposing to modify the minimum acreage that can ask for that to be 1 developable acre, and then strike the height additional standards for special exceptions, given that our current height allowed for all accessory structures is actually lower than that right now. Another additional change, this affects both the attached and detached accessory structures of the code. I'm sorry. Oh, no, that's right. Okay, so this is actually in regards to the detached accessory dwelling unit section of the code. In this case, we generally require the accessory dwelling unit to be located behind the principal structure. However, in cases where it may, where the principal structure is located in the rear half of a lot, such as a lakefront lot, something like that that you might find, We do allow for the accessory dwelling unit to be located in front of the principal structure. However, our code was silent on what that front yard setback would be, so we're now proposing to just require it to be the same as the minimum front yard setback for the principal structure. And then this code section affects both the attached and detached accessory structure sections of the code. And it's just proposing to add additional flexibility in terms of the materials that may be considered as materials commonly found throughout Orange County for single-family construction. And then lastly, we're proposing to make changes to the detached accessory structure section. And these changes reflect the modification of the prohibitive language that we've already discussed. Also a change to clarify that the entire principal structure is required to be in the rear half of the lot or parcel, and then remove any reference to agriculturally zoned parcels and just reduce the minimum required from 10 to 5, where you may otherwise allow it to be in front of the principal structure. So these changes were presented to the local planning agency in a work session held on December 2nd. We had a subsequent public hearing on December 15th, and the LPA made a motion to find the proposed ordinance consistent with the comprehensive plan and recommended approval. And so the requested action before you today is to make a finding of consistency with the comprehensive plan, recommend approval of the ordinance, and then allow staff to correct any non-substantial grammatical or scrivener's errors. And I am available for questions if you have any.
All right, thank you, Ms. Moreau. This is another administrative item being brought forward by staff. I will entertain public comment at this time.
There are no speakers on this item, Mayor.
Okay, then we'll close the public hearing portion and we'll move to any questions or comments by commissioners. If there are none, we'll move to requested action.
So moved, Wilson.
Second, Gomez.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed, no. Motion passes and it is unanimous.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. We're going to move forward now. We'll go to item 14, F14, regarding amending the Orange County Code Article 3, Chapter 30. This will include the following item that was pulled from the consent agenda this morning, I-6, and with this, we'll open up the public hearing at this time, and Ms. Brandy Driggers, the Assistant Manager from the Zoning Division, is going to frame this item, and you're recognized.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. I will be presenting the Chapter 30 Model Home Ordinance updates, as well as the proposed resolution from this morning that was pulled with the hold harmless and indemnification agreement form and the proposed fee for the hold harmless agreement. So I'll go through a brief background, the ordinance updates, the proposed resolution with the hold harmless and indemnification form, a summary of the requested actions, and then the requested action. So Chapter 30-83D of the Orange County Code allows for the construction of model homes before the plat has been recorded, as long as there is a preliminary subdivision plan in place. However, the model homes are limited to 20% of that phase of the project, or a maximum of 5 units. The applicant is also required to execute a notarized statement that includes a risk affidavit and indemnification acknowledgement, recognizing that they are proceeding at their own risk and that they still have to comply with all of the code requirements. So in general, the updates are minor to our processes. The code says you have to submit 3 copies of the plan. Obviously, we don't submit hard paper copies anymore. Everything's gone to an electronic process. It also clarifies that a temporary or permanent certificate of occupancy is required in order for a house or a unit to be permitted, and that model home has to be converted through the building process to a permanent residence. Due to discussions that we heard at the Development Review Committee and based on feedback from the development community, we are adding the allowance for 1 6-unit building for townhomes per phase to be permitted as a model for the project. This was previously not allowed because the number of units was capped at the 20% or a maximum of 5. That won't change for the single-family detached projects, though. And then we are updating the requirement for a notarized statement with risk and affidavit and indemnification acknowledgement because we didn't really have a formal process for that or a form that the applicant could fill out and that the county had reviewed. So they will now be executing that hold harmless indemnification agreement, recognizing that they must comply with all the code requirements and are proceeding at their own risk before the plat is recorded. And it will be a form agreement and that must be recorded in official records prior to the commencement on the first model home. In reference to infrastructure, it clarifies the minimum requirements for the curb and stabilized road base that has to be installed at a minimum from the project entrance to the model homes, and that has to be to the satisfaction of the fire marshal. It also clarifies that the drainage infrastructure at a minimum must be completed for the development of the model homes to the satisfaction of the Public Works Department. One major change that I think initiated this ordinance was the update to enable fire rescue to approve the use of temporary water during construction in lieu of a fire hydrant in situations where permanent water is not available and is unattainable through no fault of the applicant. However, a fully functional fire hydrant must be installed and must be cleared by the Florida Department of Environmental Protection prior to the issuance of a temporary or permanent certificate of occupancy for the model home. And for the appeal process, it clarifies that it must be, appeal must be filed with the zoning manager 14 days after the determination on a permit or an application, and that will be reviewed by the Development Review Committee. The proposed resolution going along with these amendments today allows the director or their designee to execute the hold harmless and indemnification agreements on behalf of the county. This will expedite the process. We do this currently for our hold harmless and indemnification agreements related to variance requests for normal high water elevation or clear view triangle encroachments. And as mentioned, the form hold harmless agreement will provide uniformity, consistency, and reliability. It will have to be recorded in official records. And then we are also asking for a proposed fee of $148 for the processing of these agreements, which is currently what is charged for the hold harmless agreements processed by the Development Review Committee under Section 30-83C. The amendments we're proposing today are under 30-83D. This did go to the Development Review Committee on November 21st. They didn't provide any substantial changes or comments. I felt like it was a good move for the development community. We also went to the local planning agency for a work session on December 15th and a public hearing on January 19th, at which time they recommended approval of the amendments consistent with the comprehensive plan. And then we're here today for a public hearing. We did not have a work session on this item, but all of the commissioners and mayor were briefed. So the key updates are that it adds the allowance for single-family attached or townhomes as a model for the project limited to 1 6-unit building per phase. It adds the allowance for a temporary water source during construction in lieu of a fire hydrant in certain situations, as long as there's no public safety issues. It creates a form hold harmless and indemnification agreement for consistency. It enables the director of the Planning, Environmental, and Development Services Division or their designee to execute those agreements, and then it will enable the county to charge a fee for the processing of these agreements because they are reviewed by the county attorney's office and the manager and staff. Recommend approval of an ordinance affecting the use of land in Orange County, Florida relating to the model home permits, amending the Orange County Land Development and Use Ordinance codified under Article 3, Chapter 30 of the Orange County Code and providing for an effective date. Approve the proposed resolution with hold harmless and indemnification agreement form. Approve a fee of $148 for the processing and review of the hold harmless and indemnification agreements. and allow staff to correct any non-substantial grammatical or scrivener's errors and amend the resolution to include the ordinance number and effective date. With that, I'm available for questions.
All right, before we go to the questions, again, this is an administrative item being brought forward by staff. I'm going to open it up for any public comment at this time. Do we have any members present?
I have no speakers for this item, Mayor.
All right, and then we'll close the public hearing at this time. And just one question. This is for the county attorney's office. I just want to kind of verify that as it relates to the hold harmless agreement, you all believe that that's sufficient to mitigate the potential risk and exposure or what have you as a result of taking this action to allow this use?
Yes, Mayor, we do think it is sufficient, and we have a hold harmless and indemnification agreement in other instances as well that we use, and it pretty much follows that same format.
Okay. I'll open it up for any questions or comments by members of the board. Okay, seeing none. We have the requested action is on the screen before us. Is there a motion for approval?
So moved, Uribe.
Second, Moore.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The motion passes and it is unanimous. Thank you, Ms. Driggers,
Mayor.
for your presentation.
Mayor,
Yes. Yes.
does that include the consent item that was pulled from the morning, the motion?
The motion was to approve the action requested,
The
right?
action requested and it included that.
It included the action requested, included the resolution, the whole harmless.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. We'll move to the next item. This is item G 15A. And we will open this item up for public hearing. And Mr. Jason Sorensen, Chief Planner from our Planning Division, is going to frame this item. And you're recognized.
All right, thank you, Mayor. Good afternoon, Commissioners. This item is the first of 7 items, which is part of our 2023-1 transmittal cycle amendments. So this first item is 2023-1A14. This is a request to change the future land use map designation from Activity Center Mixed Use to Activity Center Residential for a property that measures 26.41 gross acres and 14.75 net acres for a development program up to 792 multifamily dwelling units. The subject property is located in District 1. This is an aerial of the subject property showing it south of State Road 417 and east of State Road 535, as well as east of Point Siena Boulevard. Again, the current future land use is ACMU, Activity Center Mixed Use. The proposed future land use designation is ACR, Activity Center Residential. And the zoning is currently the Hospitality Center PD, which was established in 2004, which currently allows for up to 1,125 hotel rooms and 114,781 square feet of retail uses. A community meeting was not required for this request. 688 public hearing notices were sent to an area extending beyond 1,500 feet from the subject parcel. To date, we have received no responses in favor or in opposition. At the local planning agency hearing, there were no speakers present during public comment. The planning agency and staff are recommending that this item be transmitted and be found sufficient and in compliance and transmit the amendment to the state reviewing agency. Staff is available for any questions.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Sorensen. Is the applicant or a representative of the applicant present? If so, would you like to come forward and offer any comments at this time?
Thank you, Mayor, Commissioners. I am Rebecca Wilson, 215 North Eola Drive, here on behalf of the owner, and we agree with the staff report and happy to answer any questions you all may have.
All right. Thank you, Attorney Wilson. If you'll stand by for a few moments. We'll open it up for any public comment. Do we have members of the public present who wish to be heard on this item?
We have no speakers on this item, Mayor.
All right, then we'll close the public hearing at this time, and we'll go to the district commissioner. Commissioner Wilson, your district has been very, very busy.
better this week than the last meeting, so it was, yeah, it was bound to come around. I will move for the requested action move for transmittal.
Second, Moore.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The motion passes, and it is unanimous. All right, thank you all. We're going to move to the next item, and this is item G16. We'll open a public hearing on this item, and I'll call on Mr. Sorensen once again to frame the issues associated with G16.
All right, thank you, Mayor. This next item is Amendment 2023-1821. This is a request to change the future land use map designation from rural settlement 1 to 1 to growth center low-medium density residential. The acreage is 15.15 net acres. The proposed use is up to 75 single-family attached townhome units. The subject property is located in District 2. This is an aerial of the subject property showing it on the east side of North Orange Blossom Trail. It is within the Tangerine Rural Settlement and adjacent to the Northwest Growth Center. This is a zoomed out aerial of the subject property here, now shown in red, showing the entirety of the Northwest Growth Center as well as the entirety of the Tangerine Rural Settlement. The yellow line shown here is the boundary of the City of Mount Dora Joint Planning Area map. The subject property is within the joint planning area and currently has a designation of low-medium density residential, which allows for up to 5 units per acre. The joint planning area interlocal agreement between Orange County and the City of Mount Dora was created in 1996 and comprises of 1,265 acres and is adjacent to the City of Mount Dora. It is to be developed with the uses and intensities set forth in the conceptual plan, otherwise known as the JPA map, and serves as the ultimate boundary for the Northwest Growth Center. And per policy future land use 7.4.7, the JPA cannot be expanded. Again, this is an aerial of the subject map, subject property, showing the Northwest Growth Center, and again, showing the yellow boundary of, which is the ultimate boundary of the JPA map. The request is to change the future land use from its current designation shown here from RS 1 to 1 to growth center, low-medium density residential. The existing zoning is A1. If this were to be transmitted and come back for adoption, there would be a PD amendment to accompany the request. A community meeting was held for this request on January 5th with 63 residents in attendance with concerns for compatibility, traffic, and egress onto North Orange Blossom Trail. 1,183 public hearing notices were sent to an area extending beyond 800 feet from the subject parcel. To date, we have received 2 responses in favor and 39 responses in opposition. At the local planning agency hearing, there were 10 speakers who spoke in opposition to the request. Staff is recommending that this application be found sufficient and in compliance and be transmitted to the state reviewing agencies. However, the local planning agency is recommending that this request not be transmitted. Staff is available for any questions.
All right, thank you, Mr. Sorensen. I'm going to ask the applicant or a representative of the applicant, if you're present and you wish to make any comments, to come forward at this time.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Danny Martinez, 2420 Breeze Road, St. Cloud, Florida. And I concur with staff on recommendation.
Okay. If no further comments, then stand by. All right. Okay. With that, I'll open it up for any public comment at this time. Mr. Conkle.
We have 13 speakers, some with multiple time being dedicated. So I will call out the name of the speaker, and then I'll ask for those who are dedicating their time to just verify that they're here. Starting with George Wiggins, and Linda Brammer, Amy Beer, and Elena Bentoncourt. Are you here? 1, 2. All right. So, sir, you'll have 6 minutes. State your name and address for the record, please.
Okay, I think Mr. Kunkel is capturing those who are yielding their time based on the cards that have been completed at this point. Okay, you're recognized.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. George Wiggins, 7777 Earlwood Avenue in Tangerine. Also, I'm a member of your Planning and Zoning Commission. First of all, I want to thank you all for your service to the residents of Winter Park. I know you have a very hard job, and you hear from everybody in the county on all these developments. But this request in the Tangerine Rural Settlement is a very drastic change from the 1-to-1 density to a request for 5 units per acre, as well as a expansion of the growth center. The growth center was established some nearly 20 years ago when the joint planning area between Orange County and Mount Dora was set up. We have a number of residents that have come here today. As you can see, I don't know if you want them to raise their hands or not, but you can see they're all have come a long distance, 30 miles, all the way from northwest Orange County to express their opposition to this land use change and the expansion of the growth center. I submitted to you all a copy of my comments in case you missed any of them. In addition to the fact that this is quite counter to the compatibility with the surrounding properties are on 3 sides. It's surrounded by the rural settlement, 1-to-1 density. On the north side, there is a public shopping center. The Tangerine community has met with developers over the last 20 years for over 19 different developments in a very favorable manner that has produced excellent results as additions to our Tangerine Rural Settlement. The Tangerine Rural Settlement land use on this property and the budding properties that was established nearly 32 years ago by the county, was established by the county to protect the rural settlement. This change would not allow much protection for the rural settlement by having 75 townhouses in the rural settlement. Many years ago, Mayor Crotty, former then Chairman Rich Crotty, and the County Commission agreed to limit the Northwest Growth Center to the Stony Brook Hills subdivision, which was formerly the foothills of Mount Dora. After 2.5 years of liaison and negotiation with Tangerine residents and the developer, and that took place, culminated in December 17th, 2002. At that time, and I'll read what was part of the record of that meeting, of the minutes, Mayor Crotty at that time said that, "I recognize that the comprehensive plan was amended in 1996 to accommodate this development." That's when the joint planning area was created. "But I am against any additional development in this area that would foster urban sprawl. Therefore, I intend to send Mount Dora's mayor a letter." They have to communicate regarding the joint planning area. to request that there be no expansion of the growth center. The planning agreement would reduce the densities in the remainder of the growth center and prevent expansion of the growth center. I'm also directing staff to begin preparing a comprehensive plan amendment to accomplish this goal, and that goal was eventually accomplished. Changing this property to this more intense land use would set a tremendously bad precedent for other properties. There are properties to the east of this, which numbers close to 30, varying from single-family home lots to larger parcels, that are also in the rural settlement, and they would be subject to a similar request. The proposed action would violate several land use elements within the county's comprehensive plan, and I've made a list of some of them. I actually have 5 pages, not before you here today, but I have 5 pages of land use elements to which this is counter to. One of them is OBJ future land use 6.2, rural settlements. Rural settlements provide for a rural residential lifestyle, which allow transition into rural areas. Goal FFU 6, protection of rural and land resources. The county will promote the management of land uses within the rural settlement, including agricultural, historic resources, and the rural settlements together with environmental lands, natural resources, and the Wekiva River Protection Act, environmental lands to be conserve their assets. That permitted densities and intensities would not be compatible with existing land uses. Amendments to the residential densities shall not allow residential densities greater than 1 dwelling unit per acre. I see that I'm running out of time, but you have in front of you additional elements that would be violated. Therefore, ask that you vote to deny this request and not transmit it. Thank you.
All right. And thank you, Mr. Wiggins, for your comments this afternoon. And I know we have other members of the public present. I do recognize one of my former colleagues, former U.S. Marshal, Orlando Chief of Police, and Orange County Deputy County Administrator and Director of Public Safety, Tom Herbert, resident of the Tangerine area. Are you speaking this afternoon? All right. Yeah. You want to come up? We appreciate all the good people from Tangerine driving all the way in this afternoon. I hope the traffic was good for you.
Mayor, Mr. Holbert has 5 others who are dedicating their time. So as I read your name, if you can just raise your hand. Thomas Hollingsworth, thank you. Cynthia Kraft, David Kraft, Richard Holbert, and Julia Holbert. All right, thank you. You'll have 8 minutes, sir.
Thank you, Mayor, Commissioners. I thought I was going to follow Charlie Hollingsworth probably because she's got a very good presentation. I was going to get up and say amen to it. But I do want to say some things to you that kind of vary a little bit from what you had to sit here. And, you know, I know you all listen to a lot of technical stuff, and it gets kind of hard after a while. I've appeared before Orange County boards many, many times, and I've appeared before some of you before. And it seems like we're always, since I've retired, I'm always up here. I'm kind of like a community activist now, and not in law enforcement. So anyway, I'll try to be brief, Mayor. Hard for me to do, you know. My great grandfather came to Orange County over 100 years ago, and members of my family still live here in Orange County. In fact, there are a total of 8 homes in the Tangerine Rural Settlement where my brothers, my son, my daughter Blair, and their children and cousins and nieces and nephews who are here all live in Tangerine. Many of them did not live there before. They discovered this jewel we had, and they showed up. We have invested in Tangerine, much invested in Tangerine as it relates to the love that we really have for our community. The land, the lakes. Mayor, Commissioners, you know, Trimble Park is down there by us, 1 mile from my house. We have Lake Ola, Lake Carlton, Lake Beauclair, and Lake Angelina. Our children, along with many others, have chosen to live in Tangerine and came home here after they were in the military or after they moved off and had other jobs. Ricky was in the military, but they all came home because we love Tangerine and love the rural settlement of Tangerine. We continue to have a vibrant agricultural community. We are a rural settlement. And we continue to have tree farms, over 200 acres of tree farms in Tangerine in the rural settlement. We have Sonny Connor, who lives down the road from us, has a 30-acre orange grove that they are having good luck with, and they're fighting greening. So that's a good thing for the rural settlement. And then off of Sadler Road, we have 240 acres of pasture, which we have cattle grazing in. Some have chosen to, even one person I know have chosen to raise, to have hay there, not because they can't sell their property, because they can where it's settled, but they said, you know, I think I'm just going to raise hay here until I'm forced to have to build something on it, because we really appreciate being a preservation area and being a rural settlement. There's one family here, I'm not going to mention their name, they would be embarrassed, but true story, these are not multimillionaires, as far as I know. They don't live like multimillionaires. They're good folks. They bought the rest of the remaining land on Lake Ola, which can't be built on, which is protected now. They said, we bought it to protect the lake. They can't build a house on it. They can add it to their little piece of property, but it's so narrow. But they bought that land. That's what we think about Tangerine. So many developers showed up with a lot of money, but they won. We won. Numerous homes have stables on their property, as I do. Some people have working horses, and some people have pleasure horses. And this is the little history thing, and I'm going to go fast because you know most of the history. But look, in 1886, when Tangerine Community Church was built, it was a beautiful little church, and it matched one in Mount Dora. That church is still active today. Every Sunday they have a service there. They have weddings there. They have funerals there. It has become the center of our community. And behind that church or next to that church is the TIS building, Tangerine Improvement Society, TIS, which goes back really to the late 1800s. Now, these people don't go back to 1800s. There are a few in there that look like they do, but and I don't either. But anyway, these people belong to TIS, and that's why they're here today, because they care about our community. There was a park, Mayor and Commissioners, behind the TIS building. And it's a beautiful little park. Has basketball goals, has a sidewalk around it, has a volleyball court. Anyway, TIS dedicated that property to Orange County. It's now an Orange County park. It's called the Tangerine Park, but it's beautiful. And people use it all the time. And they have birthday parties there, Cub Scout meetings. I mean, it's just a great place. Tangerine's a great community. Once a month, TIS sponsors a pancake breakfast, which is packed with Tangerine residents and guests. And here's the thing, Commissioners. Now, you hear all the technical stuff, and you hear from the lawyers and your planning staff and everything, but this is what a rural settlement's all about. This is what a forward-thinking county commission did years ago. And so we're going to have some places that are still going to look like what it used to be. And yet, we're going to improve our communities as we do that. Tangerine is a rural settlement which is made up of people of all working classes. Their professional people live there. They're retirees, business people, doctors, lawyers. Many of our homes were built in the 1920s, 1930s, 1940s. It's not all just big, beautiful mansions or anything. I mean, we got a lot of folk that live in our community. And there would be more of them here today, but you know, the working folk, they got to be out there working, so they're not here today. The rest of us are blessed to be here. We are ethnically a diverse community. We have people of many tongues from many places, and they've chosen to come and live here. We even have somebody that, I tell everybody we have black folks, Latinos, and let's see, we have some folks, Indian folks, but I said, we even have one indigenous person that I know, and you know him too, Mayor. We used to work with us, and now he's in Mount Dora. I'm a member of, I want to tell you this is very important to tell you. I'm a member of St. Patrick's Catholic Church, and I will tell you, we have to have 4 services on Sunday. The 4th service is the biggest one, and you know why it is? It's a Latino, Hispanic, Spanish Mass. The priests practice the communion and the Eucharist in Spanish. 600 people come to that church every Sunday. Most of the young people that are in the catechumens, along with some of my little grandchildren, are Hispanic. Now, I'm not telling you all these people live in Tangerine, but I'm telling you a lot of them live in Tangerine. They live a little bit on the edge of Mount Dora and a little bit on the edge of Zellwood. But that's how diverse our community is. And the church is in Mount Dora. It has an outdoor address, but it's in Tangerine. It's in Orange County. Let's see. We have new communities in the town of Tangerine. I want to think we're all still living in 1950s houses, but the Tangerine Reserve, the Laurels of Mount Dora, Martin's Reserve, Dora Estates, Chester Hill, and Beauclair Estates. In conclusion, I will tell you this. The Tangerine Rural Settlement has something you will love. We don't have any gated communities in Tangerine. We got gates. Keep your horse in, your dog in, your cow in, your goat in, whatever. And that's what we have. And lastly, and I'll just say this. We don't want to be Mount Dora, and we don't want to be Apopka. We want to be Tangerine Rural Settlement in Orange County, Florida. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Marshall. We'll move to the next speaker.
The next speaker is Jeffrey Casey, to be followed by Charlie Hollingsworth. You'll state your name and address for the record, please. You'll have 3 minutes.
Jeffrey Casey, 7459 Sadler Road, Tangerine. Thank you for being here. Appreciate all your work, commissioners. I am still working, and I'm a tech executive, and I would just like to say thank you for the transparency you provide to this process. I thought all the public notices were well done. We had Mr. DeMonch have a hearing in our own building hall, so all the facts have been presented, and I'm here to be in support of the opposition. The LPA provided a unanimous rejection of this for transmittal, and I'd like to show a highlight, if I might. Trying to enlighten the crowd.
The county made a commitment to.
Do we have video? One more time.
The county made a commitment to the residents, for better or worse, to preserve the densities of the rural settlements. And while I may think it's a bad idea, I recognize that the county made this commitment. And for that reason, I am not going to vote in favor of this.
So I appreciate the opportunity to allow us to present our opposition, and I hope you'll vote for same.
All right, thank you, sir, for your comments. We'll move to the next speaker.
Next speaker is Charlie Hollingsworth, and is Thomas Hollingsworth here? All right, thank you. So you'll have 4 minutes. Please state your name and address for the record, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Charlie Hollingsworth, excuse me, and I live at 6962 Lake Ola Drive in Tangerine. I've resided in Tangerine for 28 years and have been personally involved in many prior negotiations, including the growth center within the Tangerine Rural Settlement. These negotiations with property owners and developers used Orange County policies and designations within the comprehensive plan. The negotiations have ensured that new development within the rural settlement maintains what it was designed to do, protecting the lifestyle, character, and environmental sensitivities of the area. Both developers and residents have been satisfied with the negotiated outcomes. I believe one of them is sitting in the audience, Mr. Pamish. In the spirit of objectivity and efficiency, I'm not going to rehash all of the legal reasons to deny this project that have been outlined in my email that was sent to each of you last week and that Mr. Wiggins has gone over again. I'm simply stating for the record that we are not opposed to development within our rural settlement and preservation district that concurs with the in-place zoning and land use. This five-fold increase in density on the Martinez property goes against the rural settlement objective to, quote, preserve and protect existing development patterns. The property was purchased in 2015, well after the objective establishing the one-to-one densities was put in place, and the property does not meet the two exceptions because it does not have a higher land use designation prior to 1991, and it's not currently a county certified affordable housing project. You've been presented with the December 2002 verbiage from Mayor Crotty stating that the growth center should not be expanded and that the densities in the remainder should be reduced to discourage urban sprawl. This jump from 1-to-1 to 5-to-1 definitely does not meet this objective and is the definition of urban sprawl. To change the land use, expand the growth center, and increase the density at this point is inconsistent with current Orange County policy, and ironically, it's even inconsistent with the draft 2050 Vision Code, Section 1.1.2 intent to, quote, protect the rural character of the county that was proposed July 8th of 22. To grant this land use change will undoubtedly set the precedent for many other properties to do the same. Preserving rural Orange County is at stake. I invite Mr. Martinez to follow the lead of other property owners in the area and consider projects that will fit within the existing code and be desirable to residents who actually live in the area. We would love to sit with him and find a suitable solution. Mr. Martinez certainly has the right to ask for this change. However, as mentioned, he bought the property as it is currently zoned with the designations in place. Therefore, he's not entitled to have the change request granted. So therefore, I'm asking you again to follow the unanimous recommendation of your appointed Planning and Zoning Board last month that voted to deny this request. Thank you, and I appreciate your time.
All right, thank you, Ms. Hollingsworth. We'll move to the next speaker.
Next speaker is Dave Lutz, to be followed by Claire Nardone. Dave Lutz, L-U-L-E-U-T-Z.
Lutz.
All right. Claire Nardone, to be followed by Lynn Hazenstadt.
I'm Claire Nardone. I live at 4625 Slowwood Drive for 30 years, and I am the president of the Tangerine Improvement Society. Our Board of Directors Development Committee are adamantly opposed to expanding the Northwest Growth Center and creating further resident density on the Tangerine Rural Settlement. I may be repeating some of this that Mr. Wiggins said, but we do feel it is very important. For the last 20 years, our Tangerine residents have diligently and respectfully dealt with 20 other developers, and we've negotiated favorable outcomes for both parties and preserved our community. None of the developers included increased resident density, excuse me, as this request proposes. We believe approving this request will set a precedent for many other Tangerine property owners seeking the same density on the east side of US 441. The properties along Highway 441 help maintain the rural character of our Tangerine corridor. Families moving here seek to avoid townhomes, condominiums, and apartments. We do realize that this request is in the joint planning area. However, our rural settlement land use was in place prior to the counties adopting the joint planning area in 1996. Therefore, please consider a recommendation that respects rural land use in our area and prevents removing properties out of the Tangerine Rural Settlement, which we would be unfortunate result if this Northwest Growth Center denser use is adopted on this site. Thank you, Commissioners. Thank you, Mayor Demings.
All right, thank you very much for your comments. We'll move to the next speaker.
Lynn Hasenstab, to be followed by Greg Ramsdale.
Good afternoon, Mayor,
Afternoon.
Commissioners. 5 years ago, my wife and I looked for a home where we could spend the rest of our retirement years. We started looking along the East Coast, working our way west at all the neighborhoods and the homes, and we could not find the neighborhood that we liked or could live in. We arrived in Tangerine, and the whole neighborhood was beautiful, not littered, not unkept, but spacious lots with well-maintained single-family homes. We love what we've found, and we want to keep it that way. Please retain the 15.15 acre subject property zone rural settlement. Thank you.
I'm not sure you did so, but your name and address, just for the record.
Lynn Hasenstab, 7065 Earlwood Avenue, Mount Dora, in the town of Tangerine.
All right, thank you very much. We'll move to the next speaker.
Next speaker is Greg Ramsdale. Okay, thank you, sir. Then followed by Melinda Canesdale. Okay. Colette Rance. Okay. Followed by Robert Fasano. And followed by Blair Woodall. Okay. Please state your name and address for the record, please. You'll have 3 minutes.
Sure. So that makes me the caboose, is that it? Okay. I'm Colette Rance. I live at 7130 Earlwood Avenue, and I'm all but a lifelong resident of Orange County. I've lived all over the county. When I bought my home, I bought it in Tangerine because it was vastly different than where I had been, right? And that's the beauty of Orange County. I love Orange County. The piece I have of Orange County is what I want. It's not what everybody wants, but it's what we want, and that's what we were all doing here, right? So I'm here. I'm not going to reiterate what everyone has said. I'm just going to go ahead and say, yes, they're right, okay? What I do want to say to you, though, is I ask you to honor what we've done for ourselves in Tangerine with the help of former commissioners and chairmans and mayors in keeping our area rural. If we have, and let me make the point, we're not doing the not in my neighborhood thing, right? We're good with progress. We're good with some growth. We're not asking to have it be the way it was in 1954 when my home was built, right? I like progress. I like updated everything. What we're asking is that the development that is approved here is in keeping with our area. It's why we bought there. It's why we stay there, right? So I'm asking you to honor the planning and zoning's recommendation not to transmit. I'm asking you to honor what Chairman Crotty did for us years ago and keep Tangerine, because it's part of what makes Orange County the place where people want to be. We are diverse there also, right? It is the ruralness of it, that geographic diversity that I'm asking you all to take care of, please, for us. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Rance. I want to double check any other members of the public present.
Last speaker was Robert Fasano. All right.
Okay.
That was the last of the speakers, of course, Mayor.
With that, if you want to speak and if you haven't filled out a card, you can come speak and then just fill the card out later. Okay. You did fill out a card. What is your name?
Okay.
Ms.
Sorry, Ms.
Wiggins, just come to the mic. Okay, so we need Ms. Wiggins, and then Mr. Evers. Okay, so Ms. Wiggins, you.
Okay. I'm Joy Wiggins. I reside at 7777 Earlwood Avenue in Tangerine. And the property that we're discussing discussing has is both in the Northwest Growth Center and the rural settlement. There are 22 rural settlements in Orange County. Of the 22, 3 have an extra designation as preservation areas, and that Tangerine has both of those. It's a rural settlement and a preservation area. I spoke with the applicant after our community meeting, and Mr. Martinez is very pleasant, and I encouraged him the best I could to build lovely homes, expensive homes if he'd like, in the 1-to-1 designation, that we could support that. And finally, the issue of the rural settlement and the preservation area, that is something to be protected. The rural settlements are only a fraction of the total land designations that are within Orange County, and these should be always protected. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Wiggins. Mr. Evers.
Ross Evers, 8450 Lake Street, Tangerine, Florida. Less than 1 mile from this subject property to be changed. I came here to Florida in 1931. I have spent all but 20 years of it in Florida. I was in the Air Force before. The last 7 years, I have lived at my present address. My present address was built under the present rules and so forth. There are 24 houses, all on over an acre of lot. I was the fourth person to move into that area. So if someone wants to develop property, to build in property, the Tangerine Association has a way to get building permits and build and develop and stay within our five houses per acre. You people are the one that's going to make the decision for all of us. How many people from Tangerine? If we chip one portion out of our agreement with the county, that will open it up for other chips. We want to maintain the same type of living that we have had for the last roughly 20 years. We haven't changed that much, but we have grown. We have grown where we all live and work together and maintain the same type of life that we would expect to have. If you have any questions, I would be glad to answer them.
Thank you, Mr. Evers, for your presence this afternoon. If you were born, if you moved here in 1931, you must have been a kid, really young.
I'm not as old as you were talking about before. I've seen a lot.
All right. All right, do we have any other members of the public who wish to be heard on this item?
I have no other speaker cards, Mayor.
All right, so I'm going to go back to the applicant at this point for any rebuttal comments. Mr. Martinez, any rebuttal comments?
Yes, sir. When I started back in April on this project, I got an email. I went to the county, but I'm not even in the rural settlement. I have an email from Land Development that puts the borderline was right on it. I took the plans and showed them before we got this started. So, I mean, they said we had to go through this process, let everybody speak, everybody spoke. Now, we're down to the point, I got an email that says different. And I already showed them on the paperwork that it's not in there. Their lines were all mixed up somewhere throughout the thing when they made this portion out. The lines didn't match up. It wasn't very good to where you could visibly see all this.
Anything else, Mr. Martinez?
No, that should be enough.
All right, thank you. We'll go to staff for any further clarification on that. With that, we're going to close the public hearing on this item at this time, and we'll open it up for any questions or comments. I will ask staff regarding Mr. Martinez's assertion that the area in question falls outside of the rural settlement. If we can have staff speak to what he has just inferred.
So Mayor, I'm not familiar with the documentation that Mr. Martinez has received, but this property is within the rural settlement as shown here. It's the blue line indicating the rural settlement boundary. It is within the rural settlement adjacent to the growth center. Again, this is a zoomed out version of the property showing it within the rural settlement. And it also has a designation of rural settlement 1-to-1, which is a designation that we only give to properties within the rural settlements.
And Mr. Martinez, that's contrary to what you just said, but the email or letter or what have you, can you produce that and maybe we can rectify that? Who sent you the information in question that you're presenting?
Mayor, that's communication that ultimately, I can get with Mr. Sorensen and the applicant to review.
Okay.
Yeah, but we can research that further if this gets transmitted prior to adoption.
Okay. All right. Sounds like, but at this time, staff is saying that it is in the rural settlement. So I don't know if there's something may have been an error previously, if they can produce that, but what our staff is certifying today is that it is within the rural settlement. Okay. All right. And with that, we're going to open it up for commissioners. We're going to begin with Commissioner Moore.
I have some general comments, but I want to go back to that because the research that I did, and don't get worried, but was that this, yes, it was in the rural settlement because Mr. Martinez explained it to me at the community, which I was in attendance, but it's in this very small area that has the ability to join into this growth center. And so that's what the process is today with the text amendment to come into the growth center. So it's possible that he had an email that he was reading about the growth center and there was confusion because it was confusing to me. I don't know, John, if you want to add any to that, but I know he and I have been talking about this, and I even have a map here that shows that this, and I could pass this down, this one section can all be accepted, voted into these text amendments into the growth center. And I don't know if you want to confirm what I'm saying and bring some clarity.
Mr. Sorensen, I know you've got a good graphic here that sort of shows the three areas or boundaries between the rural settlement, the growth center, and the JPA itself. And so, Commissioner, thank you. In terms of the history, I think you've heard certainly from the residents and their perspective that goes back to the Foothills of Mount Dora approvals back in 2002. And they made reference to then Chairman Crotty's comment about his desire to modify both the JPA and the comprehensive plan to reduce the densities in the remainder of the growth center and prevent expansion of that growth center. So that was late 2002. In 2003, the county added a policy to its comprehensive plan specifically regarding the Northwest Growth Center. That's also referenced as in the staff report as policy FLU 747. That language specifically says that the Northwest Growth Center boundary as adopted shall not be expanded unless amendments to the future land use map and all applicable policies, including FLU 743, are adopted. Furthermore, the JPA, or Joint Planning Area between Orange County and the city of Mount Dora, shall not be expanded. So the two things that were inferred following the 2002 comments by Mayor Crotty, the next year the board expressly added a policy that said the JPA can't be expanded, but the policy did not say that the growth center could not be expanded. And so I think in terms of what was intended and what ultimately was followed through by the board, there might have been a little bit of a distinction between the two actions. But the action that's clear was the policy that says the growth center will not be expanded, and this property is currently in the growth center itself. So, or sorry, it's not in the growth center, it's in the JPA boundary, excuse me. So the request here is to follow basically the policies that are outlined regarding the expansion of the growth center, to basically take it out of the rural settlement and put it into the growth center, which is otherwise consistent with the JPA.
And that's probably why the staff initially recommended it. Now, we've got a whole lot of issues after that, so that's probably where. Mayor, I wanted to make some general comments, and I might come back to some questions. Would that be acceptable?
Okay. Yes.
Okay. This has actually been a little trickier situation than I anticipated. But in the last couple of years, we've worked on just to bring the board up to speed for Tangerine. I don't know if you recall, actually, Tom, it was about my first board meeting back in 2018, 2019. We had problems with odors out here. And the EPD staff and the state environmental folks worked really hard. And since that time, we have seen the major person contributing to those odors. I won't mention them today, but they have shut down, they have filed bankruptcy, and they have moved. So that was quite an extensive work on their behalf. And then we've also, we're in some, and I don't want to say too much about it because it's in enforcement stages with another potential business in the area that has been contributing to odors. So we've really been working hard for everybody out here. I've been to many meetings, been to many of their homes as well. In the last 2 years, we've been doing traffic studies, trying to get the area safer. And so with that, we certainly also, on their side of it, they are in between tremendous growth in Mount Dora, and it was Mount Dora who probably started this whole thing with the growth center and is pushing farther into our rural area. And in fact, at one point, Chris Testerman's not here, but the city of Mount Dora tried to annex some of Orange County land into Mount Dora, and we had to tell them you can't cross the county line, you know. And and then they've got the city of Apopka to the south with the growth that they're projecting with the 429. So we absolutely have to protect this area because they're getting squeezed from the north and they're getting squeezed from the south, and they're wonderful people. This area, 1880s, there's a lot of history here as well. And so I absolutely support all of their efforts. This was a little bit confusing, and we had a project maybe 2 years ago, if you remember, right, if you're looking at the map, it would be to just the west of the end, the northwest. And we had a developer come in to the west of Stony Brook who wanted townhomes. Remember that? They probably do because they remember all of these projects. And so there was a long history before I got here, but once we got here, we got it down to less density. They had to follow the Wekiva study area and go with I forget the percentage. It was at least 35%, but it might have been greater, where we had homes, and we got rid of the townhomes. And so I was a little surprised, Mr. Martinez, that you came in with townhomes, because if you had done your homework, you would have known this was going to happen. They're just not going to accept townhomes in this area. But on the other hand, I want you all to understand that this area can potentially go into the growth area. And so I don't necessarily have any other questions unless the rest of you do. And then when you're done with questions, I would like to make a motion.
All right. I'll assume you're motioning for denial.
I am.
Okay. So I'll take it as a motion.
Second,
Is there a
Wilson.
second? There's a second. Okay, now, we have a motion and a second. Any further questions? Okay. Commissioner Scott?
I'm just curious if Mr. Martinez could, what inroads or what communications did you talk with, like, what steps did you take to come to some sort of agreement with the residents?
I didn't really get with the residents. I took the maps and put them all together and figured out I wasn't in it. And then I got with Land and Development, and we had a meeting, and we highlighted where I was actually at, which wasn't, the bottom portion of my land was barely into it. And then that's when I figured I'd go through the thing and do the townhomes, but I never really got with them on which direction, you know, or meetings or anything else.
All right. Thank you for answering my question. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes and it is unanimous. But before Mr. Herbert leaves, there's folklore that around here that the former U.S. Marshal, who carried a gun, he may still have a gun on, held a gun to former Mayor Crotty to force him to issue the letter that was written. Is that accurate, Marshal Herbert? Okay. All right. He clarified that for us today. Thank you very much. Thank you all for your presence this afternoon. We're going to move forward to the next item on our agenda. Okay. We're going to ask that as you depart, that you remain orderly. We're still in the meeting. And we will move forward to the next item on our agenda. This is item G17 that we're up to at this point. And as we prepare, as they're exiting, we'll open the public hearing at this time. And Mr. Jason Sorensen, our chief planner, is going to come forward and frame this item for us as well, item G17. And with that, Mr. Sorensen, you are recognized at this time.
All right, thank you, Mayor. This next amendment is 2023-1A22. It's a request to change the future land use map designation from rural to institutional on a property that measures 14.89 gross acres. The proposed use is a training facility, residential care, event barn, a barn, and a caretaker's residence, as well as agricultural-related uses such as growing crops and farm animals. The subject property is located in District 2. This is an aerial of the subject property showing it east of the Lake County, Orange County boundary and north of Jones Avenue. The current future land use designation is rural. The proposed future land use designation is institutional. The zoning is currently A2 farmland rural district. A community meeting was not required for this request. 36 public hearing notices were sent to an area extending beyond 1,500 feet from the subject parcel. To date, we have received 50 responses in favor and 0 responses in opposition. At the local planning agency hearing, there were 8 speakers present to speak in favor of the request and 2 speakers present to speak in opposition. The local planning agency and staff are recommending that this application be found sufficient and in compliance and transmit the amendment to the state reviewing agencies. Staff is available for any questions.
All right, thank you, Mr. Sorensen. With that, I'm going to ask the applicant or a representative of the applicant to come forward if you have any opening comments.
Good afternoon, Jim Hall, HDSI, 1302 Osprey Avenue, Orlando. Coincidentally, like today, the first time I ever spoke at this podium was 31 years ago today.
Well,
so I've been here like hundreds of times, and this is, for my career, the greatest project I've ever been involved with. The community giving that this project will bring to Orange County is untold. So I would like to turn it over to Kurt Arteman, our attorney, and we'll have Kathy Mina. Everyone for Special Hearts, could you put your hands up?
There's a lot of you. Well, welcome to the Board of County Commission. All right. Mr. Arteman.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners. My name is Kurt Ardeman with the Fishback Dominic Law Firm, 1947 Lee Road, Winter Park, Florida, 32789. Pleasure to be here. It's a privilege to represent Special Hearts Farm, and great project. Jim said it right. I've been involved in a lot of projects. This one is incredible. We have an opportunity, you all have an opportunity to do an amazing allow an amazing project to come forward in Northwest Orange County. Kathy Mina, the president of Special Hearts Farm, will make a short presentation to show you what this project is and give some details about it. We would like to reserve rebuttal time if there are any objections, which we hopefully don't see any, but if they are, we would like to have that rebuttal with a minimum of a 5-minute rebuttal. Thank you very much, Kathy.
Kurt, thank you so much, Mayor Dimmings and County Commissioners, for hearing a little bit about the Special Hearts Farm. My name is Kathy Mina, and like Kurt and Jim said, I'm very fond of our project. I just want to tell you a little bit about the Special Hearts Farm, who we are. First off, we're a 501c3 non-for-profit. Our job is to provide adult day training, possible business opportunities related to farming and gardening experiences, and business opportunities. We produce and sell products such as goat milk soap and rustic signs. And we serve individuals with unique disabilities, all types of abilities, and we are here to just show you how special all of them are today. So our mission, again, is to provide safe, meaningful, beneficial farming, gardening experiences for individuals with disabilities and unique abilities who have been denied opportunities for college or employment. Our vision is to create business opportunities for individuals with disabilities and provide positive experiences within their community. So these are just some pictures that we've gathered of some of our participants enjoying woodworking, animal care, making goat milk soap, working in the garden. And we actually have two programs that we offer at the Special Hearts Farm. The first is for our adult day training supported employment program, and it's for our individuals that have aged out of public school system. So at the age of 22, they age out of public school, and most of them, if they do not successfully become employed, sit at home the rest of their lives. So that's one reason we started Special Hearts Farm, was to change that. We provide a meaningful day. We provide career opportunities for those who are seeking employment. We're very proud that we've actually hired some of them to work at the farm. I know when we met you, Mayor Dimmings, several years ago at the Farm Bureau dinner and told you about our project, and you were kind enough to listen and said you were so excited. That was one of the questions you asked was, are you planning to hire them? And we have hired them. They're great workers. They love their jobs. The other program we offer is we're still providing services for Orange County Public Schools. So we have 2 classrooms for our students that are 18 to 22. They learn career experience. They learn skills to try and gain employment. But the beautiful thing is, if they do not gain a job, they can transition into our adult day training program and have a meaningful day and not stay at home the rest of their lives. That's our goal, is to not have that happen. So where we're located now, currently, is we are located at the old former Maxey Elementary School in Winter Garden. We are a collaboration between Orange County Public Schools and the 501c3 Special Hearts Farm Incorporated. And I think what I want to tell all of you is this transition opportunity is really the first of its kind in the state of Florida. There is not another program like it where we have students that have aged out of school and students that are still in school working collaboratively. We have people come all the time to look at our program to try to copy it. We've had Seminole County, Osceola County, Lake County. We've had states far away as Missouri come and try to see how they could implement the program we're running now. So why the need to expand? Why did we buy the Jones Avenue property in the first place? Well, We are filled to capacity. Our superintendents, both Superintendents Jenkins and Vasquez, have just been big supporters of our program. When they gave us the 14 portables, we filled them up. We have no more room where we are. We also see the need is there for our special needs community and their families. We also want to build an event training center where we can teach more employment skills and employ more of them in the future. And we want to provide residential housing, which we cannot do on a public school property. This year, we successfully received appropriations dollars from the state of Florida, which I'm going to tell you about in a minute. And that's one reason why we need to go forward with our project. We also provide a great need for our individuals' families, because they know they can continue in the workforce, the families can, and that their child has a safe place to go every day, a place they love, a place they enjoy learning work skills. And so another big piece of this is once the parents are gone, and I myself is a parent of a young man with autism, and when my husband and I pass, we wanted that assurance that he's going to have somewhere to live, that he enjoys going to, that's safe, somewhere he can be productive. So, what makes the Special Hearts Farm so special? Right up here on this slide, we also deliver Meals on Wheels in the Apopka community and the Winter Garden community. We've taught our participants that even though you may not have, you have a unique ability, you have a disability, but guess what? You can still serve others. We serve Meals on Wheels every Thursday and Friday in our community. We were recognized by Governor DeSantis in May for our program being one of the top adult day training programs in the state of Florida. And a month later, he signed our appropriations bill for $5.3 million. So the governor and our Commissioner of Agriculture, Wilton Simpson, are both big proponents of our program. And this is the Forever Home. This is the property we purchased, and this is our goal. We would like to have a work and training event center, our adult day training program. It's not really going to be a school, but just a training center. Our animal barn, because our special animals that we have need a home too. And then we want to have residences for our participants. And thank you all for listening, and I hope that you approve our zoning. And like I said, you're going to hear what makes the Special Hearts Farm more special than my speech in just a couple minutes.
Yeah, so just to wrap up, the $5.3 million is, we have to check some boxes to show that we're moving forward with the process. So she bought the land, owned. So we got into this comp plan process. So we're hoping in May, when it comes back for adoption, we'll show the state we checked the box, and this can become a reality.
All right. Thank you all for your collective presentations. With that, I'm going to open it up for any public comment. If we have members of the public who are present and want to speak at this time, we will give you that opportunity.
Mayor, we have 25 speakers, the first two of which are asking for an accessibility accommodation, have someone come up with them.
So let's try to manage this process, okay, as we move forward. If we have multiple speakers who are in support, who are in favor, we get it. It probably is not necessary for all 25 of you to say I'm in support, but we would like to hear from you if we can aggregate that in some manner where there are key ones of you who want to speak. The board, we get the point that you're trying to make. We see you in numbers here today. You're wearing your collateral material, and so it's not necessary is what I'm saying to you. So with that, who would like to speak from the group? Do we have some key speakers? Okay, so those of you who are going to be the key speakers, we're going to ask you to kind of go towards the wall over here and just kind of line up and prepare to speak. Okay. All right, there we go. Okay, so we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And so with these 6, if they need assistance, certainly those of you who are able to assist them can do that. And so the 6 of you will speak. We're going to give each one of you a couple of minutes to say what you got to say. All right, come forward. All right, here we go.
Good afternoon. My name is Devin Brooks. I live at 1619 Walkerton Court in Winter Garden. I have been going to the Special Hearts Farm for 3.5 years. At the farm, my peers and I learned how to measure the right amount of food for all the different animals. We learned to clean the eggs. Then we washed them to sell in the Special Hearts Farm store. Another fun thing we have learned to do is make goat's milk soap. It takes all of us working together to get it just right. During the week, we practice our social skills and learn to cook. We also get to give back to our community by delivering food to people who can't get out through the Meals on Wheels program. It would be great if the Special Hearts Farm could move out to our new property on Jones Avenue. It is getting a little cramped at our current location. It would be awesome if we could have a new classroom building, a place for us to live. You know, my parents aren't getting any younger. And an event building so my peers and I could have paying jobs. Since going to the farm these last 3.5 years, I have more self-confidence. I speak up when I have ideas and concerns. I feel like I have purpose. The animals and my peers are depending on me every day. Thank you for listening to me. Please consider allowing us to build the new Special Hearts Farm Forever Home on the Jones Avenue land so my peers and I can grow and thrive.
All right, thank you very much. Okay, we're going to move to the next speaker.
My name is Riley Robertson. I'm from 3871 Yothers Road in Apopka, 32712. Good afternoon. My name is Riley Robertson, and I want to tell you about the Special Hearts Farm. At the farm, I do feed prep for the animals and help to lead the animals out. I feed the animals and I love to pet the girl goats. I love coming to the farm and hanging out with my friends. I love to help my teacher with chores around the farm. I used to have another job and the staff was not nice to me. At the Special Hearts Farm, the staff is nice to me and the staff makes me feel important. I feel like I can do more here than at my other job. At the new property they are building, they will have homes for us to live in that will be called the Forever Home. I want to live in the Forever Home because it will make me feel more independent so I can do more things on my own, like cooking. The Special Hearts Farm is so important to me because we get to take care of the animals and they love us for doing it. Please approve our zoning for the Special Hearts Farm. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. We're going to move to the next speaker.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me well?
Yes.
Should I lower it a little? This letter is from Mario Bogues. He's a farm participant hired as a paid farmhand on the weekends. He couldn't be here today, but he wanted the board to know his thoughts. What the farm means to me. I like the opportunity to work at the farm on Saturdays. I was the third participant hired. I enjoy working with the animals. My favorites are the goats, one in particular named Dolly, and our new donkey, Ollie. I do a good job feeding them and cleaning the cow's stall. Please approve the zoning for the new farm. It will help more people like me get jobs and have a place to stay. Now, my name is Maria Leon. I live at 15149 Ovation Drive in Winter Garden, Florida. I have worked at the farm for almost a year and a half now as a volunteer, as a substitute teacher, and for the last 2 months, I have been responsible for the daily activities of a group of clients in the adult day training program. Working at the farm gives the clients a sense of purpose. It builds on a very basic need of feeling respected, valued, and that they belong. I have witnessed many of them master new tasks and be celebrated by their peers, not only for their accomplishment, but also for contributing to the group effort. I work with Mario every day. He is one amazing and caring young man. And as we talked about what the farm means to him, I was very moved by his desire to help more people with similar needs as his. This makes me so emotional. This project will be beneficial to so many, and having residents in place with the adult day training program will provide better support to so many of the clients. Thank you.
All right, thank you. We're going to move to the next speaker.
Good evening. I am Deanna Blitz. I live at 17816 Lookout Hill Road in Winter Garden, Florida, for 56 years with my mom and dad. My mom and dad are getting older, and I need a forever home when they are no longer able to take care of me. I found my forever home at Special Heart Farms, where I can live and be a part of all the family that will love me and take care of me. I will be able to care for the animals and have a place to work on the farm. We need a place like this. We need your support. So please support us, not only for me, but for all the special needs. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. All right, we'll go to the next speaker.
You want me to? My name is Jennifer Elliott. I reside at 8413 Sunset Drive, Orlando, Florida, 32819. This is Jaden. Jaden, do you want to do your speech, or do you want me to do it?
You can help me.
Okay, why don't you start?
So should I just start with the first?
Well, tell them your name. Yes, and then start with the first sentence. So tell them your name. Jaden Carmichael. Come on, Jaden. You got this.
Hello, I am Jaden Carmichael.
Okay, go ahead. Do you know your address? It's okay. Okay, why don't we just start with your.
Hello, thank you for meeting with us. I wanted to let you know how much I love Special Hearts Farm. I like to ride the bus every day with my friends and driver Jack. I can't wait to get to work. I look forward to seeing my goat I sponsor, Lucas, and my mom's duck, Monica. I like to sweep up the barn. Scooping the poop is my least favorite thing, but I have learned a lot. I like to have social skills with my friends. I like Pizza Friday. I also enjoy Meals on Wheels on Fridays. Holidays are fun with my teachers. I am so happy I have this special farm to go to every day. Otherwise, I would just be at home by myself. I would like to stay here for a long time. I look forward to live in the forever home someday. Thank you for your time today.
So Jaden, do you want to live at the Special Hearts Farm Forever Home with all your friends?
Yes.
How many people here want to live with Jaden at the Special Hearts Farm Forever Home? All right. See, look, all your friends want to come. You did a great job. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Just by the way, normally we don't allow clapping and outward sounds. I'm giving you all a little bit of privilege today. All right. All right.
Good evening to Mayor Denman and commissioners. Thank you for having us this evening. My name is Carol Bailey. I live at 3999 Shadowwind Way in Gotha, Florida, 34734. We have a son, he's 29 years old, who's on the autism spectrum, who is a member of the farm. And when he was 3 years old, he started in Orange County Public Schools. The bus came to get him. We followed the bus to make sure they were going to the school that he said they were taking him to. And he's nonverbal still, but he understands and did not like animals. When he aged out of school, we tried to find a place for him. And if you have anyone in your life who's autistic, or if you know of anyone, they pick up on the emotions and the atmosphere. A lot of the places we visited were dim and dark and dull, and the kids were just sitting there doing things. They're very smart. Whatever you teach them, they know it. He can go to any mall in Central Florida because when he was little, his first word was quarter. And he'd ask for a quarter. His dad would take him to the mall, to the gumball machine. He knows where it's been 27 years. He still knows where every single gumball machine is. And so going to these places, we weren't pleased with what we were seeing. We know that if he went into this place and it's dull and dark, he would come home like that. However, he went to the farm, not liking animals. He spent many days just walking around the perimeter of the barn and just on the perimeter. And then he saw his friends going inside the barn. My boy is 200 pounds, 6'3", going into the barn, taking the hay, changing the buckets and carrying water and playing ball. And when we pull up to the corner, he gets out of the car. He gives me the look if I'm late because his friends are gone and he just looks at me sideways. But he gets out. He's down the walkway around the corner before I can even get out of my car. This is how we know that he really, really loves the farm. Thank you so much for considering our forever home, because we know it'll be a place of light and love and laughter. And most of all, they will thrive when we are gone. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Hello, my name
Hello.
is Lisa Schmidt, and I live at 1915 Watermere Lane, Windermere 34786, Florida. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity here today to tell you how much it means for me to have a favorable vote for Special Hearts Farm Forever Home. A farm that trains people with limited disabilities, job skills and farm skills. Farm skills like cleaning out the goat and sheep stalls in the barn. My two children, Philip and Jessica, both attend the farm since day one. It is amazing if you saw them as they approach this task for their morning farm duties and see them cleaning out these. The job is amazing. They're using rakes and shovels and wheelbarrows and taking and cleaning out the stalls in preparation, and watering down and making sure everything is clean, in preparation of the afternoon events that are going to take place. And that's filling the stalls with hay and water, because they're caring for the animals, the special animals. The farm also is very, very community-minded, and they are volunteering, my two, are volunteering with the Meals on Wheels program, which is really a highlight to their day when they get to go. Among other things, gardening and soap, goat milk soap, and woodworking, and daily living skills that are so important that they learn from with their peers, from their job coaches, to prepare them for the later on in life. But I don't have to tell you how great this program is, because the state of Florida has already granted us this.
You are out of time.
I'm out of
So,
time.
final
But I'm
comment.
here for your yes vote, and I appreciate you granting this for all of us at Special Hearts Farm, because we are a farm. We're Special Hearts Farm. Special animals for special hearts.
All right, thank you. All right, next speaker, please.
Dennis Sutherland, 1426 Lindsay Street, Winter Garden. I'm a parent and volunteer. I'm the one that's been taking care of the farm up there for about the last 8 months and seeing all the property around me. Last time I tried to speak here, I couldn't speak because it was too emotional, so I'm gonna have to read this, so sorry if I'm rude. So we are here about what the plan now will be for the future of our kids. What's our plan? To meet a community need now and long into the future, hopefully forever. The farmer says he will grow. The other thing I need to address is, after we spoke last time, we were broadsided by some other accusations that I'm trying to address now. Two main things is the safety of a farm, a blueberry farm, next to residential, which is everywhere in Florida. And the second thing is what is the actual future plan of that area? Okay. Currently, right now, there is no history of blueberries around our farm right now. It's all sod. If you look at the satellite view of that, you can see it's all sod strips where they've been plowing sod within a half mile of our property. There is no blueberries. So any speak of what's been happening, what a blueberry farmer does, hasn't been being done there when we bought that property. And right now, if you look at the Orange County's property future plan use of that area, on the one property that surrounds us, on three sides it says planned development. The other side says it's rural, not really a farm plan, from what I could see. And the big thing is looking long-term in the future. So the person that has a farm now that says he's going to grow blueberries, which isn't being grown now, isn't being sprayed now, so he's just going to sell the property when it becomes more valuable, and that's it. And we'll actually have a farm there for the community.
We got your point. All right. With that, I'm told that there may be a couple of the speakers that may not be with the farm that may want to speak. Is that okay? Ms. Wilson.
And Mayor, there is one other informational request. That was Lynn McLaughlin.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners, and I may be able to shed some light on the gentleman who spoke just before me. So my name is Rebecca Wilson, 215 North Eola Drive. I am here on behalf of H&A Farms, and that is correct. The farm is 525 acres that surrounds this piece of property. I got here a little early today, and I was able to speak with Special Hearts Farms Counsel, Kurt Ardeman, and while we all acknowledge that the work being done by Special Hearts is incredible, I was able to speak with him about our concerns, and between now and when this comes back in May for the BCC adoption, we'll work out our concerns and issues in the meantime. So we're just here today to clarify that, and if anybody has questions of my client, he's here. So thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Ellen Crames. I live at 1032 Wentworth Court, Longwood, Florida, 32750. I would like Kathy Mina to address the speaker's concerns that we just heard.
Okay. We have a process
Which is
for how we move forward. Okay, and I'll handle that part of the meeting.
You got it.
Okay.
Sorry. Forgive me, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you.
I just want to say, too, I'm not only a parent of one of the participants, Justin, I'm also a Florida legal guardian and also a medical advocate for the special needs community. And who you see here are the lucky ones that have people that can stand up for them and be with. A lot of my clients, well, they're not so lucky, and that's when the courts assign me to step in. So I'm certainly hoping with all the testing that came back, which was good from what I understand, that you will see that we need this Special Hearts Farm, not only for now, but for the future, and to stop our young adults from literally being warehoused and have nowhere to go and have something to do. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any other speakers for the public comment portion? If not, at this point, I'll go back to the applicant who can offer any rebuttal comments based upon anything that you may have heard.
Thank you, Mayor Demings, Commissioners. Kurt Ardeman again. Really, there was no objection. There were some concerns that Becky Wilson raised that are not going to be an issue from what we can see. So whatever, we're neighbors, and we expect to work any issues out between now and adoption. As you know, we had staff recommendation for approval for transmittal. We had LPA unanimous approval for transmittal, and we hope that this commission will give us a unanimous approval for transmittal as well. We're available for any questions. Thank you, Mayor, Commissioners.
All right, thank you, Mr. Ardeman. With that, I'm going to close the public hearing at this time, and we can move to any questions or comments by members of the board. And I see that Commissioner Scott has hit his button first, so you're up.
Thank you, Mayor. No questions, just a comment. I think work like this is amazing. Being an ESC student with an IEP plan, having 2 teachers and learning strategies and being picked on as the kid in the slow class is just, I'm trying to keep this together, goodness. I think it's amazing what Kathy and Jennifer and Emily are all doing, and you know, sometimes all it takes is someone telling you that they believe in you. Like sometimes it's just that simple. I believe in you and you can, and I would not be sitting here if it wasn't for teachers like them, for programs like this, and I'm just so grateful to just, you know, witness the support and hear of the great things that you're doing and the great things that I know you're going to do. So I just wanted to just share that, you know, keep doing the good work. It definitely works. It definitely makes a difference. It definitely helps someone push through those hard times. And so thank you all for coming here today. And I'm just excited to be a part of this process.
Commissioner Moore.
Having been on the school board, I sort of hit this project at the back end. It was mostly board member Gould who was getting you all set up at Maxie, but that had been my old district. But now, of course, it's in District 1. And so then they came to me a few years ago about this project. And it really is tough when these students age out for a parent, you know, who's had that kind of support. And now you say, now what? Mm-hmm. Right, now what? And I have a friend in the choir who has a Down syndrome child, and you know that's certainly been a struggle for them as well. I just had a question for staff, just to talk about the process just one more time for the sake of the audience and maybe some of those listening, because we have a neighbor who's got concerns. I could understand that they would want the safety of your students, right? So how does this work? We transmit. What's the next step? And with the PD, when do we actually get into whether there's fencing, whether they're going to have to be on sewer, you know, following all the Wekiva study area guidelines? When do we get to that in this process? Because obviously the concept is wonderful, but there's also other stages and steps that all those things can be addressed.
Yes, Commissioner. So today is the transmittal hearing. This will be then transmitted to the state reviewing agencies. We'll get any comments back from the state reviewing agencies, at which time we will then schedule this item for adoption hearing, probably in late April or May. And it would be concurrent with the PD rezoning, which is currently in process. It's through that mechanism, through the PD rezoning, that we can place conditions of approval on the project to address, like you said, anything like buffers or fencing to that regard, and also to address Florida Statutes 163.3163, which is meant to, for this purpose, when you have land adjacent to agricultural land, and our legal staff is working on a condition of approval to that end to place on the PD rezoning. So you will see that at that time.
So we'll work through some of those stickier wicket issues at that point. Today is just the transmittal, whether we'd like to see it. And then I have to say to all of you, now you're aware that we've been dealing with odors, okay? And it's not completely rectified. And so, you know, I hope you're aware that that's the case, and you are next to a farm. And so there are some things to work. You are a farm.
You are a farm.
But Jones Avenue, if you all remember, this was really the farms of Lake Apopka in the 1940s that they took out. It was Apopka sawgrass, and then we had to feed America during a world war. And, of course, then we found out by 1990 that the chemicals in the ground and the pesticides killed Lake Apopka, and now we're in restoration. So I just want you all to consider all those things. We are seeing the area transition on the south end. We're getting, in the city, Amazon and Goya and a lot of warehouses. And so, you know, this area is in transition, but I just want you to be aware of what you're getting into as well. But we love the concept. It's fabulous. We wish we had 10 more like you. Yes, I guess I need, well, are there any more questions?
There are none.
Okay. Okay, because I don't want to interrupt that. All right, I'd like to make a motion
Second,
for
Wilson.
approval.
All right, Commissioner Wilson was quick that time. I think she beat you, Commissioner.
She interrupted me.
Oh, I didn't, I was good.
All right, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The motion passes and it is unanimous. Thank you all very much for your presence, and remember, we're still in session, so as you all leave, we still have work to do here at the board, so we ask that you be respectful and quiet as you depart. We will move to the next item on our agenda, and this is item G18. We're going to open the public hearing on this item. Mr. Sorensen has been on deck for quite a while today, but he will be framing this next item for us as well. And with that, Mr. Sorensen, you are recognized at this time.
All right, thank you, Mayor. This next case is Amendment 2023-1A42. This is a request to change the future land use map designation.
All right, Mr. Beagles, we're still in session.
To change the future land use map designation from Parks and Recreation Open Space to low-density residential for a property that measures 40.12 gross acres. The proposed development program is up to 125 single-family residences. The subject property is in District 4. This is an aerial of the subject property showing it on the north side of South Alafaya Trail. It's currently a golf course. This is the future land use currently, which is PROS, and the proposed future land use is low-density residential LDR. The existing zoning is PD, planned development within the Stony Brook PD. A community meeting was held on December 14th with 60 residents in attendance. A concern of stormwater management was expressed, but otherwise residents were seeking information on how the golf course would be redesigned. 1,466 public hearing notices were sent to an area extending beyond 1,000 feet from the subject parcel. To date, we have received 6 commentaries in opposition and 9 commentaries in support of the request. At the local planning agency hearing, there were 6 speakers present to speak in favor of the request and 1 speaker in opposition. The local planning agency and staff are recommending that this application be found sufficient and in compliance and transmit the amendment to the state reviewing agencies. Staff is available for any questions.
All right, thank you, Mr. Sorensen. I'm going to ask the applicant to come forward, or a representative, to speak at this time. I recognize Mr. Hal Cantor.
Good afternoon, everybody. As a housekeeping matter, I'm going to submit into evidence an agreement that I'm going to be talking about, as well as the resumes of Mr. Hall and Mr. Roush, who are planning experts, and their resumes will be made part of the record. Now, with that, I represent Stony Brook East, and we're here to talk about the item of golf course preservation, LDR development. I hate talking about this after hearing the last hearing, but that's what we're here about. So this property that we're asking to develop is out at South Alafaya Trail, and it's shown on the map. And to give you a perspective, some people have opposed to it are from Eastwood. Eastwood is, by the way, 1.25 miles away from these parcels. They're nowhere near this land. So I want you to put that in perspective. Now, the Stony Brook Homeowners Association, those of you who were here previously would know that my client formally applied to have an apartment complex put on this property, and it was denied by the commission, and you all said, go work things out. So the Stony Brook Homeowners Association was tasked with 4 different kind of tasks. This was their goal. They wanted to incentivize the golf course owner, who I represent, to improve the course, pay off the debt, and create an economic incentive to continue golf operations, because this is the problem with these golf courses around the community. They wanted to provide for improvements to the Stony Brook infrastructure, provide a revenue source to the golf course operations, because between debt and operations, these golf courses struggle, so that was a goal. And they wanted to provide a funding mechanism to help the Stony Brook Homeowners Association. So they embarked on about a 2+ year discussion that started in one place and ended up in another, and it resulted in an agreement dated June 28, 2022, and I'm going to give you a few of the highlights so you can see what working together has resulted in. So the golf course owner has an obligation to maintain his 72 par golf course on 6,800 yards, which is a healthy golf course. And for that, he's allowed a maximum of 125, in terms of the Homeowners Association, low-density residential units, but not just low-density residential units. They have to have a value or sales price of about $750,000. Now, to do that, the golf course owner has to modify 4 holes, 3, 10, 17, 18. It's going to take a little while. The new lots, the 125, are required to be members of the golf course, but not part of the existing community. There's a separation there. We have to renovate portions of the golf clubhouse. We have to pay off our debt on the golf course when we sell it. We can have some future debt if we have to do things like redo the greens or redo the irrigation. But we're bound to maintain the course while we're doing this development at no greater than a 5-inch height. Now, your code allows 12-inch height, so that was a negotiated thing. Then, in addition to that, the access to this property is off of Northampton Avenue, and it's in front of the Stony Brook gates. So the residents of this new area don't have vehicular access to Stony Brook, so there's a separation there. Another attribute is that Stony Brook homeowners get a 10% discount on cost of play. There's a recorded covenant, or will be, that the reconfigured golf course remains so in perpetuity, so the homeowners aren't dragged up here time and again when the next developer comes up and wants to do something. If the golf course is closed, if it doesn't work for more than 12 months, then at their request, we have to convey it to the Homeowners Association without cost. There's a concern about stormwater, although Stony Brook does not suffer from stormwater problems, but there's a special allocation of $15,000 to pay for an engineer of their choosing to review our plans, in addition to the county and the Water Management District. There's a $200 annual fee paid by each new lot owner to the Homeowners Association, a $500 fee every time there's new lot sales, and $5,000 per lot to be paid to the HOA upon sale of new lots, which would be a bulk sale. So, for example, if we end up with 100 lots, then they get $500,000. So that is the deal. Now, I want to talk about something else. You received a letter from an attorney, and I am outraged by this letter because it's full of falsehoods, and I'm going to call those out because this letter was sent to convince you not to transmit this application. So what did this letter say? It said that there's been no rezoning application filed by us. What was that done for? To throw shade against us because we didn't do what we said we were going to do? That's an absolutely false statement. We filed rezoning on January 23rd. I put the file case number up there. Then he says a county denied a similar application to Eastwood to develop 200 lots. Similar? I don't think so. In that case, the homeowners were against it. In this case, they're in favor of it. In that case, it was a different land use. It was a comp plan, a rezoning application. This is comp plan. In that case, we closed the golf course. In this case, we're trying to maintain the golf course. To suggest these are similar is beyond belief. The letter also points out the impacts to residents for premiums paid on golf course lots, a problem they have in Eastwood or allege they had. This is not the case here. We don't have that situation because we designed around it. The letter states that the proposed use is not compatible. What does that mean? How is it not compatible? It's a golf course, upscale golf course development next to an upscale golf course development that's over a mile away from Eastwood. And then there's a vague reference, which is a scare tactic, that there's a potential adverse impact of discharge flows that is going to create a problem for Stony Brook. In fact, there is a flowage easement that we have to abide by, we have to adhere to. So to suggest that we're going to impact this in a negative way is pure speculation, and we couldn't do it anyway. They're just misleading statements upon misleading statements, including the Eastwood homeowners were not aware at the previous hearing that the stormwater, they have a stormwater problem in Eastwood. They have a stormwater problem in Eastwood. But their stormwater flows from Eastwood through Stony Brook. We do not create a problem going in the other direction because water does not flow uphill. So I'm sorry to be aggressive about this, but when you get a letter that is so full of false statements trying to influence you to take an action that's adverse to my client's interest, I'm sorry, but I have to call that out. So with that, I would request that you transmit this application so that it can be reviewed by the state. We'll do our work. We'll continue with our rezoning application and be proud to present you a project that not only will my client be proud of, but I believe that the Stony Brook homeowners will as well. I'd like to reserve the balance of my time for anything else I need to say. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Cantor.
Be glad to answer questions.
All right, stand by. Do we have any members of the public present who should be heard on this item, Mr. Conkle?
Yes, Mayor, we have 7 speakers. The first speaker is Angela Elmerson, and to be followed by Stephanie Charter-Ruskran. Ms. Elmerson?
If it's a matter of preference, if I'm fine with her going last, she'll have the same amount of time. Who's the next speaker, please?
Right. Stephanie Chandrasekaran. Thank you. You'll have 3 minutes. Please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Stephanie Chandrasekaran. I live at 14202 Nottingham Way Circle. Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. I am the Vice President of the Stony Brook HOA. I represent 1,357 homes in Stony Brook. The overwhelming majority of feedback we've received from our residents on this plan has been positive. In fact, the only resident to speak with any sort of negative tone was simply to say the agreement is just too good and they don't believe it. As you may have learned in the past, if our residents don't like something, you will hear from them. In January of 2020, our HOA stood before you with an application using a smaller section of land to build apartments. You denied that application due to resident complaints and the community not being ready for it. Mr. Mayor, You acknowledge that the golf courses are failing and that our difficult situation is becoming more and more common. This board instructed the HOA, the residents, and the golf course owner to work together to come to a mutually agreeable solution. In May of 2022, after we had worked on this for 2 years, we came up with a plan. Our HOA, at the direction of Commissioner Cordero, reached out to neighboring Eastwood HOA to discuss our plan and get their feedback. Naturally, drainage was one of the concerns that would have come up and been discussed. We received a response through their president that said thanks, but no thanks. They declined our offer to meet, even though some of their own board members did express interest in having a conversation with us. Our community has weathered many hurricanes in its 20-plus year existence. And as I can recall, at no time did we have any issues with flooding or drainage. We are fortunate. Our self-maintained and regularly inspected system performed beautifully, despite the fact that Eastwood and communities to the north and west drain into Stony Brook. We live in Florida. We're all concerned about drainage. Because of that, our agreement states that the golf course owner will hire an engineer to study drainage, along with what the state and county requirements are. And they will pay for the HOA to hire an independent engineer to assess the same drainage. With this information, I ask that you vote in favor of this transmittal of this application, and I am available for any questions you may have.
All right, thank you for your comments. We're going to move to the next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Robert Gass, to be followed by Gus Valentis. Mr. Gass.
Good afternoon. My name is Robert Gass, and I live in Stony Brook East at 2351 Hedgegate Court. I currently serve as the HOA Board President and am here to voice support for this proposed land use change. My support is based in part on two key factors. First is that the proposed development is consistent with neighboring community, and second is that it is not just beneficial to, but critical for its neighbors in Stony Brook East. Regarding consistency, you may recall that in January 2020, you denied a proposed land use change for placing 250 apartments in this area, noting the strong opposition to the project from Stony Brook community. You tasked the HOA board, the community, and the golf course owner to come up with a mutually agreeable solution. And 3 years later, we have that. It was input from the community that directed the HOA to request the golf course owner to abandon plans for apartments and instead put in high-end homes, explicitly because it is consistent with the neighboring community. Single-family homes being developed near single-family homes. Regarding how this proposal benefits the community, Stony Brook East community has been quite clear that it is very important to us that the golf course continue to operate as a golf course and not shut down as have so many golf courses across the state. As Mr. Cantor explained in his presentation, the agreement between Stony Brook East and the golf course owner contains several provisions that provide for the long-term improvement and viability of its golf course. It goes further by providing financial input to the Stony Brook East HOA every time a home from the new development is sold or resold, as well as quarterly payments to the Stony Brook East HOA. As a closing thought, we're talking about probably 100 homes here, not the kind of project that has any substantial negative impact on East Orlando as a whole. But what it does provide for is critically important to the residents of Stony Brook East. On the other hand, if you deny this project, it will have a significant negative impact on over 1,300 homes, over 2,500 voters, when the golf course closes down, despite all the efforts of our community to make it a success. Thank you for your time. Let's move this thing forward.
All right, thank you. We'll move to the next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Gus Valentassis. I also live in Stony Brook, and I live at 2654 Fawn Lake Trail. I come here today in support of the transmittal for this project. Early on, 2 years ago, I was involved with a group of homeowners who were opposed to the deal that had been constructed between the apartment developer and our HOA. And therefore, I got involved with a group of fellow homeowners to work out a better deal for the homeowners. And as I stand here today, I believe that this is a true win-win deal. As a matter of fact, I think the deal is so good that I think this could be a model for other communities facing our situation. The basic tenet of all that has been presented by Hal Cantor today in the contract that I feel is the strength is that should the golf course owner decide that he no longer wants to be the owner of the golf course and is tired of the business, that we, the homeowners, get the property free and clear, that he is not allowed to put any type of a mortgage on the land. He can take out debt to do major impacts over $50,000, but we have the option, should he decide that he no longer wants to operate it, that we can take over and decide for ourselves what we want to do with that property. And from that standpoint, I can't see of a better structure for the homeowners or for the owner, because he now is allowed to cash out on his investment. So from that standpoint, I think this is really a very good model going forward for any community facing our situation. So thank you. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer.
All right, thank you for your presence. We'll move to the next speaker.
Next speaker is Eric Grimer, be followed by Kurt Ardeman.
I think Mr. Grimer may have left. We'll move to Mr. Ardeman.
Thank you, Mayor, Commissioners. Kurt Ardeman with the Fishback Dominic Firm, 1947 Lee Road, Winter Park, Florida, 32789. I'm here representing the Stony Brook Master Association of Orlando, Inc. That's the HOA for Stony Brook East. Hal represents the owner of the golf course. So we've spent about 2 years negotiating an agreement after the commission turned down the multi-family project, which the commission had done, as Hal suggested, suggesting to the developer come back to the HOA and work out a deal. Well, we worked out a deal, and it was not easy. It was a lot of work, a lot of expense, and the residents have benefited, I think, greatly by this agreement. The two of the board members, the president and the vice president, just spoke to you, and they were intimately involved in the negotiations. It's not only to preserve this golf course, which is key. I've represented a lot of associations, cities, and folks that have dealt with situations. You all are seeing it, and you're going to see more of it, where a golf course falls apart. It cannot survive financially because of poor decisions that were made 30-plus years ago. And now you're seeing the problems and the issues, and the developers can't make money at the golf course, so they turn to residential development and want to make a pile of money on the development. Well, the problem here was there was no financial feasibility, allegedly, for the golf course owner to continue without this mechanism. This agreement, the way it's laid out, will provide certainty to that golf course operator financially to be able to continue the fully functional golf course that makes this community of 2,600 plus people, 1,357 homes, a continuing viable golf course community. We've got deed restrictions that protect the community in the future from undesirable uses. And so bottom line is the commission made the right decision before. The right decision that we would suggest to you is to approve this transmittal. This is a completely different community from Eastwood. Nobody from Stony Brook East has showed up to oppose this. We got a letter from Brent Spain. I know Brent well. Hal did a good job of eviscerating the objections. And I think bottom line is we respectfully request that the commission transmit this. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Ardeman. Been a long day. All right, next speaker, please.
Next speaker is George Collins, and then to be followed by Angela Elmerson.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. I'm George Collins. I live at 2585 Corbyton Court in Stony Brook East. My family and I have lived in Stony Brook for 15 years now. I also have family that live in neighboring Eastwood, too, and they've lived there for a number of years. So I have concern about both communities. I love both communities. I'm in both of them all the time. My background's in communications, so I appreciate the HOA board invited me to help them in this venture, because I think communication is key with our neighbors, with the commissioner. We've been on Zoom with her, and we've been on Zoom with some of the board members at Eastwood. And I believe that we need to work together as both communities. I'm real excited about this. I live on the golf course. It's one of the things that we were able to enjoy during COVID, because it was one of the few things where you're outside and you can enjoy it. I think this is going to be, as Gus said, is going to be a great model for other communities that are going through this. This has been a process that's been going on that I've been part of for over a year, and I hope you will support the transmittal on this great program for our community. Thank you.
All right, thank you for your comments. We'll move to the next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Angela Emerson. I live at 14729 Baltusrol Drive, Orlando, Florida. I'm coming today more so to ask for a continuance on this transmittal. There has been some ongoing information that has been coming in that is related to the stormwater. Our community has been respecting the process of trying to get to the bottom of those stormwater concerns. As was mentioned, Eastwood is a community that must drain into the Stony Brook PD. We are less than a mile. I know he said 1.25 miles, but I believe it's just about a mile from where this proposal will be. I wanted to show you a picture of where right now another concern that we have, not just based on our own stormwater, but also the Eastern Water or Reclamation Facility, is they're expanding their facility daily, monthly. And where they drain into the tributary, that tributary on the map is the same one that our stormwater systems depend on. And when they were mentioning that there's no way, that Stony Brook's never had any problem, well, I would ask that the continuance happen, because right now we were able to present to our commissioner, Ms. Maribel, and she validated our concerns and has arranged for us to meet with Orange County staff next week. We're planning to have our property manager there and possibly our lawyer, so we can present the information that we have and the concerns that we have with the impact that this proposal would potentially have on our community. Again, like I said, we've been respecting the process. I did come to planning and zoning. I mentioned this as well. I've gone to a couple public comments on this. And I would like Mr. Spain to be able to rebut some of those concerns because he represents us. Again, just want to reiterate, it's not so much the project. I understand what they're saying. I'm not trying to break a deal, but I do think that it's wise to do our due diligence and to make sure that what we're bringing to the table with this new information is vetted before the transmittal happens. And that is, again, next week. So if we can delay this and make sure that this is safe for all involved, then that would be the best for all of the constituents. By delaying this transmittal, again, you're demonstrating that you value our concerns, a community that very well could be impacted by this, and our welfare as well. And I appreciate your time.
All right, thank you, Ms. Emerson, for your comments. Are there any other speakers?
That is the last speaker card, Mayor.
Okay, then at this time, I'm going to go back to the applicant or representative for any rebuttal comments.
Mr. Mayor, as you might imagine, Commissioners, you might imagine we're absolutely opposed to any delay. This is not new information. This is old information. The flowage easement's been there for, what, 35 years? If you look at our zoning, you would know that we're not touching that area that she identified. On the map had arrows on it. There's nothing new here. There's no reason to delay. The Eastwood things, what was that, 5 years ago now, 4 years ago? I don't remember. Quite some time ago. This is not new information. These are not new issues. There's no reason to delay. I do applaud the county, though, and the commissioner for setting up something to study this issue so that the facts will be determined, and if there needs to be something done, it can be done. But there is no basis whatsoever to delay our application and to proceed. This is a transmittal hearing. When we get into zoning, we'll have more details. But we would request that you follow the lead or recommendation of both your staff and your LPA to transmit this for further comment. Thank you.
All right, thank you. With that, we're going to go ahead and close the public hearing at this time. We'll move to questions or comments by members of the board, and we'll start with Commissioner Bonilla.
So my first question is, did the HOA members have a vote to approve?
Yes, we did meet as a board, had it as an agenda item, and we voted unanimously in favor of the agreement.
Did the board vote unanimously or the membership of the HOA?
In this case, the HOA board, after hosting community meetings for feedback, voted to enter into this agreement with the golf course owner.
Did the HOA membership give the board authority to enter into this agreement then?
We believe, wasn't Fishback. We did have authority. We had it with our other attorney that we talked about it, and we do have the authority to enter into this agreement because we are not acquiring land.
Okay. How many members of your HOA showed up during this vote?
I believe all 9 were present. Yeah, all 9.
Sorry, HOA members, not the board members.
I don't know, maybe 30, 40. I'd have to go back and look. Our board meetings are not attended very well unless somebody is upset about something.
Okay,
We've had community meetings, we've had community meetings, and we've blasted it out, email, mailers, on our electronic signs. Even at our community meeting hosted at the local school for capacity, I think we had maybe, I want to say 50 to 75, at most 100 homeowners show up.
yeah, that's why I've heard that the community meetings have been well attended. That's why I'm concerned to hear that meeting where the board was actually voting on the agreement wasn't as well attended.
At the community meeting, we expressed what we were headed for, and we took feedback at that time. And then we put it on the agenda, noticed the same way everything else is. I think what we hit was a point where everybody was like, oh, this is pretty good. We have public record requests, any of our residents can request the emails that all of the community sent in favor. And like I said, we have received nothing in opposition.
Okay, so has this agreement, because, sorry, I had to step out, but was this agreement turned in for the record at this meeting?
Yeah, Hal just presented it as a matter of public record.
And they verbally agreed to follow it?
We have a signed and dated agreement dated January.
No, I mean, but like here, because, again, I apologize for
Oh, yeah.
stepping out, but, you know, usually when there's something like that, we ask them to verbally make a statement here that they will agree to the terms.
Commissioner, good question. No, the agreement was approved by the board. It was approved by the owner of the golf course. It's been fully executed, and it's binding, and Hal apparently presented it to the commission. So it's a binding agreement, and if the commission transmits and adopts this provision, then all of those obligations that were laid out before you, the deed restrictions, the obligations of the developer, the protection to the homeowners will be enforced. And guaranteed you, the HOA will hold that developer's feet to the fire. So your concern is a good one, but we are well protected. Thank you.
Okay. And then the agreement, so I did go through the agreement. It said that that would be as conditions in the rezoning, which, correct me if I'm wrong, Joel, it's conditions that we added to the rezoning, right, not to this amendment?
Well, the rezoning, Commissioner, would take place at the adoption stage a few months from now.
But the conditions are added to that, not to this.
Right. The
Okay.
conditions of any rezoning, like for a PD, would be added at the adoption stage in several months, April or May.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify that. So I just want to make sure that that all comes concurrently together to make sure that that is added as conditions to this, just to make sure that it's in there.
Commissioner, I do think that's the plan, is that, and Jason can step in and confirm, but that this would be concurrent, the rezoning would be concurrent with the adoption hearing for the comp plan amendment.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, and then my last question is, what is being done about the possible flooding issue? What is staff looking at? What are they doing? Because, I mean, this seems to be an area issue, but it's also from, if I'm understanding this correctly, there's runoff from this community that's impacting it as well.
Well, as Mr. Cantor stated, the general flow goes from Eastwood to Stony Brook. So whatever engineer does their stormwater calculations, we'll have to look at what impact any development would have on the existing tailwater condition, the existing elevation of the water in the flowway. So that analysis would be done as part of their development plan, as part of their drainage calculations, and they would have to show that they're not impacting that flowway drainage. By doing that, then they would be showing that they're not impacting the flow that's coming from Eastwood down into Stony Brook. So that would be part of the calculations that would have to go forward. As part of a request from homeowner or homeowners association, we are looking at some of the issues associated with Eastwood right now, and we're planning to have a meeting with a small group next week.
Okay, and so what would that look like for any solutions? Would they have to do stormwater ponds or redirect any stormwater management? Like, what does that, what may that look like?
Well, part of the challenge is how Eastwood was developed and the responsibility for the stormwater system that's within the golf course, and then the stormwater systems that are within part of the developed area where the residential components are. The stormwater ponds, notwithstanding certain permitting conditions that we discussed this morning, but the stormwater ponds, for the most part, inside Eastwood are either part of a gated community, which is a smaller portion to the east, or those ponds were to have been dedicated to the HOA for ongoing maintenance, which is different than what we do in other parts of the county. That happened with Eastwood when Eastwood was developed. So the challenge there is to see what is happening in regards to ongoing maintenance issues associated that may have caused the ponds not to function properly. because of either lack of maintenance or something else that may have happened. So there needs to be some investigation as to what is happening inside those retention ponds and/or those ponds that are inside the golf course area. So it's issue of the, private development, maintaining their own systems.
Okay, and then this development here, are they gonna have to keep their stormwater on their property and?
They will have to provide their treatment as any subdivision or quasi-subdivision. I'm not exactly sure what they're going to be proposing, but if they are adding roadways and/or impervious area, then of course they need to provide stormwater treatment and attenuation inside their system, and then again show that how they're discharging is not going to impact that flowage drainage easement that Mr. Cantor had talked about.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Scott?
My question is for council. You had, can we bring back the PowerPoint presentation with the fees?
I can't, but I think he can. Was there a specific slide?
I have to see it. It's a slide with the fees, the breakdown. If you go back.
There?
Right there. So the 500 and the 5,000, the way it's written, I'm not following. If you could clarify that, the $500
Sure.
fee to pay the HOA upon new lot sales
Well,
in perpetuity.
and I hope if I've made a mistake, then you guys will correct me. But in terms of directly to the HOA, there's $200 annual fee. So if you had 100 new homes, they would pay $200 a year, as if they were members of the association, but they're not. But they would make those payments. In addition, there's 100 homes, and every year some might get sold. As properties are sold, and I see this in other projects from time to time, they pay the HOA a lump sum of $500. And of course, this is all recorded, so that would occur that way. Then there's a payment of $5,000 per lot. So let's just assume we get 100 lots. And so $5,000 per lot is $500,000. So we sell the land, we take money, pay off our debt, and take $500,000 and give it to the HOA for such use as that's totally within their discretion. I do not know what their plans are.
So the 5,000 is for debt service or?
No.
You're saying you pay off our debts for the 5,000?
No. Okay, let me do this again. I don't know how much debt is on the golf course. Let's just say $3 million for sake of discussion.
Understood.
So if we sold the land, I'm just making these numbers up, but if we sold the land for $5 million for the lots, for 100 lots, $5 million. And I don't know the math. And so we take $3 million, pay off our debt. We take $500,000 and we pay the homeowners association. Then there's a lot of our other expenses which are not clear up here. For example, we have to redo the golf course, portions of the golf course. We have to redo portions of the clubhouse. Thank you. So there are other expenditures that are not specifically identified, but benefit the homeowners association indirectly.
I think he's going to provide some additional context.
Okay.
So regarding the fees that you see there, let's work from the bottom up. So when we say he's saying $5,000 per lot to be paid into the HOA. So once the land is sold and it's divvied into lots, and they say, hey, how many lots do we have? We have, okay, make the numbers easy. There are 100 lots that will be developed. At that point, 5,000 times 100 lots, dollars. So at that point, 500,000 will be given to the HOA.
Understood. One
time, done. From that point forward, every time a home is sold, so first we're talking lots, now we're saying home is sold, $500, kind of like a capital contribution fee that we would have in our own community. Every time a home is sold, even in perpetuity, so when it's resold and resold, $500 into the HOA for that fee. And then when we say annual fee, basically we're saying each lot, each home is a $50 per quarter payment, again, into the Stony Brook East HOA. So while being a separate entity, these are payments, good neighbor payments, if you will, into the Stony Brook East community.
No, thank you. You explained it perfectly. I was just, that was my confusion, not necessarily the 200 feet, but the 500 and the 5,000. So both of you clarified that. So thank you for your time, and thank you, Mayor. Understood.
Okay.
Thank you.
Commissioner Bonilla, did you have a follow-up question?
Yeah, about the, I mean, I would have to read this in very closely, so I'm just gonna ask the question. For the debt on it, you're gonna pay that all off. Are they allowed to get into more debt?
Are they allowed to get more debt?
Yeah, later.
Yeah, if number of ifs, if it's more than $50,000, and if it falls into the category of, forget the word of art, but major improvement. And I gave an example, redoing the greens, which is redone from time to time in golf courses, or redoing the irrigation for whatever reason. Those were examples. We don't know. Then you could get more debt. But you're talking about a grossly different number to do those kinds of things. Not near as much money.
So would the debt be by permission of the HOA, or would the business just be, the golf business just be able to go and?
I'd have to look at the agreement. That's a detail I couldn't tell you.
Yeah, that's part of their agreement. Commissioner, in respect for all of our time, they went over some of that earlier. I don't want us to repeat everything that was done previously. We got other stuff to do this evening. It's been a long day for all of us, and I want to make certain that we're using our time efficiently. So if you have a quick response, I'm going to allow the quick response, but we got to move forward.
The payment of the mortgage is mutually exclusive from these other events. He is not allowed to put a mortgage on the property. The only debt he can put on the golf course is debt resulting from a maintenance or renovation expense in excess of $50,000. So when he sells his home sites, he will then pay off the mortgage on the Stony Brook Golf Course, and he is not allowed to ever put any debt on the course. Say, for example, he wants to sell the course. The new owner cannot put any debt on it. He can do seller financing, and that's him taking on the debt. But there can be no debt put on the golf course going forward. And this is to ensure us that should he ever want to cease operations, we don't have to go back to the homeowners and ask for a major assessment, similar to what you saw at Stony Brook West. We wanted to avoid that type of scenario. So those are mutually exclusive. The debt is from this operation.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right, I'm going to go to the District Commissioner, Commissioner Gomez-Cordero. You're recognized.
Thank you, Mayor. So I would like to thank all of the residents who came to speak today, Angela from Eastwood, and all the Stony Brook HOA and the golf course owner who followed the recommendation of this board made in 2020, which was mentioned today, to work together and find a solution with the residents. So thank you for doing that. As we work together in the coming months, I want to meet with county staff and residents to clear up the outstanding issues. This is what Mr. Joe Kunkel mentioned, that we already have, a meeting scheduled to clear up the outstanding issues related to stormwater, drainage, potential flooding concerns, trees, etc. And I said trees because I have a resident that came from Stony Brook and called today that says that he worried about the trees. So that's something that we want to include as well. So I remain committed to making sure that all questions and concerns are addressed prior to final approval of this future land use amendment and rezoning. So I would like to motion for transmittal.
Second, Uribe.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passes, and it is unanimous. We're going to move forward on our agenda for this afternoon. We'll move to item G19. Thank you all for your presence as we continue with the business of the board. Remember that we are still in session. I will open the public hearing now on G19. Mr. Sorensen, I will look to you to frame this item.
All right, thank you, Mayor. This next case is 2023-1A43. This is a request to change the future land use map designation from rural to commercial and include it within the urban service area. The property measures 1.68 gross acres and 0.92 net developable acres. The proposed use is C1 uses. Additionally, with this is Amendment 2023-1B Flu 5, which is the USA expansion. The subject property is located in District 4. The subject property here, shown in the aerial, is on the south side of East Colonial Drive and east of North Avalon Park Boulevard. The future land use currently is rural. The proposal is commercial and an expansion of the USA boundary. And the existing zoning is C1. A community meeting was held on January 12th with 3 residents in attendance who did not express opposition to the request. 357 public hearing notices were sent to an area extending beyond 1,200 feet from the subject parcel. To date, we have received no responses in favor or in opposition to the request. At the local planning agency hearing, there were no members of the public present to speak on the request. The local planning agency and staff are recommending that this application be found sufficient and in compliance and transmit the amendment to the state reviewing agencies. Staff is available for any questions.
All right, thank you, sir. Is the applicant or representative of the applicant present? If so, you can come forward and offer any comments at this time.
Good evening. McGregor Love, Lowndes Law Firm, 215 North Eola Drive. I will keep it short and say that I concur with staff's recommendation and ask for approval, and I'm here to answer any questions if you have them. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Stand by. Are there members of the public present who wish to be heard on this item?
There are no speakers on this item, Mayor.
All right. Then we'll close the public hearing. We'll go to the district commissioner. Commissioner Gomez-Cordero, would you like to offer a
question?
motion? Commissioner Bonilla, question?
Yeah, there's a gas station there, so I'm just curious on what's going to happen to that. Or is it going to be cleaned up? Is EPD getting involved?
Yes, Commissioner, there was a previous gas station there that was there for a few decades. The gas station is no longer in business. The tanks have been removed.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Gomez-Cordero.
Thank you, Mayor. Motion for approval?
Second, Bonilla.
Okay. Motion, second by Commissioner Scott. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passes and it is unanimous. We'll move to the next item on our agenda for this afternoon. This is item G20. We'll open the public hearing on this item. Mr. Sorensen, you're on deck.
All right, thank you, Mayor. The next case is Amendment 2023-1A13. The request is to change the future land use map designation from activity center mixed use to planned development commercial high-density residential. The property measures 57.84 gross acres and 53.88 net acres. The proposed use is 200 hotel rooms, 200,000 square feet of commercial retail uses, and 2,888 multifamily units. Also associated with this is also Amendment 2023-1B Flu 7, which is establishing the development program in our future land use element, Flu 814. The subject property is located in District 1. This is an aerial of the subject property showing it south of World Center Drive, east of State Road 535, and north of State Road 417. The yellow dotted line here represented in this aerial indicates the extension of an extension which was approved by the Board of County Commissioners on April 2006. This agreement provides for the dedication of right-of-way design and construction for the 6-lane International Drive extension from World Center Drive to State Road 535. The existing future land use is activity center mixed use. The proposed future land use is PD commercial high-density residential. And the existing zoning is PD International Drive Commerce Center, which currently allows for 500 hotel rooms, 415 timeshare units, and 600,000 square feet of commercial uses. A community meeting was not required for this request. 624 public hearing notices were sent to an area extending beyond 1,500 feet from the subject parcel. To date, we have received no responses in favor or in opposition to the request. At the Planning and Zoning Commission hearing, there were no members of the public present to speak speak on the request. The local planning agency and staff are recommending that this application be found sufficient and in compliance and transmit the amendment to the state reviewing agencies. Staff is available for any questions.
All right, thank you, Mr. Sorensen. Is the applicant or representative present? Looks like Ms. Wilson is moving forward.
Thank you. Rebecca Wilson, 215 North Eola Drive, here on behalf of the applicant. You know, when he put up the aerial, I think we can all agree this is an important piece of property for the transportation network out in this area of the county. The agreement's been in place since 2006, and my client has it under contract and is anxious to get started. So we just ask for a transmittal and happy to answer any questions.
All right, thank you, Ms. Wilson. If you'll stand by for a moment. Are there members of the public present who wish to be heard on? Then we'll close the public hearing. We'll go to the district commissioner. Commissioner Wilson, would you like to offer a motion?
Yes, I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Gomez-Cordero is a seconder. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passes, and it is unanimous. And we'll go to the next item on the agenda. This is item G21. We'll open this item up for hearing at this time. Mr. Sorensen, you're recognized.
All right, thank you, Mayor. The next case is 2023-1A41. This is a request to change the future land use map designation from rural to planned development, medium-high density residential, as well as to include it within the urban service area. The property measures 17.7 acres. The proposed use is up to 360 multifamily dwelling units and up to 10,000 square feet of institutional uses, including churches and ancillary uses for the church. In addition to this is the amendment 2023-1B Flu 4, which is an expansion of the urban service area, as well as this is the urban service area expansion, and as well as the PD development program to be recorded in Flu 8.1.4. The subject property is located in District 4. This is an aerial of the subject property located on the southern portion of the screen. The red line indicates the current urban service area boundary. The existing future land use is rural. The proposed future land use is PD, medium high density residential, with the urban service area boundary expansion. The existing zoning is A2. A community meeting was held on January 11th with 22 residents in attendance, expressing concerns for flooding on Boggett Creek, increased stormwater runoff, and traffic. 524 public hearing notices were sent to an area extending beyond 1,500 feet from the subject parcel. To date, we have received no responses in favor or in opposition to the request. At the local planning agency hearing, there were no members of the public present to speak on the request. The local planning agency and staff are recommending that this application be found sufficient and in compliance and transmit the amendment to the state reviewing agencies. Staff is available for any questions.
All right, thank you. Is the applicant on this item present? He's coming forward. You've been sitting on the other side, now you're on the other side.
A little confused when I walked in the room today. Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. Eric Rosh with Inspire, 4767 New Broad Street, Orlando, Florida, 32814. Just want to thank staff for working with us on this request. We'd appreciate the support with the transmittal. Thank you. Here for any questions.
All right, thank you, Ms. Rosh. Stand by. Are the members of the public present and wish to be heard on this item?
There are no speakers for this item, Mayor.
All right, then we'll close the public hearing. We'll go to the district commissioner. Commissioner Gomez-Cordero, would you like to offer a motion?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, a motion for approval.
Second, Uribe.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The motion passes, and it is unanimous. And with that, my colleagues, there are no further business before the board on this day. We stand adjourned.